Chapter 1340. Long Chen knew that this was the passage to the 18 levels of hell. The 18 whirlpools led to the 18 levels of the eternal hell. The 18 levels of the eternal hell were interconnected, so this wasn't the only entrance to each level. Long Chen had already learned about the eternal hell. It was made up of 18 levels of hell, namely the Netherworld Hell, the Blood Lake Hell, the Ghost Flame Hell, the Avici Hell, and so on. Every hell had terrifying creatures and countless dangers. At the same time, there were many fortuitous encounters and treasures. Whether one could obtain them depended on one's fate. 20 teams, follow me. You will be entering the Netherworld Hell, the Avici Hell, the Blood Lake Hell, and the Frost Hell respectively. As long as you walk into the vortex within a quarter of an hour, even if it's the same hell, the vortex will take you to different places. Therefore, you don't have to worry about meeting each other prematurely, explained one of the warriors who had perfected the martial Tao. The 12 Supreme Alliances have already chosen your specific locations. I will now announce the 5 teams that will enter the Blood Lake Hell. The teams that hear your name will enter the Blood Lake Hell first. First, the Sword Spirit Emperor domain. Ling Xiao and the rest walked out of the crowd, each of them overbearing. They were all kings of swords, carrying Tao weapons on their backs as they headed towards the Blood Lake Hell. Apart from Ling Xiao and Wang Chao, the other 3 teams were also experts. Their battle prowess wasn't much weaker than Wang Chao's. 15 minutes later, the warrior in the martial path Great Perfection Realm announced another team. Just like that, as time passed, the teams entered one by one. Once the Blood Lake Hell was filled, the next was the Avici Hell. Coincidentally, the first team was the Evil Dragon Palace's turn. He hadn't expected it to be his turn so soon. In this case, Long Chen only knew that 5 teams had gone to the Blood Lake Hell. He didn't know which teams were in the Avici Hell, but it didn't matter. Under the cold gazes of the crowd, Long Chen and his team headed towards a black whirlpool. The Hell of Avici was a very famous place. Although it was mostly surrounded by gloomy mountain ranges, there were rumors that there were a lot of man-eating creatures there. It was a place of slaughter, and was even worse than the other 3 hells. At this moment, cries and screams could be heard coming from the vortex, as though there were countless ghosts wandering within. The timid Soi Yan trembled all over, not daring to step into the black vortex. Yen, don't worry. We're here. Long Chen turned around and said. Yes, yes. Soi Yan nodded heavily, but she still hid behind the crowd. To be honest, Li Tianji also swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His face was a little pale. You're scared too. Li Xuanji was dressed in a long black dress. She was as mysterious as a witch in the night. The atmosphere here was very suitable for her. Who said that? Li Tianji puffed out his chest and said loudly. Everyone roared with laughter. The atmosphere eased up, and the oppressive feeling of terror finally disappeared. Hand in hand. Long Chen suggested. Everyone listened to him and pulled each other's arms. Long Chen took the lead and jumped into the whirlpool. Whoosh. The 5 of them were instantly sucked into the whirlpool. The whirlpool was facing downwards. At this moment, they felt a crazy feeling of falling. They were completely weightless, and they couldn't even control their own strength. Don't panic. Long Chen used a strong force to stabilize his body. With the help of the 5 of them, he was finally able to maintain an upright position. However, he was still falling crazily at this moment. This was an extremely narrow and dark passageway. It was very scary. Fortunately, this passageway wasn't long. Soon, everyone could feel the exit below. After stabilizing their bodies, they landed steadily on an earthy yellow road. Where is this? Soi Yan patted her chest and said with lingering fear. In front of them was a void, and the surroundings were filled with black sticky things. The only way out was the yellow road ahead. This yellow road was lonely and desolate. A hair-raising cry came from ahead, and the atmosphere was very gloomy. If we get out of here, we'll probably be in a Vichy hell. Long Chen calmed down and led everyone forward. After a few steps, a stone tablet appeared in front of them. There were 3 words written on it: Yellow Springs Road. Is this the Yellow Springs Road? The Yellow Springs Road was a path that connected the 18 levels of hell. It was also the passageway to the 18 levels of hell from the outside. Within the eternal hell, there were many such gloomy and indifferent paths. They were filled with a feeling of desolation, causing one to subconsciously feel fear. The gloomy wind swirled around them, and the road seemed endless. There are flowers on both sides. It's beautiful. Soy Eon, this weird little girl, loved to look around. Actually, Long Chen had long discovered that there were fiery red flowers on both sides of the Yellow Springs Road. They were very beautiful. From afar, it looked like a fiery red carpet. However, these flowers were very mysterious. If one were to look at them for too long, they would feel dizzy and hallucinate. They might even be immersed in their memories. Don't look. Long Chen warned her. This red spider lily was a kind of medicine that could affect the god martial soul. It was said that many people wanted to use this red spider lily to harm people. They wanted to pick it, but as soon as they got close, they would first fall into a crazy illusion and lose consciousness. The 5 of them moved forward quickly in silence. The surrounding red spider lilies seemed to have come to life. They swayed even though there was no wind, as if they were welcoming their arrival. Under the red spider lilies, there were skeletons scattered helplessly. It was impossible to tell whether they were humans or demons. After traveling at high speed on the Yellow Springs Road for about 15 minutes, Long Chen saw a light in front of him. After a while, they finally walked out. Looking back, the Yellow Springs Road was actually in the belly of a black mountain. Long Chen remembered the location of this mountain. If they wanted to go back in 3 months, they would have to go out from here. Of course, it would be fine if they could find another way out. What a scary place. Li Tianji looked around and his face darkened. He regretted following Li Xuanji and the others here. Long Chen also felt a creepy gloominess and oppression. Looking up, they were in the middle of a group of black mountains. Or maybe the whole of Vichy Hell was a group of black mountains. Some of them soared into the sky, some were entrenched on the ground. Most importantly, these black mountains looked strange. Some looked like the claws of a demon stretching out to the sky, and some looked like ferocious beasts. Gusts of cold wind swept through the whole of Vichy Hell. From time to time, there would be miserable screams coming from afar, as if someone was crying. There was a putrid smell in the air. This was the smell of corpses, and it was everywhere. After walking a few steps, Long Chen discovered that there were white bones everywhere under his feet. Some were human bones, some were beast bones, some were naturally corroded, and some looked new. However, the bones were very smooth, and there was not a single bit of rotten flesh stuck to them. The creatures here liked to eat the flesh and blood of outsiders. The flesh and blood of warriors or demons contain a large amount of life force and energy. After devouring our flesh and blood, these creatures will become stronger. The reason why these bones are so smooth is because they were licked clean. Mo Xiaolang's words immediately made Li Tianji's face turn cold, and he quickly hid behind his sister. Soy Eon screamed and stamped her feet in fear. So scary, what should I do? I don't want to be eaten, sob. The sky was gloomy, with strange dark clouds floating in the sky. From time to time, they would transform into terrifying forms. In such an environment, even Long Chen felt a little uncomfortable, let alone Soy Eon. He looked around and said, "Why don't you two enter my great void realm? The 3 of us can walk and kill outside." He said this to Soy Eon and Li Tianji. No, I also don't want to hide. I'm a man, it's fine, I can do it. Li Tianji quickly said. I also don't want to go in, it's boring. Although it's scary outside, it's very exciting. Soy Eon said something that made them spurt out rice. At this moment, Li Xuanji said, I heard that the creatures that eat humans here are called the ghost race. In the 3 regions and 9 realms, they only exist in the ancient ruins of the 9-star Chaos City. Among them, the Eternal Hell has the most of these creatures. I heard that these creatures have a different cultivation system from the demon race and human race. Even their souls are very strange. There are even rumors that they come from ancient times and are a strange species left behind from that time. Regarding ancient things, this was something that Kitten understood the most. When Longchen asked him, he said, "Don't ask me about this. I've also been asleep for a long time. I don't know most of the things that happened in the sacrificial dragon continent after the disappearance of the divine dragon. I woke up hundreds of thousands of years ago and traveled around this world. That's how I learned about so many new things. After that, I didn't have much power, so I stayed in the Myriad Kingdom's domain to rest again. As expected, I followed you." Oh. Longchen only felt that it was a little novel. Since Kitten didn't know, he didn't continue to ask. Coming to this place, they had to be very careful. Longchen realized that his divine sense had been suppressed to an extreme level. Even the soul pupil technique could only reach a distance of 10 miles at most. For them, this distance could be covered in an instant. Xiao Lang, feel where the 9 nether demonic ancestral fire is first. Longchen said, then walked to Li Xuanji's side. At this moment, this woman was looking at him calmly. Her waist-length dark green hair was fluttering in the chilly wind, and her fair and delicate skin was so delicate that it seemed like it would break at the slightest touch. "Are you okay?" Longchen asked with concern. Chapter 1341. Don't worry, I have other things besides my eyes. There won't be a problem if I use my full strength. No matter what, she was always so quiet, standing there silently. How about, don't say any more? Li Xuanji interrupted him. I'll fight for my eyes myself. I'm not a piece of trash. I can do it myself. Longchen couldn't bear to hurt her pride. She was an unyielding person who didn't want to accept favors from others. It was good that they could fight side by side. At this time, Mo Xiaolang said, I feel that it does exist, and it should be in that direction. Longchen had already discussed this. He, Li Xuanji, and Xiao Lang all had things to do. In order to obtain the goddess flower for Li Xuanji, they just had to fight to the death with the other teams. Now that the game had begun, the other teams were already on the hunt. He had no clue about the thing left behind by the Void Universe Dragon, so he decided to go in the direction of Mo Xiaolang's 9 Serenities Devil Ancestral Flame. After all, he was more confident, while Longchen knew nothing about it. After making the decision, the 5 of them set off in the direction of Wolf Cub. In this Avicii hell, there were many creatures of the Ghost Clan. Many of them were very powerful. As they had just arrived, they did not dare to wander around the city. They could only pass through the dark and gloomy mountains, making very little noise. Didn't you say that as long as we get close, we can find the thing left behind by the Void Universe Dragon? Longchen used his soul eye technique to look around vigilantly as he spoke to Kitten. A cold wind whistled past, and the bones on the ground rolled and shattered. Everyone couldn't help but shiver. It's a bit difficult. The Eternal Hell's surface is very complex, and the space pressure is very high. It's fine if we're outside, but that thing is probably very hidden. I'll try my best, but I can't. You can try moving. Don't worry, it's not in this level of hell. Don't worry, I'll tell you if I feel it. Even the lazy kitten was extremely enthusiastic about the Void Universe Dragon. It stayed on Longchen's shoulder and patrolled the area. The black kitten was originally very cute, but it made him lazy to raise it. It was really a sin. Stop. Longchen suddenly indicated that within the range of his soul pupil technique, those kinds of undead creatures had indeed appeared. Their souls were indeed very strange, very different from the souls of humans and demons. Soul, it's actually incomplete. An incomplete soul can actually control the body's movements like this. Long Chen was shocked. Although he couldn't see the appearance of that thing, he could feel the soul. Within the range of his soul pupil technique, a total of 5 or 6 ghosts passed by. Each of their souls was incomplete, like a piece of ragged cloth, riddled with holes. They've appeared. Where are they? Li Tianji hurriedly asked. Up ahead. Long Chen pointed. Sure enough, at this moment, a cold wind blew, whistling over. Mournful cries came from the front, making one's scalp numb and hair stand on end. As they moved forward, the strange black mountains in the vicinity trembled, and many of the rocks fell. There aren't many of them. There are probably many of them in this Avicii hell. We just happen to be blocking their path. Let's see how strong they are. Long Chen decided. Ah. Soi Yan immediately tensed up. At this moment, Long Chen felt that the other party seemed to be extremely excited. Their speed increased several times as they rushed in their direction. Their noses are very sensitive. They should have smelled our scent. Everyone, be careful. They're coming. Long Chen was very serious. These creatures called ghosts were still 5 or 6 kilometers away, but they could actually sense the existence of the 5 of them. They were very dangerous. Just as he finished speaking, a fishy wind rushed in front of them. The mountain rocks trembled, and there were several explosions. A total of 6 black figures suddenly rushed down from the mountain peak in front of them. They fell heavily in front of everyone. For a moment, the surroundings were filled with a rotten smell. Long Chen carefully sized up the appearance of the ghosts in front of him in that instant. He was a little shocked. These creatures looked similar to humans, but their bodies were tall, ranging from 2 to 5 meters tall. Their skin was a deathly gray, without any luster. Their eyes were as big as copper bells, and they were also deathly gray. They were very ugly. A pair of fangs pierced out of their upper jaws, stained with a rotten green mucus. Pieces of ragged cloth wrapped around their bodies, barely covering their ugliness. What was most shocking was that there were black iron chains growing out of their flesh and blood, wrapping around their bodies. It looked quite frightening. It was as if these black rusty iron chains were originally wrapped around their bones from the very beginning, and their flesh and blood grew out later. The places where the iron chains grew out of their flesh and blood were still bleeding and oozing pus. It smelled abnormally rotten and looked very frightening. Such a violent and ferocious creature made a sound like a baby crying. It made one's scalp numb. Seeing the appearance of these dead creatures, the timid Soi Yan was the first to scream in fright. She quickly covered her eyes. Li Tianji also turned pale and retreated a few steps. He couldn't wait to find a place to hide. However, he didn't have the time. Because after sensing the aura of the living people, the 6 terrifying ghosts couldn't wait to pounce on Long Chen and the others. Their mouths were huge, and they rushed towards them. In their eyes, Long Chen and the others were food. You guys protect the 2 of them. Long Chen didn't say anything. He took out the scarlet blood sky end and transformed it into a blood-colored broadsword. Then, he rushed towards the 6 ghosts. These ghosts fought without any rules. Their only advantage was that they were very frightening. Moreover, their physical strength was very terrifying. However, Long Chen was even more terrifying. He gathered his strength and collided with one of the 3 meters tall ghosts. The broadsword in his hand suddenly chopped down. Suddenly, that guy's thick arm was chopped off. Green pus sprayed out and almost sprayed all over Long Chen's body. After being injured, that ghost let out a mournful scream. However, it still rushed towards Long Chen. Long Chen found that the cut of its arm was beginning to regenerate. The arm was actually growing out at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its recovery power is so strong. No wonder everyone's expression changed when they talked about these creatures. These things were probably just small soldiers of the ghost race. Who would have thought that they would be so powerful? Long Chen pulled back his broadsword and swept it horizontally. With a clang, the scarlet blood sky end cut into the ghost's flesh. However, it was stuck inside. Iron chain. Long Chen knew that it must be the strange black chain inside his body that blocked the scarlet blood sky end. Although that ghost was cut by Long Chen, it still crazily rushed towards Long Chen. Damn it. Long Chen's broadsword turned into a spear. He used the 24 spear strikes and pierced through the ghost's body more than 10 times before completely killing it. At this juncture, the other 5 ghosts had already rushed towards Xiaolang's side. Long Chen didn't say anything and turned back. Although these things were difficult to deal with, when they were serious, they weren't enough to be a threat. The 6 ghosts quickly fell under Long Chen's feet. Just like humans and demons, the weakness of these ghosts was their brains. Long Chen noticed that these black chains were actually growing out of their bones. They perfectly fit together, so the scarlet blood sky end couldn't cut them open in a short time. Time to go. I heard that their companions can smell the scent of their corpses. Soon, there will be a large amount of ghosts coming here. Mo Xiaolang cautiously said. Even though he didn't make a move, he felt that these things were not easy to deal with. Long Chen tried his best to activate his scarlet blood sky end and slashed at one of the corpse's chains. At this time, the chains automatically fell from the corpse's bones and turned into iron shavings, which were blown away by the cold wind. How could this be? Long Chen was startled and looked around. The black chains on the 6 corpses had all decayed. Only the bodies of the ghosts were left, emitting an extremely unpleasant smell. Let's go. Long Chen left as soon as he said so. He led the Evil Dragon Palace team and sped up towards the location where the 9 underworld demonic ancestral flame would appear. They left in a low-profile manner. After understanding the strength of the ghost race, Long Chen became even more careful. He constantly used his soul eye technique to monitor the surroundings. To tell the truth, these creatures only had remnant souls. Even with the soul pupil technique, it wasn't easy to identify them. If he wasn't careful, he might miss some. As expected, not long after Long Chen's team left, a large amount of ghosts rushed over and ate the corpses that Long Chen had killed. It was obvious that these undead creatures didn't have intelligence. The Avicii Hell was much bigger than Long Chen had imagined. It took them 5 days and 5 nights to reach the 9 Serenities Devil Ancestor Fire. During that time, they encountered many of those creatures. There were even some that were even stronger. Their battle prowess was equivalent to the 9th tier of the God Martial Realm, and they were at least 10 meters tall. However, Long Chen had the soul pupil technique, so he was able to avoid them. There was one time when there were too many undead creatures nearby. Long Chen had no choice but to choose a direction to break through. That time, he and Mo Xiaolang attacked together. Mo Xiaolang's flames were very strong. When fighting, his efficiency was even higher than Long Chen's. With the 2 of them clearing the path, the other 3 didn't have to do anything. No matter what, this feeling of trusting each other and fighting side by side was quite good. After walking for another 2 days, the 5 of them were still in a sinister mountain range. The terrifying ghosts in the surroundings seemed to be increasing in number. There were several times when Long Chen's team had no choice but to attack. After killing them, a large amount of ghosts would immediately rush over. It seemed like they would never be able to kill them all. The numbers have increased. I don't know what's going on. Li Xuanji faintly felt uneasy. Some of the human skeletons on the ground were actually new. It was very clear that someone had died here not long ago. Apart from them, there were still many humans who hadn't made it out. At this moment, Long Chen discovered that the golden token in his hand had lit up. This meant that another team had appeared within a radius of 10 miles around them. Chapter 1342. First, he found the location of the other team. However, there wasn't a single soul that belonged to the human race or the demon race. There was only a group of a dozen or so ghost race members that were still alive. However, the golden token was right there. Long Chen told everyone what he saw and then said, "Let's go and see what's going on. This place is very strange. Everyone needs to be vigilant." Yes. Everyone nodded. Long Chen also had the soul eye technique, so he was the most suitable leader. Furthermore, his mind was much more meticulous than the others, and he was decisive when it came to killing. He was a natural leader. 5 miles wasn't far for them at all. As they got closer, Long Chen discovered that other than the dozen sinister ghosts that were still motionless in the distance, there weren't any other living beings in the surroundings. Those ghosts weren't enough to pose a threat to Long Chen's group. The golden token was right there. Long Chen led everyone there and sped up. As they rushed, Long Chen guessed the possibilities. In the end, he thought of the only possibility. Perhaps that team had been attacked by the ghost race, and the arm with the golden token was accidentally torn off. Or perhaps the captain had died. These were all possibilities. However, the combat strength of the 20 teams was actually not bad. Just the dozen ghosts were enough to do this. There were too many questions in his mind, so he could only go and take a look. Swish! The group of 5 arrived. Their scent had been smelled by the ghost race before they arrived, but strangely, they didn't attack. Instead, they stayed where they were. Long Chen looked over and his stomach churned. There were a total of 5 corpses surrounded by the dozen ghosts. They were human corpses, and the dozen ghosts were happily devouring their flesh and blood. They licked every bit of flesh clean. This bloody scene made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. The girls couldn't stand this bloody scene. Fortunately, Li Xuanji couldn't see it, but she still knew what was going on. Long Chen's eyes were sharp, and he soon discovered that one of the ghouls had swallowed an arm and spat out a golden token. The identities of these 5 corpses were obvious. They belonged to one of the 20 teams. At this moment, Long Chen made a decision. He would first let Sui Yan and Li Tianji enter the Great Void Realm. From the situation of the past few days, it was indeed inappropriate for them to stay outside. It would be very dangerous for them to fight with ordinary ghosts. It would be bad if they were accidentally injured or even eaten. Seeing such a terrifying scene, he imagined himself in that situation. Sui Yan and Li Tianji couldn't wait to enter the Great Void Realm. They even wanted to leave the eternal hell. Kill these things first. After ensuring their safety, the 3 warriors, who were at least at the peak of the 9th LV of the divine martial arts realm, could move much more easily. The 3 of them took action and soon killed the ghost clan members who were still devouring the corpses. Long Chen could not bear to watch this scene, but he still picked up the golden token on the ground. There was a record on every golden token. This is not a team from the 12 Supreme Alliances. They were selected by other forces. They are not strong, explained Long Chen as he absorbed the golden token into his arm. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang set fire to the 5 corpses and burned them clean. This was better than being eaten. In this place, they could forget about being buried. After dealing with them, Long Chen fell into deep thought and said, "It's impossible to kill them with just these ghost race members alone. Furthermore, there are no signs of a battle in the surroundings. However, if it was another team, it would be impossible for them to not take the most important golden token. Who did it?" Li Xuanji was also puzzled and said, "Moreover, if it was an ordinary ghost, their god martial spirit could survive, but there is no movement here. Obviously, they were killed with one blow, and their god martial spirit was destroyed. So, who did it?" Thinking of this, the 3 of them felt a chill down their spines. "Let's leave this place quickly. There might be experts here that we can't deal with." Long Chen made a decision immediately, and the 3 of them quickly left this place. Long Chen's heart was in a mess. If there really was an expert that could kill a team silently, then even they would be in danger. The Nirvana realm experts of the human clan and the demon clan could not enter. Could it be an undead creature? Avicii hell was not the most terrifying hell, so how could there be such an expert? Suddenly, Long Chen's body turned cold. He had a feeling that he was being watched, and an inexplicable chill ran down his spine. What's wrong? Seeing Long Chen stop, the other two immediately stopped and became alert. Long Chen was confused. He used the soul eye technique to look around, but there was nothing. Maybe I'm thinking too much. Let's go. Long Chen said and continued to move forward. Mo Xiaolang and Li Xuanji shook their heads and could only follow. About 20 breaths of time after they left, a humanoid shadow suddenly appeared on the ground, drifting in their direction. From the shadow, he should be wearing ragged clothes. There were also several thin black chains dragging on the ground, emitting a sound that made one's scalp tingle. Long Chen was sure that he was being watched. There was an existence that even the soul-devouring demon eye couldn't detect. It was watching them. Long Chen couldn't find it no matter what, but it did exist. And maybe for some reason, it didn't kill them like it killed the team. He secretly told this matter to Mo Xiaolang and Li Xuanji. The three of them felt that it was very troublesome. Big brother, why don't we go back and fight with it? Mo Xiaolang growled. No, we can't casually attack without knowing his strength. This place is very strange. Furthermore, it's already been 3 days, and he still hasn't attacked. He must be afraid. It's best not to be rash. After careful consideration, Long Chen still said this. He felt that it was best not to try a battle that hurt his foundation. After all, he had other purposes for coming here. My Li family's soul-devouring demon eye is not so effective against warriors above the Nirvana realm. After all, it's not a very high-level, secret technique. From this, we can estimate that the creature following us should be close to or even at that level. Li Xuanji bit her delicate lips and said softly. As for Li Tianji and Sui Yan, although they didn't come out, they were also very nervous in the Great Void Realm. It wasn't that Long Chen didn't want to fight, but he was afraid. His intuition told him that there was absolutely no benefit in fighting with such a dangerous thing. It didn't kill them now because of certain things, but if they provoked it, it was uncertain whether they could survive. Long Chen didn't want to become a bunch of ghost food. Under the tracking of the mysterious existence, the three of them headed in the direction of the 9 nether demonic ancestral flame as fast as they could. However, in the process of advancing, there were more and more ghosts. Every time, there would be several groups of ghosts wandering within 5 kilometers, letting out hungry cries. It was frightening. As Long Chen fought, he wanted to get rid of the thing behind him. However, no matter how hard he tried, the guy behind him was still there. In the end, Long Chen didn't care anymore. He slowed down, and the other party did the same. It stared at them from afar, but didn't get close. At this place, they had to fight with the ghost race more than 10 times a day. From this, it could be seen that the number of ghosts had increased by more than 10 times. This Avicii hell, did something happen? Li Xuanji suddenly said softly. It's possible. Some changes that we don't know about have happened. If we can meet others, we might be able to find out more. Long Chen said. Just as he finished speaking, the golden token in his hands suddenly lit up again. Another team has appeared. The three of them couldn't help but feel nervous. With such a terrifying existence staring at them, another team actually appeared. Was this a good thing or a bad thing? When Long Chen discovered the other party also discovered them. At this moment, they were rushing in the direction of Long Chen. Instantly, Sword Chi soared into the sky. People from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Mo Xiaolang could vaguely sense the Sword Chi. No, they are from Azura Sword Prison, but... Long Chen squinted his eyes and his face turned ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, shouldn't a team have 5 people? Why are there 7 of them? The other 2 elders are also from Azura Sword Prison, but they should be in the Martial Path Complete realm. They are together to break the rules of the game. Mo Xiaolang laughed coldly and said, I already knew that this bunch of people won't play the game honestly. I reckon that when Eternal Hell closes, there will be people sneaking in to wait for them. The 12 Supreme Alliances will more or less use their little tricks. These two people in the martial path complete realm will give them a huge chance to win. The three of them stopped and waited for the people from Azura Sword Prison to arrive. Azura Sword Prison was for the Azura race. The Azura race also looked very similar to the human race. The evil dragon palace's Yi Zheng was from the Azura race, but he grew up in the human race's territory, so he was no longer a pure Azura race. The true Azura race was also an expert in the Sword Dao. If the Sword Spirit Imperial region was the king of the Sword Dao, then they were the assassins of the Sword Dao. The swordsmanship of the Azura Sword Prison was fierce and direct, sinister and tragic. It was only born to kill. Everyone had extremely strict requirements for themselves. Growing up in the Sword Prison, they were a race that cultivated crazily without any scruples. Azura Sword Prison's Sword Dao was originally very strong. With the addition of the two experts in the martial path complete realm, they posed a huge threat to the evil dragon palace's team. There was a fierce tiger in front and a hungry wolf behind. Chapter 1343. Although the pursuers behind them were terrifying, they had been chasing Long Chen's group for a long time without any movement. While Long Chen was on high alert, he was also paying full attention to the Azura Sword Prison team. If it wasn't for the two elders at the martial path complete realm, Long Chen and the rest wouldn't have paid any attention to the Azura Sword Prison team. However, it was different now. The golden token in his hand flickered and grew brighter. This proved that the Azura Sword Prison team was rapidly approaching. Long Chen told the two beside him to be on high alert. Then, he stood on the spot and watched as the 7 sword auras shot over. In front of Long Chen, they turned into 7 Sword Dao experts. Among the Azura Sword Prison team, other than the two warriors at the martial path complete realm, the captain was also relatively strong. He was probably at the martial path complete realm as well. After all, the Azura Sword Prison team was one of the stronger ones among the 12 Supreme Alliances. At this moment, both parties were facing each other. They hadn't fought yet, but the atmosphere was filled with the smell of gunpowder. They probably hadn't expected to meet the evil Dragon Palace team. Hence, they were stunned at first and became on high alert. The captain of the Azura Sword Prison team was a young man. He looked very young and immature. His height didn't even reach Long Chen's chest. He wore a gray robe and his long hair reached his heels. In fact, his true age was already close to 1,000 years old. The reason why he still maintained such a young state was because of his cultivation, and also because of his own physique. This was a mature and crazy soul living in the body of a young man. The people of Azura Sword Prison were all like this. Their eyes weren't completely black, but slightly gray. They gave off a very cold feeling. The two experts at the martial path complete realm beside him were both middle-aged men. A man and a woman stood at the back of the team. The man was tall and steady, while the woman was mature and beautiful. Faint sword markings could be seen on her body. Her eyes seemed to be hiding a sword as she sized up Mo Xiaolang cautiously. Yes, the gazes of the 7 people of Azura Sword Prison were all cast on Mo Xiaolang. The two sides confronted each other for a period of time. The Azura Sword Hell's team leader, Zhuo Xianming, who was also the toddler, turned around and exchanged glances with the 2 martial artists at the martial path perfection realm. The 7 experts then surrounded Long Chen. Although Mo Xiaolang was indeed very strong, it was 7 against 3. For them, the odds of winning were still very high. After all, Zhuo Xianming and the 2 elders were all at the martial perfection realm. The combined strength of Zhuo Xianming and the 2 elders was much stronger than those from the godly defying sect. The tension between the 2 sides gradually escalated. Long Chen could feel the murderous intent in their bones. They were already prepared to make a move. Not only did he believe in himself, he also believed in Mo Xiaolang's combat strength. If it weren't for the 2 martial artists at the martial path perfection realm and outside of the rules, the Azura Sword Hell's team wouldn't even be in their eyes. After surrounding Long Chen and the other two, Zhuo Xianming, who looked young, walked forward barefooted. He raised his head and looked at Mo Xiaolang with an evil gaze. Then, he said, "We have a total of 7 people, while you only have 3. If we fight, you will definitely suffer heavy losses." Mo Xiaolang snorted coldly and said, "Those who break the rules of the game will always be cowards. I look down on you." Zhuo Xianming smiled. He knew that Mo Xiaolang was referring to the 2 people in their team. He didn't mind it at all. After all, the other teams would definitely do the same. He pointed at the 2 elders in an extremely frank manner and said, "These 2 are the most famous purple-green twin swords of our Azura sword hell. Even 3 martial artists at the martial path perfection realm couldn't withstand their combined might. It's a wonderful story in our Azura sword hell. I'm sure you've all heard of their names. Now, I'll give you 3 choices." Although Zhuo Xianming looked like a young child, he was arrogant on the inside and had a ruthless personality. It was completely different from his somewhat cute image. At this moment, a group of people had gathered together and stood coldly in front of Long Chen and the others. Zhuo Xianming laughed loudly and said, "The choices are very simple. The first choice is for us to fight. I'll snatch your golden token and kill all 3 of you here. Of course, I don't recommend you to choose this." Long Chen and the other 2 couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. They were already prepared to fight. Zhuo Xianming suddenly started laughing and said, "What about the second choice? Your captain is this nameless nobody, right? Ask him to chop off his left hand and hand it over to me, and all of you will be able to leave. I suggest that all of you choose this option." After he finished speaking, a few people shot dagger-like gazes at Long Chen. They actually couldn't understand why Long Chen was chosen as the leader. In their opinion, although Long Chen's strength wasn't bad, he could only be considered average. Compared to a heaven-defying expert like Mo Xiaolang, Long Chen wasn't qualified at all. Among the 20 teams, every team had the strongest person as the leader. Only the Evil Dragon Palace's team had Long Chen as their leader. Why did the strongest person have to be the leader? It was because he was the one who controlled the golden token. It was the most stable. With Long Chen's strength, he couldn't protect the golden token at all. What about the third choice? Long Chen curled his lips and looked at Zhuo Xianming condescendingly. The third choice is very simple. I, Zhuo Xianming, have long heard that the wolf race's emperor's strength is outstanding. My Azura sword prison has countless experts. If we work together, we'll be invincible. Even the desolate Emperor Palace's team might not be our match. Since that's the case, why don't we work together?" After he finished speaking, Zhuo Xianming and the other 6 started laughing. Their previous hostility had completely dissipated. Fight to the death or work together. Choose for yourself. I'm very interested in working together. After all, we'll have to pay a price to kill all of you. For now, we don't want to pay that price, Zhuo Xianming said clearly. Amidst their laughter, the atmosphere lightened up. The Azura Sword Prison's team was still afraid of Mo Xiaolang. If it were an ordinary team, they definitely wouldn't waste so much time talking and would directly kill their way over. Mo Xiaolang didn't like them from the bottom of his heart. Just as he was about to reject and fight to the death, Long Chen said, "Work together." "Of course we'll work together. From today onwards, the Evil Dragon Palace's team and the Azura Sword Prison's team are brothers." Mo Xiaolang and Li Xuanji didn't understand Long Chen's decision. Mo Xiaolang was confident in himself. Even though the Azura Sword Prison had 2 experts at the Martial Path Perfection realm, he didn't think it was impossible for them to win. Moreover, with the Azura Sword Prison's team's current arrogance, even if they worked together, they would still have the upper hand and suppress the Evil Dragon Palace's team. Long Chen didn't say anything and pointed behind him. Mo Xiaolang immediately understood his goal. Actually, the biggest threat to Long Chen's team was the mysterious and terrifying existence behind them. Under the current situation where they didn't know anything, the Azura Sword Prison's team had an additional target for that mysterious existence to keep an eye on. At that time, if that mysterious existence attacked, Long Chen's team had more people. It would be easier for them to escape or fight. Mixing in with the Azura Sword Prison's team would benefit Long Chen a lot. One of us will play the good cop and the other will play the bad cop. Let's trick them, Long Chen secretly said to Mo Xiaolang. Seeing Long Chen agree to work together so readily, Zhuo Xianming was overjoyed. He immediately clapped and said, "Good, good. No wonder you can become the team leader of the Evil Dragon Palace. You're very tactful." Hearing Long Chen's words, Mo Xiaolang pretended to be dissatisfied with Long Chen's decision. He coldly snorted and shut his mouth. Long Chen was a smart person. After deciding to mix in with the Azura Sword Prison's team, he immediately mingled with the team. They called each other brothers and immediately became familiar with each other. On the other hand, Mo Xiaolang and Li Xuanji's expressions were cold. However, it seemed like they had no choice but to listen to Long Chen for some reason. After getting familiar with each other, Zhuo Xianming said, "Let's go. We'll start hunting the other teams. If we work together, we'll be invincible. We'll split the gold tokens evenly." Long Chen sneered in his heart. These guys would probably make a move on the Evil Dragon Palace's team after getting rid of the other teams. Their plan was very good. However, they didn't expect that they would fall into Long Chen's trap instead. If there wasn't a mysterious and terrifying existence following behind him, Long Chen would definitely fight them the moment he encountered them. After saying that, Zhuo Xianming led the Azura Sword Prison's team and walked behind Long Chen. The two experts in their team, a man and a woman in the martial path Great Perfection realm, were looking at them with a smile. However, they were actually very vigilant. "No, we can't go that way. We just came from that direction," Mo Xiaolang said coldly. He looked like he was very impatient with this alliance. This wasn't strange. As a prince, Mo Xiaolang was a proud person. Of course, he wouldn't be happy to submit to the management of the Azura Sword Prison. "Then where do you want to go?" Zhuo Xianming looked at him unhappily. Mo Xiaolang pointed in the direction of the 9 underworld's demon ancestral flame. "We also came from that direction. There are 7 of us and only 3 of you. Why should we listen to you?" Zhuo Xianming said coldly. "If the Azura Sword Prison is relying on numbers, then don't work together," Mo Xiaolang said coldly. Don't quarrel, don't quarrel." At this moment, Long Chen came out to be the peacemaker. He glared at Mo Xiaolang and said, "We're all friends. There's nothing to quarrel about. Let's listen to Brother Zhuo." "Yes, big brother." Mo Xiaolang shook his head helplessly. He looked very helpless at Long Chen's disappointing look. The people of the Azura Sword Prison looked at each other and smiled. They finally understood the relationship between them. They were sworn brothers. However, after Mo Xiaolang became rich, Long Chen became a burden. But because Mo Xiaolang valued friendship and loyalty, he listened to Long Chen. In the eyes of Zhuo Xianming and the others, Long Chen was simply a coward. Vaguely, Long Chen felt that Zhuo Xianming was very strong. This guy could probably be ranked in the top 3 among the geniuses of the Azura Sword Prison. After coming to the 9-star Chaos City, he was even more dominant. His sword Dao cultivation was extraordinary, and his body was surrounded by gray sword qi. Chapter 1344. Long Chen sneered in his heart. The reason why he spoke up for Zhuo Xianming was to create the illusion that he, Long Chen, was weak. Even if he could not stop the Azura Sword Prison team from blocking that mysterious existence, when Zhuo Xianming looked down on him, Long Chen, he could make use of this to deal a devastating blow to the Azura Sword Prison team. The group split into 2 groups, still on guard against each other, and headed in the original direction. Along the way, the Azura Sword Prison team was in high spirits, chatting and laughing. On the other hand, Long Chen's side seemed to be having internal strife, and everyone was silent. Along the way, the number of ghost race members increased, and some other ghostly things even appeared. Zhuo Xianming had just used his sword qi to deal with a tall ghost race member from afar. He looked around and saw that the people around him were all engaged in a massacre. He said doubtfully, "Why are there more and more ghost race members? There weren't so many when we passed by here before." The others also started to complain. Although they were slightly stronger than the ghost race members, the ghost race's physical body, regeneration, attack power, and so on were not bad. A dozen of them was still manageable, but hundreds of them surrounded them and attacked crazily. This was very troublesome. Everyone was in a sorry state, and finally escaped from the encirclement with great difficulty. Those ghost race members did not chase after them, because they stayed where they were, devouring the corpses of their companions. Those strange iron chains on their bodies, after they died, turned into iron dust, and were blown away by the chilly wind. What the hell? The Azura Sword Prison's warriors cursed. Along the way, the number of ghost race members was still increasing. When we first arrived here, we couldn't even meet one after walking for half a day. Now, they are everywhere. Basically, there is a large group every 15 minutes. One of the Azura Sword Prison's warriors said. Long Chen and the other two did not say anything. It had been 3 days, and that creepy feeling that made Long Chen's blood run cold still existed. This meant that the creepy thing was still following them. If we don't get rid of this thing, it will be really troublesome. Big brother, do you have any plans? Mo Xiaolang asked secretly. Long Chen shook his head and said, "We can only wait and see." However, I did notice something. What is it? The Evil Dragon Palace team members looked over. Long Chen said, "When we kill the ghost race, the stronger the ghost race is, the angrier the guy behind us seems to be. Therefore, it's best that we don't make a move now. Even if we do make a move, we shouldn't kill. Let Azura Sword Prison and the others provoke him, then we can seize the opportunity to escape." Mo Xiaolang understood. Another day passed. The members of the Azura Sword Prison were dissatisfied with Long Chen's group not putting in much effort. However, at this moment, the surrounding ghost race members suddenly dispersed in a sorry manner. Long Chen's group walked into an eerie mountain range. The mountain peaks here were extremely tall. They were like demonic claws that reached up to the clouds, grabbing at the sky. A chilly wind whistled between the mountain walls. Valley after valley intersected in the mountain range. Looking into the distance, Long Chen used the soul eye technique to carefully observe the surroundings. He suddenly discovered a powerful soul ahead. It was also an incomplete soul, but from its aura, it was much stronger than the ordinary ghost race members. It was over 20 meters tall, and its body was very thick. The members of the Azura Sword Prison did not sense it and headed in that direction. Long Chen informed Mo Xiaolang and Li Xuanji. The three of them knew what to do. When they were about 7 or 8 miles away, the huge ghost race member smelled the scent of Long Chen's group. It roared and charged in their direction, causing the ground to shake. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Everyone felt the ground shake, and they quickly took precautions. At this moment, there was an explosion. A huge steep mountain was knocked down and smashed towards the team. The Evil Dragon Palace team and the Azura Sword Prison team dodged in 2 different directions. After the mountain fell, dust filled the air. A loud voice walked into the vision of Long Chen's group. It was a huge ghost race creature. It was crimson and covered in dense brown lumps. One look and anyone could tell that it was extremely thick. Its body looked like a human, but its body was so thick that its height and width were about the same. It was like a meat pillar. When it stretched out its arms, they were twice the length of its legs, and there were terrifying giant claws on them. This huge ghost race creature's head was like that of a wild beast. It was even more ferocious than the ordinary ghost race members. It had 2 pairs of fangs that were like fiery red knives. A terrifying aura of savagery and death exploded from this huge creature. Like the other ghosts, there were many black chains growing from its body. They were entangled with its flesh, and it looked rather disgusting. It's a scarlet demonic ghost. Someone in the Azura sword prison team exclaimed. Long Chen looked over and saw that they were taking it seriously. Based on what he felt, this creature called the Scarlet Demonic Ghost should be comparable to the 9th tier of the Divine Martial Realm. With its huge body, it covered a distance of 7 or 8 miles in an instant. It was obvious that it was very fast. Buzz. As expected, the Scarlet Demonic Ghost was extremely excited when it saw humans. It used its thick arms to beat its chest, and then charged towards the Azura Sword Prison team. The Azura Sword Prison team was very serious. Apart from Zhuo Xianming, the other 4 people all charged towards the Scarlet Demonic Ghost. 4 sword martialists at the peak of the 9th tier of the Divine Martial Realm took out their swords against the Scarlet Demonic Ghost. Long Chen took a look and found that they were all terrifying Dao weapons. However, they did not have Dao patterns. They were much weaker than Wang Chao's dragon-slaying sword and Ling Xiao's Taiji divine sword. However, these Dao weapons were more than enough for them. The martialists of the Azura sword prison were indeed terrifying. When they fought, they did not need to defend at all. They attacked the Scarlet Demonic Ghost without getting close to it. The way they fought was the weakness of the Scarlet Demonic Ghost. In terms of their bodies, they were much more agile than the Scarlet Demonic Ghost. Brother Long, you can't just let the people of the Azura sword prison fight. You guys should just sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Zhuo Xianming looked over and shouted coldly. Long Chen smiled and said, the 4 super experts of the Azura sword prison are more than enough to deal with the Scarlet Demonic Ghost. Why should we go and join in the fun? In fact, his back was already drenched in cold sweat. While the 4 guys were fighting the Scarlet Demonic Ghost, the terrifying existence behind them was actually angry. Long Chen could clearly feel its anger. Therefore, at this moment, he was already prepared to escape, let alone fight. Brothers, get out of the way. Watch my annihilation sword chi. One of the martialists soared high into the sky and slashed out with his sword. Suddenly, a sharp sword chi descended. This sword chi seemed to be condensed from countless small swords. It was extremely terrifying and had extraordinary lethality. Clang, clang, clang. Some of the sword chi slashed on the iron chains, while others pierced into the flesh of the Scarlet Demonic Ghost. The Scarlet Demonic Ghost let out a miserable howl. Its arms were swung around crazily. One of the black iron chains shot towards the martialist in the sky. The martialist hurriedly blocked it with his sword. However, the terrifying force still made him vomit blood and fly back. At this moment, Long Chen had just praised the 4 brothers, let's kill it together. The 4 martialists put in even more effort. The martialist who was injured just now also recovered very quickly. He was extremely furious. Although the Scarlet Demonic Ghost's fighting strength was terrifying and it could not be killed, under the joint attack of the 4 sword martialists at the peak of the 9th level of the Divine Martial Realm, it still fell after a short while. At this moment, Zhuo Xianming was threatening Long Chen and the others. After the Scarlet Demonic Ghost fell, the 4 sword martialists approached them, gasping for breath. One of them was the most seriously injured and almost fell to the ground. Seeing this, Zhuo Xianming was infuriated. He said to Mo Shaolang, you have a good plan. You want the Ashura sword prison team to open a path for you, right? Good, very good. I don't think you have any sincerity to cooperate with us. When they said this, they did not notice the suffocating expressions on the faces of Long Chen and the others. He was approaching. Long Chen's intuition told him that he was very angry, very angry. He did not listen to what Zhuo Xianming said at all. Instead, he sensed that guy's position. He was getting closer and closer. Just when Zhuo Xianming finished his words, a scream came from behind. Everyone looked over and was instantly stunned. Among the 4 martialists, the martialist who was walking at the back had lost his head. Only a headless corpse was left standing where it had been. Everyone was stunned. The headless corpse looked like it had been bitten off by some kind of creature. There were still teeth marks on the wound. It was not cut off by a weapon. The so-called azure purple twin swords did not make a move. They were not far away from the dead martialist. However, even they could not see clearly who had made the move. Only Long Chen and the others could see a black shadow shooting over. The one who lost his head was the one who had killed the scarlet demonic ghost. Without saying anything, Long Chen and the other two chose to escape. With a swoosh, they disappeared from the spot. Zhuo Xianming was stunned for a moment. At that moment, he also felt the hair-raising aura. His junior brother's death reminded him of a legend that made his blood run cold. Run. The moment Long Chen and the others escaped, Zhuo Xianming thought of that legend. His whole body trembled. With a loud roar, he followed Long Chen and the others. At this time, the others did not care about the corpse anymore. A group of people madly chased after Long Chen and the others. The azure purple twin swords' faces were also pale. They were the strongest, but they ran the fastest. Whoosh, a chilly wind swept past. The headless corpse fell to the ground. Chapter 1345. This time, they fled for a total of 3 days and 3 nights. Long Chen truly understood the horror of that ghostly thing. He stared in that direction, but still couldn't see clearly what it was. Not only him, but Mo Xiaolang and the others also couldn't see clearly what it was. Therefore, they had no choice but to run. The most terrifying thing in this world was the unknown. However, the people from Azura Sword Prison were killed, but they still ran away so quickly. This was an eye-opener for Long Chen. The people from Azura Sword Prison must know something, which was why they ran with Long Chen. Otherwise, if one of them was killed, they definitely wouldn't let it go so easily. After 3 days, the feeling of danger finally disappeared. Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Although he wasn't sure if that thing really didn't follow them, at least his mood was much better, and he didn't feel pressured anymore. What was a little troublesome was that there were more and more ghosts in the surroundings. They even saw a few scarlet demonic ghosts moving along the way. This time, the people from Azura Sword Prison had learned their lesson. As long as it was a ghost, they wouldn't kill it, and only cared about running away. However, as the number of ghosts increased, the situation became more and more strange. When the road ahead was blocked by the omnipresent undead creatures, Long Chen and the others couldn't help but wonder if something had happened. Although there were indeed more ghosts in Avicii Hell, from the situation in the past tens of thousands of years, there shouldn't be as many as there were today. Could it be that something had happened in Avicii Hell, or perhaps Eternal Hell? There was no road ahead. Long Chen and the others had to find a huge mountain belly to hide in. As long as they didn't move, they could still conceal their aura. When moving at high speed, the aura of life would always leak out. What was a little troublesome was that the people from Azura Sword Prison had followed them in. Zhuo Xianming and the others didn't know that Long Chen already knew about the existence of that thing. Otherwise, they would have already started fighting with Long Chen. At this moment, they followed Long Chen and the others into the mountain belly. They used a huge rock to block the cave entrance, so that the wandering ghosts wouldn't be able to find them. Only then did they sit on the ground, panting. They focused their attention on the ghostly thing and didn't pay much attention to Long Chen and the others. Zhuo Xuanming's face was ghastly pale. He looked at the man within the twin swords and said, "Martial uncle, have you heard of the legend of the 10 great ghost kings in the eternal hell?" The man nodded and said, "If I'm not wrong, the thing that killed Gao Yang is one of the 10 great ghost kings. The 10 great ghost kings are just a legend. 10 great ghost kings were seen by someone 10,000 years ago, but there has been no news of them for a long time. I didn't expect them to reappear, and even come to this Avicii Hell. We have to leave this place quickly, or else, the 10 great ghost kings, according to the legend, without reaching the Nirvana Tribulation realm, it is impossible to be their match. No matter how strong we are, we will still die if we meet them. Zhuo Xianming lowered his head and pondered, looks like I have to leave the Avici hell as soon as possible. Otherwise, I will really die without a burial place like Gao Yang. When they thought of Gao Yang's body with his head bitten off, everyone's hair stood on end. 10 Great Ghost Kings. Long Chen vaguely heard them say this name. It's necessary to leave this place. According to the direction we are heading in, the Netherworld Hell is right in front of us. I don't believe that the Netherworld Hell will be as deceptive as this Avici Hell. One of the Azura sword warriors said. Zhuo Xianming said, that's right, but there are ghosts outside. If we want to break out of the encirclement, we will definitely kill many ghosts. When the time comes, it will be troublesome if the 10 Great Ghost Kings appear again. Last time, we escaped quickly, but the next time he is really angry, everyone here will die. Let's stay here for a few days and see the situation. The warrior from the Azura race said. Everyone nodded and sealed the cave entrance once again. After taking protective measures, they rested. The two teams quietened down and couldn't help but notice each other. Long Chen's thoughts were different from the Azura Sword Hell teams. Previously, he had teamed up with them to block one of the 10 Great Ghost Kings. Now that guy didn't seem to be following them, there was no need for Long Chen to bow down to the Azura Sword Hell team. It would be fine if the other party was obedient. If not, they couldn't blame Long Chen for being vicious. In order not to be discovered by the ghosts running around outside, everyone quietened down and scattered in the mountain, waiting for time to pass. Long Chen spread out his soul eye technique. He realized that even at this time, the number of ghosts was still increasing. He really didn't know where these things came from. There were so many of them. Time passed by quietly. A day had passed, and the members of the Azura Sword Hell team could no longer sit still. They wandered around the belly of the mountain, and suddenly, they saw the beautiful and alluring Li Xuanji in a corner. Li Xuanji had a mysterious allure, like an inviolable mysterious lake. She was an absolute beauty. In the entire 3 regions and 9 realms, it was difficult to find a woman with such temperament and beauty. Zhuo Xianming was joking with the remaining 3 junior brothers. They were betting on drinking and soon, they bet on Li Xuanji. Boss Zhuo, you've lost. Hurry up. Yes, yes. Don't be rude to the beauty and embarrass the name of the Azura race. Fine, I'll go. I'm not afraid of you 3 grandsons. Zhuo Xianming stood up and strode in front of Li Xuanji. He sized up Li Xuanji's cold face, bulging chest, and beautiful curves with an aggressive gaze. It was a pity that he was too short and small. He looked a little comical. Li Xuanji looked at him in disgust and said, "What do you want?" Zhuo Xianming laughed heartily and said, "Nothing. I'll just say it. I, Zhuo Xianming, like you. From the first time I laid eyes on you, I was deeply attracted to you. In any case, I can see that you have nothing to do with Brother Long or Mo Xiaolang, so why don't you follow me, Zhuo Xianming? In terms of strength and status, I, Zhuo Xianming, am a top-notch existence in the Azura Sword Prison. Countless girls have wanted to be my woman, but I've rejected them all. I can guarantee that you will be my first woman, and I will treat you well with all my heart. If anyone dares to bully you, I will definitely dig out the graves of all 18 generations of their ancestors." Zhuo Xuanming's domineering proposal made his 3 junior brothers clamor. Zhuo Xianming didn't care about Li Xuanji's ugly expression and continued, "It's fate. Actually, I've noticed you for a long time. It's fate that we met in the Avici Hell. We're a perfect match. Don't worry, I don't think you're not worthy of me. I know your identity. You're from the Li family of the Shadow Demon world. The Li family has already been destroyed. If you agree to follow me, when we get out of this eternal hell, I'll bring people back to the Azura Sword Hell and destroy the Yang family in the Shadow Demon world to avenge you." The reason why he said this was because Li Xuanji was indeed very attractive. The harder it was to get a woman, the more attractive she was. The other reason was purely because he had lost the bet. He had lost the bet, but he couldn't lose face. Li Xuanji was slightly angered. If it wasn't for Long Chen's plan, she would have definitely attacked someone who dared to offend her. At this moment, she suppressed her anger and waved her hand, saying, "Leave. It's impossible between us." To Zhuo Xianming, the fact that Li Xuanji didn't reject him meant that he had a chance. He was overjoyed and hurriedly approached Li Xuanji, saying, "Don't be like this. You have to give me a chance. I'll do everything I promised you. If you follow me, I'll let you enjoy all the riches in the world. Trust me." Li Xuanji really wanted to vomit at such a childlike guy. At this moment, seeing that he didn't want to give up and even wanted to approach her, her entire body turned cold. She snorted coldly and said, "Scram." Zhuo Xianming was furious. She didn't give him any face at all. The bet that he lost was just a kiss. His confession was just a spur-of-the-moment idea. Seeing that Li Xuanji directly told him to scram, he didn't hold back anymore. He raised his hand and kissed Li Xuanji's face. Li Xuanji's expression changed. The soul-shattering needle appeared in her hand and blocked in front of her. She pierced it towards Zhuo Xianming's eyes. Zhuo Xianming was shocked. He didn't expect this woman to be such a big thorn. If he was pierced by this Dao artifact, he might even lose his life. He hurriedly retreated and rolled a few times on the ground before he escaped. The divine origin of the two of them started to circulate. They were ready to fight. Long Chen and the others noticed the commotion. In an instant, everyone surrounded them. "You stinky bastard, how dare you touch me, Zhuo Xianming!" Zhuo Xianming was furious. Just as he was about to attack, Long Chen hurriedly stood in front of him and calmly advised, "Brother Zhuo, please calm down. There might be a misunderstanding here. Give me, Long Chen, some face and don't be angry. We are still partners. Don't be in such a hurry to attack." "Partners my ass. She used a Dao artifact to deal with me. She wants to kill me," Zhuo Xianming said furiously. However, he finally stopped. Long Chen's fawning look made him look harmless. I know. I'll apologize to you on her behalf. If there's anything, we can talk it out. We're both in a troublesome situation now. We should help each other. Everyone, don't you think so?" Long Chen tried to mediate between the two. "Help my ass, fuck. Fuck." Zhuo Xianming was furious. Although Long Chen was blocking him, he still glared at Li Xuanji. Long Chen pushed him back and said, "Brother Zhuo, please calm down. I'll give you an explanation." "You bastard, you can give me." Arg. Zhuo Xianming was feeling very proud of himself. Just as he was about to berate Long Chen, the aura of the man who was trying to mediate suddenly underwent an incomparably huge change. It was as though he had turned from an errand boy to a peerless god of slaughter. Zhuo Xianming was dazed by this sudden change. In that instant, a terrifying spiritual energy was transmitted from Long Chen's body. That kind of irresistible might made him feel as if he had been struck by a heavy hammer. And in the instant when he felt dizzy, a blood-colored dagger swept past his left hand. With a cracking sound, his hand was severed at the base, and the golden command medallion fell to Long Chen's hand. Chapter 1346. Zhuo Xianming screamed in pain when his hand was chopped off. Up until this moment, he was still in a daze. Long Chen had actually attacked him. At that moment, he truly realized that he had been fooled. In his impression, although Long Chen was the captain of the Evil Dragon Palace's team, he had always looked down on him, thinking that he was a useless coward. But at this moment, he finally understood that he had been fooled. This man could make someone like the Wolf Emperor submit to him. He was definitely a terrifying character, especially the shocking mental power he had displayed in that instant. That power instantly shook Zhuo Xianming's mind, causing him to lose consciousness. That was why Long Chen could easily chop off one of his hands and snatch the golden token from him at the very beginning. Indeed, the mental power that stunned Zhuo Xianming was the power of the inverse spirit art that Long Chen had just successfully cultivated. The God martial soul of the 9th level of the divine martial realm, the great perfection of the martial path, had already reached an abnormal level. Even illusions were not enough to affect it. However, Long Chen could use the will of the inverse spirit art to directly shake the opponent's God martial soul and make him temporarily lose consciousness. If this kind of power was used properly, it could cause a huge effect. When Zhuo Xianming actually teased Li Xuanji and touched Long Chen's taboo, he and Mo Xiaolang were already ready to attack. The performance just now was just to numb them. Sure enough, Zhuo Xianming fell for it. In the first instant, the Azura sword prison genius at the great perfection of the martial path had his hand chopped off by Long Chen. In the second instant, the scarlet blood desolation swept across his neck, causing blood to spurt out. Long Chen had almost chopped off his neck. At this moment, Zhuo Xianming finally reacted. He screamed miserably and retreated in a sorry state. He was covered in blood. On the other side, while Long Chen was attacking, Mo Xiaolang also instantly attacked. For him, a warrior at the peak of the 9th level of the divine martial realm was too easy. When Long Chen obtained the golden token, he was even more terrifying. The flames on his body directly burned a warrior to ashes. These were all the first things that happened. Although the azulate dual swords were paying attention to this side, they were still quite a distance away. By the time they arrived, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang had already retreated. Their only role was to protect Zhuo Xianming, who was almost killed by Long Chen. It could only be said that the willpower of the inverse spirit skill was too terrifying. The terrifying battle began immediately. Two experts in the great perfection realm of martial Dao were surrounded by sword qi as they chased after Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. Mo Xiaolang's body was engulfed in flames, wrapping Long Chen and Li Xuanji. In an instant, the belly of the mountain shook and the three of them rushed out. Boom! The huge mountain was knocked down by them, and the three of them rushed out. The other party's speed was not inferior to his. Although he had snatched the golden token, the other party would definitely not let it go. They would chase relentlessly. Long Chen and Long Chen had already discussed the battle strategy at this juncture. Xiao Lang, you take care of the two experts in the great perfection realm. Xuanji and I will work together to deal with the rest. Long Chen calmly analyzed. It's fine. I will deal with them faster than you. Mo Xiaolang sneered. He had long had enough of these guys from the Azura sword prison. It was just that Long Chen wanted to wait for the right time to make his move. Now that one of the 10 great ghost kings was no longer here, it was the best time to make his move. The belly of the mountain shook as sword qi surged. A terrifying sword qi soared into the sky. The people from the Azura sword prison rode on this sword qi and rushed out. The ones leading them were the azulate dual swords. They did not expect that Long Chen and the others would actually choose this time to make their move. When the two experts in the great perfection realm used their full power, their combat strength was quite terrifying. Apart from the azulate dual swords, there were only 3 people left in the Azura sword prison's team. Apart from Zhuo Xianming, there were 2 other experts at the peak of the divine martial realm. For Long Chen and Li Xuanji, they were still very terrifying enemies. Zhuo Xianming was still very good. If he was an ordinary expert at the peak of the 9th level of the divine martial realm, the sneak attack just now would have been enough to kill him. Boom! 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 The sword qi crisscrossed. The faces of every member of the Azura sword prison's team were incomparably gloomy. One after another, they took out the Dao artifacts in their hands, and their killing intent surged. Long Chen laughed heartily and said in a mocking tone, "Looks like you all have pig brains. Plotting against others, only to be plotted against by others. This must be a very depressing feeling." Zhuo Xuanming's hand was growing back, and the wound on his neck had basically recovered. Although he was small, he seemed to be hiding a wild beast on his body. At this moment, he broke free from the protection of the others and floated in the air, glaring at Long Chen. His eyes were bloodshot as he gnashed his teeth and said, "Long Chen, you've done well this time. Even I was tricked by you. But don't be happy too early. You'll realize that what you did just now was the stupidest thing you've ever done in your life. I'm going to deal with you. Martial uncle, help me restrain the prince of the wolf clan. You too help me restrain that woman. As long as I kill this brat, I'll immediately go and help you." "Yes." The others obeyed Zhuo Xuanming's orders. Long Chen and Nemo Xiaolang glanced at each other, their eyes surging with battle intent. This was the first time the two of them fought side by side after their reunion. The blood in their chests was boiling. "Big brother, let's see who can deal with the opponent first. Although the opponent is at the great circle of the martial Tao, I believe in your perseverance," Mo Xiaolang said with a smile. "Focus on dealing with your opponent." Long Chen's heart was incomparably calm. Even though the opponent was comparable to Double Qi back then, Double Qi was an incomparable existence in Long Chen's eyes. He didn't expect that he could actually be compared to them not long after coming to the 9-star Chaos City. When he returned and saw his current situation, he didn't know what expression they would have. Of course, Long Chen wasn't sure if he could defeat Zhuo Xianming. Zhuo Xuanming's strength was considered weak among those at the Great Circle of the Martial Tao, but he was still at the Great Circle of the Martial Tao. Furthermore, he definitely had a Tao artifact in his hands. Xuanji. Long Chen was still most worried about her. The opponent had two existences at the same level as her. If she fought them, it would undoubtedly be very troublesome. Moreover, her eyes weren't good. "Don't worry, I can at least wait until you come to save me." Li Xuanji's heart was as calm as a lake. Her tranquil expression and beautiful face always gave Long Chen a sense of tranquility. "Then wait for me." Long Chen gritted his teeth and said. Today's encounter with a strong enemy could also be considered a gamble. Although the opponent was strong, Long Chen had the courage to do so. High fives. The three of us can't lose. Long Chen laughed. Li Xuanji and Mo Xiaolang, the three of them, clapped their hands together. A strong belief circulated in the hearts of the three of them. This was an energy of absolute victory. For the sake of the two people next to them, no one could lose, especially Long Chen. One was his brother, and the other was the woman he wanted to protect. As the decision-maker, he couldn't lose. At this moment, the three of them suddenly dispersed and went in three directions, pulling apart the battlefield. Below, countless ghostly beasts smelled their scent and rushed over excitedly. The ghostly beast's ability to float in the air was limited. Long Chen and the others moved higher. They couldn't reach the ghostly beasts for now, but they couldn't stay in the air for too long. Otherwise, all kinds of dangers would come. Mo Xiaolang soared into the sky, causing the black clouds to tremble as if they were frightened by him. The two martial Tao perfection realm experts took out their weapons, a violet longsword and an azure longsword. These two swords were called the Azure Demonic Sword and the Ziying Divine Sword. There was a Tao pattern on them, making them quite terrifying. The most powerful thing about the Azure and Violet dual swords was their combined strength. When the two of them worked together, their battle prowess even surpassed that of 3 cultivators of the same level. Li Xuanji gave Long Chen one last smile. On the left side of Long Chen, the two disciples listened to Zhuo Xuanming's orders and rushed towards Li Xuanji. Zhuo Xianming was the only one left. His new palms had already grown out. They were as delicate as a baby's. He clearly looked like a child, but a terrifying killing intent erupted from his body. Gray qi revolved around his body. This was the power of Zhuo Xuanming's Azura world. Azura was a synonym for slaughter. Therefore, Long Chen's Tao was very similar to his Tao. Long Chen felt like he had returned to the time when he fought against Yi Zheng. However, both he and Zhuo Xianming were much stronger than the two of them back then. "You're not bad. You're worthy of me using the best method to send you to the next world." Zhuo Xianming sneered. The gray qi around his body condensed into the shape of a pair of wings behind him. This is the 17,000th time I've used my sword. You'll become the 17,000th soul under my sword. This sword comes from the Middle Ages and has gone through hundreds of owners before finally falling into my hands. This sword has drunk the blood of millions of people and slain the souls of millions of people. They've been sealed in the sword, never to be reincarnated. You, Long Chen, will become one of them. It's your honor to become one of the millions of resentful souls in my sword. I believe you've heard of the Azura Sword Prison's Million Resentful Souls sword. That's right, it's in my hands. After saying all this, Zhuo Xianming laughed crazily. He stretched out one of his hands, and a gray stream of air gradually condensed on his palm, gradually turning into the shape of a sword. This was a gray long sword, and it looked similar to the reincarnation sword that Yijing used. However, it was countless times more terrifying than the reincarnation sword. This was because there were millions of vengeful spirits sealed in this Tao item. When this sword appeared, the heavens and earth changed color. Although this was only a Middle Ages Tao weapon with a single Tao pattern, due to its special characteristic of slaying millions of resentful souls, the combat power it could display was definitely superior to any of the purple-green dual swords. Countless resentful souls screamed mournfully from within the Million Resentful Souls sword. There were still many classes before the National Day. 4 chapters per day was equivalent to 12,000 words for a 2K author. A 2K author was an author with 2,000 words per chapter, while a dragon's blood was 3,000 words per chapter. Therefore, every time he released a chapter, he would be at a disadvantage. For the past few days, Lunatic had been skipping half of his classes to write. There were 7 days until the National Day, and he had to release 5 chapters every day. He wanted to hurry up and get through this period. Fuck, this is torture. There are still 2 days left for the cake. Everyone, try to build up to the 7th layer. The title of A Week of Explosive Chapters has also dropped. It's at the 5th place. I hope everyone can push me back to the 3rd place. I'll repay everyone with explosive chapters. Let's get high. Chapter 1347. High up in the clouds, Mo Xiaolang was already fighting with the Azulite twin swords. Mo Xiaolang's figure couldn't be seen, but terrifying purple and cyan sword Qi could be seen constantly tearing through the clouds and space, causing explosions. Down below, Li Xuanji was already fighting with 2 other cultivators. Although their momentum wasn't as great as Mo Xiaolang's, it was still thrilling. Long Chen knew that he couldn't wait any longer. Their agreement was that he would help whoever dealt with their opponent first. Long Chen was the big brother, so he couldn't be the last one to win. This was what he demanded of himself. The Million Resentful Soul sword swept out, and a gray air current swirled around the Million Resentful Soul swords. Within the gray long sword, countless screeching faces appeared. It was a hair-raising sight. The gray Qi was like silk, and it didn't leave the Million Resentment sword for even a moment. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The power of the Azura world spread out, and the surrounding space fell into a murderous state. Zhuo Xianming didn't show any mercy to Long Chen. At this moment, he was already holding the terrifying Million Resentment sword in his hand and rushing towards Long Chen. As soon as the sword moved, the power of the Million Resentment souls moved along with it. A sinister voice attacked Long Chen, and a terrifying cold wind swept everywhere. At that moment, Long Chen was actually resisting the power of the Million Resentment souls. Under the Million Resentment sword, do you feel fear in your heart and never be able to rest in peace? What Zhuo Xianming was most proud of was this function of the Million Resentful Souls sword. The power of the Million Resentful Souls sword had a strong spiritual impact. Many warriors at the 9th level of the divine martial arts realm couldn't resist this spiritual impact with their divine martial souls, and they were defeated before the battle even started. Next to Long Chen, there seemed to be a million people crying and howling. If it was someone with an unstable spirit, they would be scared to death at this moment, let alone fight. However, Long Chen happened to have the inverse spirit skill. The willpower of the defying god art made his defying will more terrifying and firm than anything else. His god martial spirit was simply indestructible. Even the millions of resentful spirits were frightened by its heaven-defying will. The effect of the million resentful spirits' sword on Long Chen was reduced by at least half. In that instant, the will of defying was unleashed, and Long Chen seemed to have become an existence that could shatter the world. Zhuo Xianming was already small to begin with. Looking at the incomparably tall Long Chen, he actually felt inferior in his heart. What is this? He clearly remembered that the reason why Long Chen's sneak attack was successful was because of Long Chen's amazing willpower. Even his god martial soul, which was at the 9th level of the divine martial realm and at the great completion of martial arts, was suppressed by Long Chen's spiritual willpower. It's just an illusion, a smokescreen. My million resentment soul sword is the one that specializes in mental attacks. Zhuo Xianming hypnotized himself as he charged forward. Great shattering sword chi. Buzz. The million resentful spirit sword suddenly attacked, shattering the void. The gray sword chi was composed of countless small swords, which gathered together and madly rushed towards Long Chen. This sword chi, which carried the power of millions of resentful spirits and the power of the Shura world, instantly descended. The million resentful spirits sword instantly attacked Long Chen. Long Chen did not dare to neglect the slightest bit. His opponent's divine essence was incomparably powerful. The only thing Long Chen could rely on was the spiritual impact of the defying will. This was even a tangible power that allowed Long Chen to integrate into his attack. 9 Dragon Scripture. Previously, when Long Chen used the 9 Dragon Scripture to deal with Li Chuyue, he did not use all his strength. This was the first time he used it after cultivating the 7th level. 7 divine dragon phantoms swept behind him, with the 9-winged sky dragon taking the lead. It devoured the power of the other divine dragons and gathered on Long Chen's scarlet blood eternal desolation. The divine dragon's power was righteous, while the million resentful spirits' sword was dark and cold. Although Long Chen's divine essence was simply too weak, the power of nirvana, the defying will, and the righteous power of the 9-winged sky dragon allowed the million resentful spirits' sword to be knocked off course. Boom! With a terrifying explosion, the two of them were sent flying, their faces pale. Even with his full strength, he could only reach the same level as his opponent. This was within Long Chen's expectations. Just in terms of divine essence, he could not compare to his opponent because his cultivation level was too low. Zhuo Xianming was even more shocked than him. He originally thought that he would be able to finish off Long Chen in an instant by using his Dao artifact. He did not expect the kid to be able to withstand it. Not bad. You were able to block one of my moves, but you still managed to escape the fate of death. Zhuo Xianming's small body moved rapidly in the sky. His eyes were cold, and his body turned into a series of afterimages. Long Chen paid attention to the situation in the sky. Mo Xiaolang's strength was indeed vigorous. At this moment, he was completely suppressing the azulate dual swords without any hesitation. He had already transformed into his werewolf form, and his battle prowess had skyrocketed. Below, Li Xuanji had already unleashed her rising darkness array diagram. Darkness shrouded everything within a radius of 10 miles. Surrounded by the 9 demonic hands, it was impossible for the 2 sword martialists of the Azura sword prison to defeat her in a short period of time. Li Xuanji's rising darkness array diagram was already of a very high level. Before the Nirvana tribulation realm, most martial artists would gradually awaken their strongest rising darkness array diagram. This type of rising darkness array diagram could be unleashed, and it was known as a bloodline rising darkness array diagram. It was almost as famous as a Khanate Dao technique. For example, Li Xuanji's rising darkness array diagram. Mo Xiaolang was even more terrifying. He already had the myriad flames burning god array diagram, and he had also inherited the even more abnormal moon devourer. Moreover, Long Chen knew that Mo Xiaolang had another rising darkness array diagram. It was also known as the heaven and earth furnace diagram. Although Mo Xiaolang had yet to unleash it, just the name alone was enough to shock him. At this time, Zhuo Xianming laughed loudly and said, "Since the Great Annihilation Sword Qi can't deal with you, then I'll let you have a taste of my Bloodline Rising Darkness Array diagram." Swish, swish, swish. As he unleashed his Bloodline Rising Darkness Array diagram, gray figures appeared beside him. Under the weak light, their appearances were somewhat blurry, and they seemed to be formed from light. These Rising Darkness Array diagram were emitted from his body, and there were hundreds of them. In an instant, hundreds of Rising Darkness Array diagram completely surrounded Long Chen. Every Rising Darkness Array diagram seemed to be a copy of Zhuo Xianming, and the sword in their hands was also the Million Resentful Souls sword. From these details, it could be seen that these Rising Darkness Array diagram were much stronger than ordinary Bloodline Rising Darkness Array diagram, such as Feng Jilin's 100 Lifetimes Tempest Phantom. As soon as the Rising Darkness Array diagram appeared, they followed Zhuo Xuanming's attack and slashed towards Long Chen one after another. Zhuo Xianming used the Million Resentful Souls sword to unleash the Great Annihilation Sword Qi, and the other Rising Darkness Array diagrams followed suit. For a moment, Long Chen was cornered, and he was almost torn to shreds. However, he wasn't someone who was willing to die under Zhuo Xuanming's sword. "Do you really think that I don't have a bloodline ability?" Under the frenzied attacks of the countless Rising Darkness Array diagrams, Long Chen truly felt a sense of life-threatening danger. The attacks of each Rising Darkness Array diagram were extremely terrifying, let alone when there were over 1,000 of them. You should just die under my sword first." Zhuo Xianming laughed complacently. With the Rising Darkness Array diagram, he finally managed to leave a wound on Long Chen's back, and at the same time, he sent Long Chen flying. He was just about to kill Long Chen and finish the battle first. The battle above his head truly made him tremble with fear. Mo Shaolang was already this strong. If he still didn't go up, the Azulite swords would probably be finished. Just when he thought that he had Long Chen in the bag, Long Chen suddenly stopped moving. A drop of blood suddenly emerged from between Long Chen's eyebrows, slowly dripping down. In that instant, Long Chen opened his eyes, and two flashing blood-colored rays of light pierced out, instantly devouring the drop of dragon blood. Rumble. The blood-colored fog instantly spread out for a radius of 5 kilometers, turning into countless drops of blood that floated in the air. A blood-colored formation suddenly spread out, instantly covering a radius of 5 kilometers. It formed a double-layered formation with Li Xuanji's Darkness Rising formation. What? Zhuo Xuanming's heart trembled. This ability of Long Chen seemed to be very troublesome. The blood-colored fog gradually spread out, and in a short period of time, a radius of 5 kilometers was actually filled with floating drops of blood. Every drop of blood contained boundless strangeness and killing intent, causing one's scalp to go numb. Immemorial Blood Hell Formation. Long Chen's cold voice was transmitted into Zhuo Xuanming's ears from an unknown direction. Immemorial what? Zhuo Xianming looked around in a daze. This bloodline ability had slowly awakened after Long Chen reached the 7th level of the Divine Martial Realm. This was the power of the ancient blood spirit dragon, the perfect combination of the devouring blood realm and the blood escape. Only after Long Chen truly understood how terrifying this immemorial blood hell formation was, in addition to the will of defying, his second greatest reliance. Within a radius of 5 kilometers, within the scope of the immemorial blood hell formation, Long Chen could teleport within it, similar to the effect of blood rebirth. Simply put, he could use the blood escape technique without any restrictions within a radius of 10 miles. Furthermore, it was even more terrifying than the average blood escape technique. However, the amount of divine origin consumed was only a tenth of what it used to be, or even 1%. Using the blood escape in the immemorial blood hell formation was probably equivalent to using the 6th level of the 9 dragon scripture. This little bit of divine essence did not have much effect on Long Chen. As long as there was a drop of blood, Long Chen could achieve blood rebirth in that place, appearing instantly. This was the original power of the blood escape, and the original power of the devouring blood realm was once again strengthened. As long as the enemy was in the immemorial blood hell formation, the life essence of the enemy would gradually decline. The longer the battle lasted, the greater the possibility of Long Chen winning. The combination of the dual effects of blood rebirth and teleportation gave the immemorial blood-hell formation infinite combat possibilities. To a large extent, Long Chen dared to fight against a martial artist at the great perfection realm of the martial Tao was because he had the power of the immemorial blood-hell formation's blood rebirth. Zhuo Xianming, who was surrounded by the blood droplets, was furious. The Million Resentment Sword and the Light Shadow Sword puppet attacked at the same time, but they could not find Long Chen's shadow. Behind him, a drop of blood suddenly expanded and transformed into Long Chen's appearance. The scarlet blood heavenly desolation slashed down. In a short period of time, Long Chen had already completed the attack of the 9 dragon scripture. Pfft! The halberd left a bloody mark on the opponent's body. Chapter 1348. Above the rising darkness formation was the ancient blood prison formation. When the ancient blood prison formation appeared, Long Chen was basically invincible. His speed was already fast, and at this moment, he was moving at high speed in the ancient blood prison formation. He could change his position at will within a radius of 10 miles. The fusion of the blood escape technique and the devouring world of blood was really close to the ancient blood spirit dragon's divine ability. Long Chen knew that when he truly transformed into a dragon, he would be able to use it more than Mo Xiaolang. Under the effect of the ancient blood prison formation, Zhuo Xuanming's light shadow swordplay was useless, because he couldn't grasp Long Chen's position at all. No matter how his light shadow swordplay attacked, it was very difficult for it to hit Long Chen. This battle had become incomparably difficult. Zhuo Xianming understood that Long Chen shouldn't be his match in a head-on confrontation. However, the problem was that he couldn't catch up to Long Chen at all. His attacks also didn't have the speed to hit Long Chen. No matter how strong the Million Resentment Sword was, it was useless. Long Chen. Zhuo Xianming was so angry that he almost fainted. Long Chen's bloodline divine ability wasn't an offensive type, but it was much more terrifying. Just the blood rebirth function alone was already heaven-defying enough. After a short period of time, Zhuo Xianming actually felt that his body was starting to weaken in the ancient blood prison formation. The most important blood essence in his body was actually burning and dissipating in the formation. As for Long Chen, the more he fought, the fiercer he became. If this continued, he would eventually be worn down by Long Chen. At this moment, above the clouds in the sky, the purple and cyan sword qi became even more terrifying. At this moment, a terrifying wolf howl sounded, shaking the heavens and the earth. The black clouds immediately burned crazily, and in an instant, a formation with a radius of 10 miles appeared, floating above the ancient blood prison formation. Boom boom boom. Endless flames rushed out and surged crazily above. In a very short period of time, the space within a radius of 10 miles was completely filled up. These were the flames that Mo Xiaolang had devoured before. There were tens of thousands of them, and they fused and exploded again and again in this narrow space, releasing terrifying heat. As for Mo Xiaolang, he was like a fish in water amidst the flames. As for how terrifying it was, only his 2 enemies knew. Anyway, even Long Chen, who did not get close to Mo Xiaolang, still felt a burning pain on his skin, as if the flames had already stuck to his body. If these flames were to fall to the ground, the mountains within a 10-mile radius would be burned to ashes. Terrifying heat swept across the sky, emitting dazzling colorful lights that illuminated the earth. Below them were the blood-colored ancient blood-hell diagram and the darkness rising diagram. This was Mo Xiaolang's third mystique, the heaven and earth furnace diagram. Mo Xiaolang was from the demon race and did not cultivate any battle techniques. The 100 Tribe Battle Manual was not considered a battle technique, but he was most proficient in bloodline mystiques. When these 3 bloodline mystiques were combined, he could only be described as invincible. Seeing the heaven and earth furnace diagram appear, Zhuo Xianming became even more anxious. He knew that if he did not finish off Long Chen, his martial uncle and martial aunt would definitely be killed by Mo Xiaolang. At that time, he would also have to die. Fortunately, Li Xuanji could not hold on any longer. After all, there was something wrong with her eyes, but she still had to deal with two opponents on the same level as her. At this moment, Li Xuanji had already used the soul-shattering needle to barely suppress the two opponents. Zhuo Xianming was anxious, and so was Long Chen. He could not ignore Li Xuanji, so he wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. The ancient blood hell diagram crazily surged, and all the blood droplets were swept away. Long Chen changed positions around Zhuo Xianming at a terrifying speed. This difficult-to-grasp position made Zhuo Xianming cry out in shock. The exhaustion of his body also made him go crazy. Don't think that you can defeat me just because you have a bloodline mystique. You're thinking too much. At this moment, Zhuo Xianming finally became ruthless. The million resentment sword in his hand emitted a sword light that soared into the sky. The sword light carried endless power and exploded in the sky. Azura 10,000 Swords Prison. This move was extremely terrifying, and it was Zhuo Xianming's limit. He had originally planned to use it against experts on the level of Mo Shaolang, but now he had no other choice. The Azura 10,000 Swords Prison needed to burn the power of his Azura world. Using it this time would definitely cause his cultivation to regress a little, but in order to kill Long Chen, he had no other choice. Boom! A sword light burst out, turning into millions of swords, forming a huge prison, surrounding the entire ancient blood hell diagram and trapping Long Chen. The countless swords were cold and miserable, shrinking towards Long Chen's direction, making a sizzling sound. The sword light and sword shadows were cast by the million resentment sword. Long Chen felt as though all the sword shadows had a resentment soul, wailing and roaring, wanting to kill Long Chen and turn him into one of them. The resentment within was a very negative mental power. No matter who it was, they would be affected by the power of the Azura 10,000 Swords Prison, and their cultivation would not be able to be used normally. However, Long Chen would not be affected. With the inverse spirit skill, his most indestructible thing was his will. Will was his sharpness. A cornered dog will do something desperate. Facing the Azura 10,000 Swords Prison, Long Chen did not feel nervous at all. The Azura 10,000 Swords Prison began to shrink, already surrounding Long Chen. Zhuo Xianming did not know that the reason why Long Chen's speed was so fast was because he relied on the location of the drop of blood and directly used blood escape to create the effect of blood rebirth. Although the Azura 10,000 Swords Prison was a sword prison, ordinary people could not break out, but Long Chen could. Sizzling. The vengeful spirits, along with the sword shadows, charged towards the besieged Long Chen. In that instant, Zhuo Xianming, who was outside, was already laughing loudly. He seemed to be able to see the scene of Long Chen being slaughtered by the countless sword shadows. It's too early for you to be happy. The ancient blood hell diagram was activated, and Long Chen was reborn in the drop of blood behind Zhuo Xianming. The mighty Azura 10,000 Swords Prison actually missed its target. This was the heaven-defying aspect of the ancient blood hell diagram. How is this possible? Zhuo Xianming was dumbfounded. He had thought that the ancient blood hell formation had only increased Long Chen's speed, which was why it was similar to teleportation. He had not expected that Long Chen would actually be able to escape from the Azura 10,000 Swords Prison. When Long Chen said the first word, a golden mark on his chest instantly transformed into 9 golden elephants, squeezing Zhuo Xianming in the center. Under the control of the Nirvana force, the golden giant elephant let out a horrifying roar with great might. You're courting death. Zhuo Xianming suddenly turned around and frantically brandished the million resentment souls sword. It was a sword with a Dao pattern and millions of resentment souls. After 9 consecutive slashes, the 9 spiritual golden elephant seal was actually sent flying. Zhuo Xianming laughed loudly. A mere Dao artifact without a Dao pattern actually dared to show off. The moment he laughed, a long silver snake came from an invisible angle and instantly wrapped around his body tightly. This was Long Chen's real attack. The 9 spiritual golden elephant seal was just to make Zhuo Xianming lower his guard. Long Chen was a meticulous person. If he had directly used the God-binding demon's shackles just now, he might not have succeeded. The God-binding demon's shackles had a Dao pattern. After the silver chain locked Zhuo Xianming, densely packed silver runes formed a large formation on Zhuo Xuanming's body, completely imprisoning his body. At that moment, Zhuo Xianming was extremely terrified. This was because he saw Long Chen charging towards him. Zhuo Xianming trembled when he saw such a cold gaze. He felt that he was just a small ant in Yi Futian's eyes, while he, Long Chen, was the world, a different world. Li Xuanji was in danger. The God-binding demon shackles had already trapped him, and he was struggling to break free. At such a critical moment, Long Chen naturally wouldn't give him a chance to live. Dragon. Zhuo Xianming was so anxious that his face turned red, and he screamed miserably, trying to call for help. At that moment, Long Chen used the Extreme Universe Finger. Buzz. The 10,000-mile-long divine dragon phantom was indistinct, but it had a majestic aura that made people want to worship it. The Void Aeon Dragon's claw was in Long Chen's left index finger. As Long Chen used the Extreme Universe Finger, the terrifying power of time disorder directly pierced Zhuo Xuanming's forehead. At that moment, Long Chen didn't hesitate at all. Buzz. With a crisp sound, Zhuo Xianming, who was staring blankly at Long Chen, was turned into dust, blown away by the strong wind, and dissipated into the air. Long Chen caught the Million Resentful Souls sword in his hand, and without saying a word, he directly placed it in the Great Void Realm. Such a ferocious sword, Li Tianji and Sui Yan hurriedly dodged. Zhuo Xianming was dead. The people fighting in the sky and the people fighting on the ground immediately realized this. With Zhuo Xuanming's death, the Azura Sword Prison team instantly collapsed, and they had no intention of winning. At this moment, the hearts of the remaining 4 people were filled with endless shock. At first, they thought that the fastest way for their side to break through was through Long Chen. As long as Zhuo Xianming was free, the Azura Sword Prison team would win. However, it just so happened that they lost the most miserably from this angle. Zhuo Xianming was killed by Long Chen. The minds of the 4 people were blank. The people of the Azura Sword Prison usually had very tough minds. Even though Zhuo Xianming had been defeated, they became even crazier. Only by defeating their opponents and holding them hostage could they survive. In that short instant, Li Xuanji had experienced the most terrifying counterattack from her opponent. At this moment, Long Chen stood in the boundless heaven and earth, and his hands were already free. Boom! As Long Chen descended, the ancient blood hell formation overlapped with the darkness rising formation. Blood-colored and black-colored frenziedly mixed, and a huge tremor was heard. Chapter 1349. 2 terrifying divine swords, releasing dense sword qi, shook away Li Xuanji's soul-shattering needles, broke the 9-yin demonic hand in front of her that was protecting her, and was about to successfully kill Li Xuanji. Li Xuanji couldn't see, but she knew that she was probably going to die. She heaved a sigh of relief when Long Chen killed Zhuo Xianming. Previously, she had persevered because she didn't want to affect him. Now that she saw that he had really won, she relaxed and gave her opponent a chance to fight for his life. At this moment, a drop of blood quickly fell in front of Li Xuanji, expanding crazily, and soon turned into a demonic man bathed in blood. The blood desolation in his hands suddenly danced, and the power of 7 divine dragons gathered in the blood desolation. A total of 7 divine dragons coiled around the blood desolation. For a moment, the blood desolation let out a loud dragon roar that shook all directions. Below, there were many members of the ghost clan approaching, but they were all killed by the invisible power released by Long Chen. Using the 9-dragon scripture, the attacks of the 2 warriors at the peak of the divine martial realm were easily dispelled by Long Chen. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 Dao weapons were sent flying by Long Chen's blood desolation, and the 2 warriors were also sent flying. At this moment, they thought of escaping. However, could they escape? Rebirth from a drop of blood. While they were frantically escaping, Long Chen was very bold. He directly moved to the place where one of the warriors was, changed his body shape, and in that short moment, the god-binding demon chain locked the opponent's body. His left hand was the god-binding demon chain, and his right hand was holding the blood desolation that had turned into a short knife. With a puff, he nailed it between the opponent's eyebrows. The Azura Sword Prison team lost another member. Under the combination of the ancient blood prison formation, the god-binding demon chain, and the blood desolation, warriors at the peak of the divine martial realm were simply no match for Long Chen. Moreover, they were now in a state of terror. The last person did not escape. He had just witnessed the power of the ancient hell of blood formation and knew that in a fight with Long Chen, the more he escaped, the more likely he would die. At this moment, Long Chen had a small silver snake in his left hand and a scarlet blood sky desolation in his right. He floated in front of the other party, his eyes blood red. That astonishing willpower made the other party's legs tremble as she looked at him. I. He gripped the sword with both hands and glared at Long Chen. He bit his lips so hard that it bled. Kill yourself. Long Chen said coldly. His voice carried a terrifying impact. It was the power of the soul of the defying will. The Azura Sword Purgatory martial artist's soul shuddered violently as his eyes rolled back into his head. In the sky, the worldly furnace suddenly shrank before exploding loudly. 2 charred corpses fell before the fighters. They were the azulate swords, but they were nowhere to be seen. The last warrior was finally terrified. He used the soul-scattering technique to disperse his 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls. He fell from the sky and became food for the ferocious ghosts below. The corpses of the azulate swords were also devoured by the ghosts. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang descended from the sky. He had already returned to his original appearance, but his face was a little pale. This battle had consumed a lot of his energy, but he still looked at Long Chen in a daze. He smiled bitterly. Big brother, I wanted to end the battle as soon as possible to help you. I didn't think you'd be this strong. The power of your bloodline innate ability really opened my eyes. It seems like I'll be far weaker than you again before long. I won't be able to help you. Finally finishing off his opponent, Long Chen's taut heartstrings relaxed. He smiled. Who said that? You're the Emperor of the Desolate Emperor Palace. I'm improving, and so are you. Just don't leave me far behind. The first time they fought side by side, it ended perfectly. The 2 of them obtained a complete victory. Their hearts were filled with joy. After finishing off the Azura Sword Purgatory team, it wouldn't be so troublesome for them to continue their journey. However, the more troublesome ones were still the ghosts. Due to the commotion caused by the battle between Long Chen and the others, when they looked down, they saw a dense horde of ghosts. Some of them were over 10 meters tall, while others were about the size of a human. There were even several gigantic scarlet demonic ghosts below, roaring at Long Chen and the others. With so many ghosts, the 3 of them had no place to stand. They couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb. Mo Xiaolang gave the azure demonic sword and purpling divine sword to Long Chen. Although they were temporarily useless to Long Chen, they were still treasures. They couldn't be scattered here. Killing people and taking their treasures was always the fastest way to get rich. Behind them, Li Xuanji stood in the distance with a smile on her face. After finishing off their opponents, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang turned around to call Li Xuanji to set off. The moment they turned around, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang's hearts turned cold to the depths of their souls. The most terrifying feeling climbed from their feet all the way to their heads, freezing them completely. Li Xuanji knew that they were looking at her, but she seemed to be behaving strangely. Why? Long Chen almost suffocated. He was stunned for a moment. Both he and Mo Xiaolang widened their eyes and contracted their pupils. This was because there was a person standing about a meter behind Li Xuanji. It wasn't a human. Long Chen was able to see its appearance in a very short amount of time. This thing's figure was similar to that of an ordinary human. Its skin was a deathly gray and filled with wrinkles of various sizes. An extremely damaged set of black armor was draped over its body. It was in tatters and looked like it was about to fall off its body. Its head was hidden in a pointed black helmet. Its face was completely black and blurry, and only sharp canine teeth could be seen. It could be described as a green-faced fangs. The only thing that was enough to identify him were several relatively small, but extremely long, black chains. They were covered in rust as they grew out of his flesh, dragging from more than 20 meters in the air all the way to the ground. At that moment, Long Chen felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Long Chen knew the identity of this green-faced, scrawny monster. He was one of the 10 great ghost kings that had followed Long Chen and the others from the beginning. He was one of the 10 great ghost kings that had eaten a warrior from the Azura Sword Prison team. Even the Azura Sword Prison team was terrified of him. It was rumored that he hid in the deepest part of the eternal hell, a terrifying existence that hadn't appeared for tens of thousands of years. And now, he was so close to Li Xuanji. He was so close that he could kill Li Xuanji with just a raise of his hand. Long Chen had no idea when he had arrived or where he had been standing. Cold air poured into Long Chen's body. There was simply nothing to say to such a creature. Upon seeing such a scene, the two brothers didn't say a word and charged in the direction of Li Xuanji at their fastest speed. Long Chen had already put away the ancient blood hell formation. It would take a long time for him to set it up again. He could only charge forward crazily, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Don't attack. Don't attack. At this instant, that strange ghost really made a move. However, it wasn't targeting Li Xuanji. Instead, it was targeting Long Chen and the others. A black chain smashed towards Mo Xiaolang. Mo Xiaolang charged forward, but he was sent flying. A deep wound appeared on his arm, and a gray aura spread out, causing Mo Xiaolang to cry out in pain. Even he was injured. It could be seen how powerful this ghost was. However, for the sake of Li Xuanji, Long Chen couldn't care less. He had exhausted a lot of energy today, but he still executed the extreme universal finger and unleashed all the power he could. Swish. A metal chain pierced towards the center of Long Chen's eyebrows. Long Chen raised the extreme universal finger and pierced over without a care for his own safety. Wang. At the last moment, that metal chain actually retracted and returned to the side of that ghost. Long Chen felt that the ghost was actually looking at him, and there was a deep fear in its eyes. Long Chen instantly understood. It seemed to be afraid of his strength. In this short period of time, Long Chen's god-binding demon chains had already wrapped around Li Xuanji's body, forcing her to retreat. At the same time, he used himself to block in front of that ghost. Since it was afraid of his strength, Long Chen didn't hold back and attacked it crazily. Hiss. The more Long Chen attacked, the more that ghost seemed to be afraid. It retreated, not daring to come into contact with Long Chen. Only now did Long Chen understand the reason why he didn't dare to go forward all this while. It was afraid of him. But why? It wasn't until Long Chen forced this guy away and fled far away that Long Chen understood. It should be the power of Nirvana. In the entire eternal hell, only Long Chen's power had the power of Nirvana. Otherwise, he would have been killed long ago. Even someone like Mo Xiaolang was injured, let alone Long Chen. That thing finally escaped. Long Chen really felt like he was dreaming. He panted heavily and turned back to put away the god-binding demon chains on Li Xuanji's body. He said, "It's fine now. Just rest." And then he came to Mo Xiaolang's side. On Mo Xiaolang's shoulder, there was a bloody wound that looked very tragic. The gray aura on it spread, and the wound was actually expanding. "Big brother, I can't take it anymore. Cut off this piece of meat." Mo Xiaolang gritted his teeth and said firmly. That gray power was very strange. If he didn't cut it off, even the sun-devouring demon wolf would be finished. Long Chen gritted his teeth and took out Scarlet Blood Eternal Desolation. He cut off that piece of meat. Below, countless ghost beasts flew up and devoured that bit of meat. 5 of them came into contact with the gray aura and quickly fell to the ground and turned into pus. Seeing this scene, the 3 of them were terrified. They didn't expect that after dealing with Azura Sword Hell, they would still face such danger. Mo Xiaolang's situation was still okay. The flesh that was cut off started to recover with his terrifying recovery ability. In a few days, 3 days, the energy that he used in today's battle would be replenished. Long Chen looked around. Below them were densely packed ghosts. A few scarlet demonic ghosts were roaring right below them, dripping green saliva at them. "Big brother, that thing is actually afraid of you?" Mo Xiaolang asked in shock. "It should be the effect of the power of nirvana." Long Chen guessed. Mo Xiaolang and Li Xuanji finally understood. There were ghosts below and they obviously couldn't walk on the ground. Long Chen was about to escape when Li Xuanji called out to him. Chapter 1350. What's wrong? Long Chen looked at this woman in bewilderment. In the darkness, her skin was fair and tender, and even though her eyes had lost their luster, they were still very attractive. Because of the battle, she was very tired. Her clothes were a little messy, and the heart of the Eternal Protector came out of her chest. Li Xuanji lowered her head and said dejectedly, "You're already very strong. I'll only distract you if I stay outside. It's better for me to enter the Great Void Realm. I'll drag you down." Long Chen laughed involuntarily and said, "Don't think too much about it. I think that every journey is precious, so we should cherish it. I'm more diligent, so I'm slightly stronger, but that doesn't mean that you're not strong enough. As long as you gain experience and strive for it, there will be even greater opportunities waiting for you. The 3 of us will never leave each other and fight together, how about it?" She didn't expect Long Chen to comfort her. She was satisfied, and the lack of confidence in her heart was swept away. Sensing the young man looking at her with a scorching gaze, Li Xuanji blushed and said, "Then let's go." Mo Xiaolang saw this and took out a black armor and gave it to Li Xuanji. This is the green ink armor. Although the name is simple, it is very effective. It is a Dao item with a Dao pattern. Your defense is not good, so this can protect you. Of course, with my big brother here, you won't have many chances to use it, Mo Xiaolang said solemnly. Li Xuanji was a little hesitant. She was not stupid, and she could feel that Mo Xiaolang's attitude towards her was a little strange. She knew that Mo Xiaolang and Lingxi were close, so, however, Mo Xiaolang saved him without hesitation just now, and he was even injured by the ghost. Now, Mo Xiaolang was still thinking about him, which proved that Long Chen was really a good brother who was worth befriending. "Take it," Long Chen said with a smile. "Thank you." She was very grateful. As proud as she was, she couldn't help but admire these 2. "What do you plan to do next?" Mo Xiaolang immediately started a new topic. Long Chen looked down and saw that the ground was completely blocked by the ghosts. There was no way out at all. He said, "Let's travel by air for a while and see what happens in front of us." The 2 of them nodded. The 3 of them had won a great victory, and they flew through the air together. In order to prevent that ghostly thing from following them again, Long Chen was extremely careful. The downside of not walking on the ground was that they couldn't be hidden at all. The group of ghosts below really treated them as food and chased after them. They couldn't keep up with Long Chen's speed, but there were other ghosts that discovered them high up in the sky and chased after them in a frenzy. The good thing was that after a few days, everyone's injuries were all healed. The green ink armor that Mo Xiaolang had given them was also integrated into Li Xuanji's body. She used the power of the world to control it. This was an armor-type Dao treasure. It was relatively easy to use and didn't require much power. But the problem was that the ghosts below did not decrease. Instead, there were more. The densely packed ghosts gathered together, killing each other and devouring each other. It was disgusting and tragic. Long Chen didn't know what these things were doing. He had already integrated 3 gold tokens. This was not enough. If he wanted to get first place, 3 tokens were far from enough. He needed at least 7 or 8 to be sure. But Long Chen wasn't worried. From the opening of the Eternal Hell until now, it had taken less than a month. There were still 2 months left. On the other hand, there was still no news of the Void Astral Dragon. The chaos of the ghost race was too strange. It disrupted Long Chen's thoughts. The good thing was that even if the game ended, the Eternal Hell would still be open. At that time, Long Chen could wander around and search the entire Eternal Hell. He didn't believe that he couldn't find it. According to Long Chen's estimation, the 9 nether demon ancestral fire that Mo Xiaolang wanted should be in the netherworld hell. The Azura Sword Hell team had said that this was the direction to the netherworld hell. Mo Xiaolang had already devoured a large amount of the 9 nether demon ancestral fire. There was only 1 or 2 left. He would let the ancestral fire merge with his original form in his body. At that time, he would be even stronger. After 10 days, Long Chen realized that he was already very close to the netherworld hell. However, this was the place where the specters were the most numerous. Before Long Chen had even arrived, the area below him had already been filled with countless specters, all of whom were currently roaming about and fighting. Apart from the ordinary ghost race, there were also a large number of scarlet demonic ghosts. The scarlet demonic ghost was the ruler of the ordinary ghost race. As long as it was hungry, little ghosts would come to its door for it to devour. Of course, there were also things that could control the scarlet demonic ghost, and that was the stronger ghost race. Along the way, Long Chen saw such ghost races as the headless ghost and the wind ghost. The headless ghost was a monster with a head on its stomach. Its body was slightly larger than the scarlet demonic ghost. The scarlet demonic ghost was its food. The wind ghost was smaller, but it was very fast. Most importantly, it could fly. From afar, it looked like a thick green fog. As long as it opened its mouth, countless green-faced, fanged little ghosts would be swallowed. Long Chen killed many wind ghosts along the way. Among them, the strongest ghost that Long Chen saw was the giant devil. This ghost race was more than 40 meters tall and could fly. It looked very ferocious and was covered in incomparably hard black scales. Most importantly, each giant devil had 3 heads. Although they were all green-faced and fanged, the 3 heads had joy, anger, and sorrow expressions. At the same time, it had 6 thick arms. The giant devil's combat strength was almost at the great circle of the martial path. The giant devil that Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang encountered was very strong. At that time, the 2 of them had spent a lot of effort before Mo Xiaolang used the heaven and earth furnace diagram to refine it to death. Even Long Chen's scarlet blood desolation couldn't kill it. The god-binding demon lock, which had a Dao pattern, had almost been broken by the giant devil. After defeating the giant devil, Long Chen was scared witless. He thought to himself that if a few more of these things appeared and surrounded them, they could only choose to escape. But fortunately, they had probably reached the edge of the Avicii Hell. They just needed to find the Yellow Springs ancient path that led to the netherworld hell. Finally, I don't have to see these ghostly things. Soi Eon was incomparably happy. She had been scared out of her wits for the past month. Even though she was in the Great Void Realm, she was still very uncomfortable. Long Chen had a bad feeling. Suddenly, there were countless tremors in front of them. The entire ground quaked and cracked, forming a deep abyss. A large number of ghosts fell into the abyss and turned into meat paste. In Long Chen's vision, there were a total of more than 10 giant devils. They formed a terrifying formation and rushed towards Long Chen. Each of them looked ferocious, and huge black chains coiled around their bodies like tentacles. They ran wildly on the ground. With every step they took, countless little ghosts would be turned into meat paste. Even the headless ghosts and scarlet demon ghosts had to dodge. If they didn't dodge in time, they would be caught by the giant devils and devoured. The scene was incomparably disgusting. Run! The three of them had already been discovered. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were already having a hard time fighting just one giant devil, and they had almost suffered a great deal of damage to their vitality. If they were to fight with these dozen giant devils, they reckoned that it would be even more tragic than when they fought with the Azura Sword Prison team. They might even die here. These giant devils blocked the passage to the netherworld hell, not allowing anyone to pass through. Long Chen could only retreat first and think of another way. After all, even though the giant devils were huge, their speed was terrifying as well. The earthquake earlier was caused by their frantic running. The three of them were about the same speed. Among them, Mo Xiaolang was the fastest. However, the slowest Li Xuanji was fast enough to shake them off. After chasing Long Chen for a while longer, those giant devils retreated, their huge bodies disappearing into the darkness. Long Chen and the others finally stopped to rest. Looking around, they found that there were even more ghosts around them. There were even a few wind ghosts approaching them. Thankfully, there were no more heaven-defying creatures like the giant devil. Long Chen's scarlet blood eternity transformed into a sword and killed all these guys. The three of them then started discussing how they should proceed next. Maybe we should find a place to stay first and see what's going on in this Avicii hell. The passage to the netherworld hell has been blocked by those 10 giant devils. I don't think we can pass through. Long Chen said. We can use a diversion tactic. I'll lure those giant devils while you guys head over. Li Xuanji said. No. Long Chen sternly refused. This place is very strange. We can't split up. Let's find a place to hide first. This place isn't far from the netherworld hell. Once we think of a way, we can sneak over. Leading them, Long Chen searched the Black Mountains for a place to hide. Just like last time, when he raised his head, he saw that there were several mountain peaks in front of him that actually formed a huge circle, forming a ring-shaped tall mountain range that pierced the clouds and was incomparably steep. Long Chen was stunned. Ordinary ghosts definitely wouldn't be able to climb into this place. Apart from crazy devils and giant devils, the ring of mountains should be a good place to hide. After all, that mountain was the highest mountain in 100 li radius. Let's go there. Long Chen said decisively. The three of them approached that place. When they were less than 5 kilometers away from that place, the golden tokens in their hands lit up again. Moreover, the brightness this time was much greater than before. With every step they took, the golden tokens would shine even brighter. The three of them stopped. What's the situation? Mo Xiaolang asked. This means that there are many teams that have fled to the Ring of Mountains. The changes in the Avicii Hell have affected our normal team confrontations. Long Chen said. Then what should we do? Do we still go? Mo Xiaolang asked. Of course. Long Chen smiled. At this time, he wasn't afraid of the battle between teams. Since there were so many teams in the Ring of Mountains, it didn't matter if there was one more. As Long Chen approached, the others also noticed him. However, they didn't move. As Long Chen approached the huge mountain, he couldn't help but sigh. As expected, the Ghost Clan couldn't enter the Ring of Mountains. On one of the mountains, there were 3 incomparably huge words, Taiwei Mountain. There were 23 chapters left. Chapter 1351. This ring-shaped mountain was so high that it directly pierced into the black clouds. Moreover, it was straight and steep, just like the finger bones of a skeleton. The 3 words, Taiwei Mountain, were very huge. Each word was bigger than the body of the giant demon. The 3 big words were modeled with vicissitudes. Although a long time had passed, they were still full of deterrence. Many ghost beasts attempted to climb into the Taiwei Mountain, but they fell halfway up the mountain and were badly mutilated. Even with their tough bodies, they were badly mutilated. It was not hard to imagine the height of the Taiwei Mountain. Long Chen didn't know how he came to this place. He subconsciously felt that this place was very strange. However, since so many teams had entered, and the outside was full of ghosts, he didn't know where the giant demon would come from. It was better to go in. As they went up the Taiwei mountain, the higher they went, the more terrifying the chilly wind was. When they reached the top of the mountain, the chilly wind had condensed into numerous blades, constantly cutting Long Chen's flesh. If not for their tough bodies, the chilly wind at such a high altitude could have blown them into pieces. The chilly wind here can be compared to the oblivion wind tribulation of the wind-fire tribulation. Long Chen sighed. It's much more powerful than the oblivion wind tribulation. Li Xuanji said. Long Chen suddenly recalled that his oblivion wind tribulation was much more powerful than others. In his opinion, the oblivion wind tribulation was also much more powerful than others. Since the surroundings were submerged by the chilly wind, it was difficult to enter the Taiwei mountain from here. They moved forward against the strong wind. At this moment, Long Chen suddenly became vigilant. He hurriedly let Li Xuanji and Mo Xiaolang approach him. Looking back, a black shadow flashed past. Long Chen felt his blood run cold at once. Without saying anything, he sped up with the other two towards the interior of the Taiwei mountain. What's wrong? Mo Xiaolang asked curiously. The 10 great ghost kings are following us again. Long Chen said with fear and trepidation. That ghostly thing was like a shadow following him. Long Chen couldn't sense its existence at all. It was just an intuition. He didn't expect that after such a long time, he still couldn't get rid of this damn thing. Mo Xiaolang was also very nervous in his heart. Although he was strong, the thought of his opponent casually whipping him with a chain still left a shadow in his heart. Thankfully, after appearing for a short while, that damn thing disappeared. Long Chen and the others also successfully crossed over Taiwei Mountain and entered it. This was a place surrounded by extremely high mountains, and it was also the only place that the ghosts had not touched. Strangely enough, there were no strong yin winds raging inside. Although it was still filled with black fog, it felt a lot quieter. It was a place where one could rest. However, the moment they arrived here, Long Chen's group felt a terrifying gravitational force acting on them. There seemed to be a powerful force pulling them downwards, or in other words, sucking them in. In a trance, Long Chen saw an abandoned black city below them. It was in ruins. Although the gravitational force coming from below was very strong, causing them to be unable to fly normally, they were at least able to stabilize their bodies. The 3 of them controlled their bodies so that they would not fall to the ground. As they slowly descended, Long Chen was able to carefully observe this place. This place was completely surrounded by the circular Taiwei mountain. It was very quiet. Below them was a deathly silent black city. It looked extremely ancient and mottled. At the same time, there was an inexplicable and terrifying qi blowing towards them. Long Chen could gradually see those ancient black houses, city walls and so on. This place seemed to have experienced a fierce battle. The houses had basically collapsed, and the city walls were also in ruins. Traces of being sealed were everywhere, but strangely, they were still preserved. In his hand, the golden token was shining very brightly. Long Chen lowered his head and could almost see 7 golden tokens shining clearly below. There are 7 teams in this Taiwei mountain. Long Chen was a bit speechless. This place led to the nether hell, it might also lead to the other hells. As a result, the other teams also came to the Avicii hell. The 10 odd huge demons might be blocking the tunnel leading to the nether hell. Meanwhile, Long Chen estimated that the other hells might be in the same situation as the Avicii hell. This Taiwei mountain seemed to be the only place that was not ravaged by demons. As they often stayed in 9-star Chaos City, of course, they knew that there was such a Taiwei mountain in the Avicii hell. The 7 teams were gathered in a square near the edge of the black ruins. The square was very large, with a circumference of 3 or 4 miles. The ground was covered with black bricks, and many places were filled with holes. In the center of the square, there was a pool, but the pool had already dried up. In the center of the pool, there was a white object. Without taking a careful look at that object, Long Chen, Mo Xiaolang and Zhang Tai landed on the edge of the black square. Outside the square, there were dense dilapidated houses, which extended to the distance. The interior of Taiwei Mountain covered about 25 miles. In this ruin, the gravity was very strong. If they flew higher than 30 m, their battle strength would be greatly influenced. They might not even be able to fly normally. If they wanted to leave Taiwei Mountain, they could only climb out of the mountain wall. If they fought in the ruins, they might have to fight on the ground. For them who were used to fighting in the air, it might affect them a little. It would depend on their adaptability. When they finally landed, the 7 teams walked forward. Long Chen and the other 2 stood together and looked at the others with hostility. When they saw that the one who came was Mo Xiaolang, their hostility disappeared. Long Chen was not worried. They were all here to escape. He didn't believe that the 7 teams could bully the Evil Dragon Palace's team with Mo Xiaolang. So it's the Evil Dragon Palace's team. Wolf Clan's emperor is also among them. I didn't expect them to also come here to escape. Of course. Who could have predicted that such a big event would happen in the Eternal Hell? I guess all the 20 teams that are still alive are escaping. Those who know about Taiwei Mountain are probably here. They discussed in low voices. While they were sizing up Long Chen and the other 2, Long Chen was also estimating their battle strength. Of these 7 teams, 3 were from outside the 12 Supreme Alliances. They were relatively weak. The strongest was only at the peak of the 9th level of the Divine Martial Realm, so there was nothing to worry about. The other 4 teams were from the 12 Supreme Alliances. Among them, there were 3 teams from the Solar Divine World, the Primeval Thunder Reservoir, and the Ancient Yuan Spirit World. As for the last team, it was undoubtedly the strongest. It was also a team from Long Chen's main family, the True Martial Emperor Palace. All 5 of True Martial Emperor Palace's team were here. As for Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and Desolate Emperor Palace, the 2 strong teams, they did not come. They were far away, or they had their own ways to hide. In True Martial Emperor Palace, there were 4 men and 1 woman. Li Qiuyue, who had a conflict with Long Chen, was among them. Naturally, he was very unhappy with Long Chen. At this moment, when he saw Long Chen, he was slightly angry. However, the others did not react. It seemed that Li Qiuyue's dissatisfaction with Long Chen was just his own opinion. Long Chen was from True Martial Emperor Palace. He could become strong and intimidate others. It was also because of True Martial Emperor Palace's reputation. As for the remaining teams, they were from the Desolate Ancient Lightning Pool. Every single one of them was a tall and burly man, each of them had terrifying lightning runes engraved on their bodies. Countless streaks of lightning crackled around their bodies. Among them, there was a man with eyes as sharp as lightning. His strength was estimated to have reached the Martial Path Great Circle. He was one of the top geniuses in the Desolate Ancient Lightning Pool. Solar God Realm was slightly weaker. Their team was at the peak of the 9th level of the Divine Martial Realm. There was no one particularly outstanding. They were not as fierce as Ancient Thunder Reservoir. Solar God Realm and Supreme Een Devil Realm were neighbors. They fought constantly, but their strength was at the bottom of the 9 realms. Another strange team was the Ancient Yuan Spirit World. The Ancient Yuan Spirit World was recognized as the strongest world apart from the 3 great emperor palaces. They were called the Spirit Race. The appearance of the Spirit Race was slightly different from that of the human race. They were generally more handsome and slender. They looked elegant and fresh. It was rare to find an ugly person in the Spirit Race. In addition, the spirit art they cultivated was different from ordinary battle skills. It was a branch of battle skills that could draw on the elemental power of nature. It had terrifying lethality, and there were even more mysterious spirit arts. The 5 young men and women of the Spirit Race in front of Yi Futian were all top-notch. The leading martial artist was also at the Martial Path Great Perfection Realm. He was handsome and it was hard to tell if he was a man or a woman. He had snow-white hair and his skin was as white as jade. His fingers were slender and very attractive. The other four had red, yellow, blue, and cyan hair. Long Chen glanced over and had a better understanding of the strength of these teams. Among them, the true Martial Emperor Palace's team was undoubtedly the strongest. There was no doubt about this. The three great Emperor Palaces were always far ahead. Next should be the ancient Yuan spirit world. Their spirit arts were extraordinary. Third should be the desolate primeval thunder pool. The five of them were like 5 giant thunder beasts. Their bodies contained a frightening amount of power. Long Chen calmed himself down and looked at them, unwilling to be outdone. The true Martial Emperor Palace's people ignored them and stood together. The others surrounded them and watched the show. At this time, the ancient Yuan Spirit World team's team leader, who had snow-white hair and was as handsome as a woman, walked forward. He smiled and said, "Greetings, I'm Yuan Xiaozhou from the ancient Yuan Spirit World." The voice of the ancient Yuan Spirit World's team leader, Yuan Xiaozhou, was very elegant. It was simply a masterpiece of heaven and earth. No one could bear to blaspheme him. However, Long Chen knew that this person was definitely a man. Chapter 1352. Long Chen smiled when he heard the words peace treaty. He knew that it wasn't easy to get along here. Of the 20 teams that entered, everyone was here for the 3 rewards. They came to the eternal hell to fight and snatch each other's gold tokens. And now, there were 8 teams here. If they could obtain all of them, it would mean victory. However, everyone was deeply afraid of the other teams, so they didn't dare to make a move. Adding on the fact that there were ghost beasts everywhere outside and they didn't know what was going on, no one dared to act rashly for the time being. Thus, the peace treaty was born. Yuan Xiaozhou smiled, his pure eyes flashing with an amiable light. He said very amiably, "The so-called treaty was made by the 7 teams before us. In this place inside the Taiwei Mountain, no one is allowed to attack each other, let alone snatch the gold tokens. Whoever makes a move first will be jointly punished by the other teams. This punishment is based on the degree of injury. If someone kills someone and snatches the gold tokens, then no matter who it is, they will be jointly attacked by the other teams until they are eradicated." This peace treaty was very simple and clear. In any case, they just couldn't fight. However, Long Chen understood that the treaty was just a treaty. It was just words. If there were any real conflicts later on, it would be a chaotic battle. In any case, Long Chen understood that if he took it seriously, he would lose. At this point, Yuan Xiaozhou asked, "What do the evil Dragon Palace's teams think?" Long Chen said, "Naturally, they will participate and strictly abide by the rules." Yuan Xiaozhou smiled. "That's good. I believe that Captain Long is a smart person. The ruins of the Taiwei Mountain are rumored to have been left here countless years ago. When it was excavated hundreds of thousands of years ago, there were a total of 78 Dao artifacts, as well as well-preserved immortal essences and connate Daoist techniques from the Middle Ages. It is a huge treasure trove. However, the treasure trove has already been searched. Over the past tens of thousands of years, treasure hunters have almost dug 3 feet into the ground. He didn't expect the Taiwei Mountain to be such a place." After Yuan Xiaozhou finished speaking, he returned to his team in the ancient Yuan spirit world. Everyone had probably only been here for a short time. The ruins were still quite terrifying. No one dared to wander around. Each team stayed in their own team and whispered to each other. Long Chen, Mo Xiaolang, and the others walked to the center of the square and looked around by the pool. Long Chen didn't dare to relax because he knew that one of the 10 great ghost kings must have followed them into this place. This square was a good place. As long as that thing appeared, Long Chen would be able to see it clearly. There were a lot of people here, so he felt a bit safer. Just as Long Chen was about to settle down, the members of the true Martial Emperor Palace's team followed their captain and stood behind Long Chen with solemn expressions on their faces. When everyone saw this, they tensed up. The team from the ancient Yuan spirit world and the team from the ancient Thunder Reservoir met up and looked at each other. They didn't understand what the team from the true Martial Emperor Palace was doing. Did they want to break the rules first? The people from the true Martial Emperor Palace were all rather arrogant. The peace treaty was made by Yuan Xiaozhou, but the captain of the true Martial Emperor Palace's team had agreed to it. The captain of the true Martial Emperor Palace's team was definitely an influential figure in the Martial God Palace. He was one of the true upper echelons of the true Martial Emperor Palace. His status was much higher than Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai's. He was qualified to become a supreme figure in the true Martial Emperor Palace in the future. He was already very close to the Nirvana Tribulation realm. Compared to the two addicts, his potential was limitless. Such a person was now facing Long Chen. It could only be said that Long Chen's rising speed was too fast. In this trip to the Eternal Hell, the true Martial Emperor Palace's lineup wasn't any weaker than the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's. Among them, there were three whose battle prowess was similar to Li Chuyue's. However, it was said that they had a terrifying combination technique that could restrain a martial artist at the martial Dao perfection stage. Li Chuyue didn't use her full strength when she fought Long Chen. The core strength of the true Martial Emperor Palace team, the key to victory, was their captain. Long Chen had seen him in the Polaris battlefield and had a deep impression of him. This was a man dressed in a golden imperial robe. He had black hair and black eyes, and his appearance was very ordinary. He couldn't be compared to the youths of the spirit race. However, he had the temperament of a martial artist. This temperament was something that even Long Chen couldn't compare to. The true Martial Emperor Palace's name implied that they pursued the true martial Dao. Long Chen seemed to see the essence of the word true martial in this man. He was neither arrogant nor rash, calm and composed. He followed his heart and faced difficulties head-on. In this man's eyes, Long Chen saw such temperament. He was sure that this guy was definitely in the top 3 of the new generation of experts in the true Martial Emperor Palace. He was a famous figure in the Martial God Palace. If Long Chen hadn't come to the 9-star Chaos City and had chosen to enter the Martial God Palace, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to improve like the inverse spirit art. Maybe a year later, he would still have to look up to this true martial Dao expert. At this moment, he stood at the same level as Long Chen. Before Long Chen came to the Eternal Hell, he had looked up this guy's information. His name was Huang Yu, and he was at the Martial Dao Perfection realm. He cultivated the true Martial Emperor Palace's Supreme Martial Dao Grand Ceremony, the true martial formless battle technique. He also had a mysterious divine ability and a terrifying Dao weapon. What was even more shocking was that he had the bloodline of one of the ancient divine beasts, the Jade Qilin. He was a direct descendant of the Divine Beast clan. The ancient divine beasts, such as the Golden Crow, various kinds of phoenixes and Qilins, were all buried in the dust of history. The divine beasts weren't demons, but demons could become divine beasts. And the bloodline of the divine beasts could be possessed by both demons and humans. For example, the Purple Fire Phoenix Su family that Long Chen had met before. However, the Purple Fire Phoenix wasn't a divine beast. It was only one of the true descendants of the divine beasts. The Sky Phoenix divine bird that Long Chen had met during the Wushu Sage dynasty in the Myriad Kingdoms territory also had a trace of the divine beast's bloodline. Huang Yu, on the other hand, had the bloodline of the ancient divine beast, the Jade Qilin. It was rumored that the descendants of the ancient divine beast's bloodline were no less talented than ordinary dragon martial artists. They could at least surpass the blue dragon, red dragon, and other low-level divine dragons' bloodline. Of course, they were still a distance away from dragon martial artists like Wang Chen, who had the bloodline of a void refinement realm demonic dragon. Of course, this was only in terms of talent. In this aspect, Long Chen could definitely beat them. Talent and current strength were not necessarily comparable. Huang Yu's Jade Qilin bloodline was quite amazing. If it wasn't for this bloodline, he wouldn't have been able to enter the top 3 of the martial god palace. There were over 100 million disciples in the true martial emperor palace. Huang Yu was someone who stood above the masses. His temperament was several times higher than people like Lu Junhua and Lu Jin. In any case, he rarely saw any negative emotions in Long Chen's eyes. His eyes were like a piece of white jade, without any spirit. At this moment, he was looking at Imo Xiaolang. Long Chen vaguely knew what he was going to do. I'm Huang Yu. I've long heard that the demon race's emperor is invincible under the Nirvana tribulation realm. I hope to have a spar with you. Huang Yu cupped his hands and looked at Imo Xiaolang expressionlessly. This person was really temperamental. He directly ignored Yuan Xiaozhou's peace treaty. However, Huang Yu also said that it was just a spar, not a fight. The other party openly challenged him. If he didn't agree, he would lose face. Imo Xiaolang was actually very proud in his heart. As the demon race's emperor, he naturally had his own dignity. However, in front of Long Chen, he was a different person. Xiaolang was a very practical person. No matter how his status and strength changed, he would never forget his brothers who had always been with him. This time, he also handed the decision to Long Chen. Decide for yourself. Follow your heart, Long Chen said solemnly. If it was a challenge from a small fry, Long Chen wouldn't care. However, Huang Yu was different. Imo Xiaolang represented the strongest of the Desolate Emperor Palace's new generation in 9-star Chaos City, and Huang Yu represented the true martial Emperor Palace in challenging him. A dignified martial Dao genius should also have this belief. Long Chen's words were tantamount to giving Imo Xiaolang a reason to show off. He didn't hesitate and directly said, "All right, come." At that moment, Long Chen felt Huang Yu's heart heat up. The other members of the true martial Emperor Palace team didn't dare to look down on Imo Xiaolang. They had tried to persuade Huang Yu before, but it was useless. Now that Imo Xiaolang had agreed to the challenge, they could only retreat and give up this place to them. Grow some face. Long Chen laughed and led Li Xuanji away. No matter what, he still supported his brother. As for the true martial Emperor Palace, although it was a good place to belong, it couldn't be compared to his brother. Got it, big brother. Imo Xiaolang chuckled. The others had already sensed that this would be a shocking battle. They were both excited and worried. The weaker teams were worried that the true martial Emperor Palace team and the evil Dragon Palace team would clash, and then the peace treaty would be broken. They would die outside, and they would also die here. As for the desolate ancient lightning pool and the ancient Yuan spirit world teams, they had strange expressions on their faces. No one knew what they were thinking. Only Imo Xiaolang and Huang Yu were left in the 3 to 4 li radius. The peak geniuses of the 3 regions and 9 worlds were gathered here. At this moment, Long Chen had finally climbed to the peak. Looking at Huang Yu in front of Imo Xiaolang, Huang Yu was neither servile nor overbearing, neither arrogant nor rash. Even when facing a famous expert like Imo Xiaolang, Huang Yu was still calm and unperturbed. This was a true martial arts genius nurtured by the true martial Emperor Palace. Long Chen knew that it wouldn't be long before he would be qualified to face such an expert. Both sides hadn't made a move yet, but the chi field started to surge. Facing a sun-devouring behemoth like Imo Xiaolang, Huang Yu didn't show any weakness. The ancient divine beast Jade Qilan bloodline awakened, and it gradually let out a deafening roar. Buzz. Chapter 1353. When Huang Yu fought fiercely, his entire body was covered with Qilan armor like dragon scales. These dense scales made him feel very similar to Long Chen when he went berserk. However, compared to the bloody killing of far ancient bloody spiritual dragon, Qilan was much more elegant. Each scale was as shiny as white jade. Being surrounded by white jade scales, Huang Yu looked like a piece of jade in the shape of a human, which was very delicate and couldn't be associated with killing at all. Even its head was completely surrounded by white jade scales. Its eyes were like the most resplendent white jade, emitting a dazzling radiance. The originally ordinary-looking yellow jade actually made people feel that it was simply the most beautiful masterpiece of nature at this moment. By contrast, Mo Xiaolang's handsome look turned much more grim. The form of werewolf was his second most powerful form. Basically, if he wanted to fight Huang Yu, he should at least use the form of werewolf. If the opponent was more powerful, Mo Xiaolang might have to revert to his original form. The werewolf's body, the explosive muscles, the firm lines, and the intense battle intent, it was a sight to behold. The two of them weren't people who talk nonsense easily. After preparing, they immediately started fighting. Long Chen and the others discovered that the distance they had retreated wasn't enough. Left with no choice, they could only retreat once more. They knew that some people had already entered the depths of the ruins and were at least 5 or 6 kilometers away from them. Standing on the roof of a dilapidated building, Long Chen and Li Xuanji watched the fierce fight between the two powerhouses. Long Chen first noticed the material of this building. After knocking it forcefully, Long Chen found that the structure and material of this building were so tough. Not only the building, but everything in the ruins was so tough that even Long Chen couldn't destroy it. Chen Feng brought out the Scarlet Blood Desolation Stinger. Given how sharp the Scarlet Blood Desolation Stinger was, it would actually require a great deal of power to stab into the walls. If it were a Dao artifact, even if it were to unleash its power, it might not be able to do anything to these dilapidated buildings. Where did the ruins of Taiwei Mountain come from? What secrets did it have? No matter what, the combat between Mo Xiaolang and Huang Yu had already started. Long Chen held his breath as he was really looking forward to this combat. A black figure and a white jade figure were fighting on the square. The combat gradually escalated from the most ordinary combat. Undoubtedly, Huang Yu's body was very terrifying, which was close to the level of Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. Besides, he was also good at close combat. A large part of the true martial formless war technique was a close-range combat technique. Of course, Mo Xiaolang was a demon and had over 100 kinds of immortal spirits to refine his body. He had also cultivated the most precious 100 Tribes battle skills of Demon Clan. Speaking of close combat, 100 Tribes battle skills was simply the best in the world. Therefore, at the beginning of the combat, Mo Xiaolang suppressed his opponent with his powerful combat skills. The only shortcoming was that Mo Xiaolang was only a grade 8 demon immortal. Therefore, there was a gap between the power of his demon essence and his opponent's divine essence. The combat gradually escalated. In the end, the two of them started to compete with more powerful attacks. However, what was shocking was that no matter how much they improved their combat strength, they couldn't damage the ruins at all. If they were outside, the earth would have been shaking and the mountains would have been shaking. Even the giant demon could cause a landslide, not to mention the two of them. However, the ruins were obviously destroyed by an external force. Who had the power to destroy this strange city to this extent? Long Chen was sure that even if they used their strongest power, it would only be enough to make a small dent in the wall. The two of them fought fiercely on the square. The momentum was great, but even the black floor of the square was not damaged. This high-level combat made people's blood boil. The speed of the two of them, the strength of their bodies, and the sharpness of their attacks were simply eye-opening. I didn't expect the bloodline of the Jade Qilin to be so powerful. Long Chen was secretly speechless. Just now, Huang Yu had already used a mystique. The power of the attack was quite terrifying. Long Chen even saw the true appearance of the ancient Jade Qilin. It was just that the attack was swallowed by Mo Xiaolang with the moon swallowing technique, and then counterattacked. Mo Xiaolang's 3 mystiques were attack, defense, and support. The 10,000 flames burning god was for attack, the moon swallowing technique was for defense and attack, and although the heaven and earth furnace formation was for support and not for direct attack, the attack power was much stronger than the 10,000 flames burning god. Boom, boom, boom. The black figure and the white jade figure clashed again and again, making everyone tremble with fear. The people of the ancient Yuan spirit world all revealed a deep fear of these two experts. If they wanted to dominate, the two biggest obstacles were Huang Yu and Mo Xiaolang. These two experts could only be described as peerless talents. Heaven and Earth Furnace Formation. Finally, at this time, Mo Xiaolang used this mystique. In an instant, the terrifying billions of flames surged from his body, and a colorful formation covered the ground of the ruins. Billions of flames suddenly rose, forming a huge furnace that trapped Mo Xiaolang and his opponent inside, smelting them with fire. The edge of the Heaven and Earth Furnace Formation was right in front of Long Chen. Standing at this position, he still felt a sharp pain on his skin. Needless to say, Li Xuanji felt it. Long Chen hurriedly brought her back a distance, and only then did she feel better. Thanks, Li Xuanji lowered her head and said softly as she took back her hand that was being held by Long Chen. You're treating me like an outsider. Long Chen laughed and continued to pay attention to Mo Xiaolang's battle. As expected of a genius disciple of the true martial emperor palace, Xiaolang even used this move. Under the Heaven and Earth Furnace, everything became blurry. Even Long Chen couldn't see the situation of their battle. He only knew that Huang Yu was in the Heaven and Earth Furnace Formation. If he didn't defeat Mo Xiaolang as soon as possible, he would definitely be smelted alive. As expected, the attack that Huang Yu unleashed next was much more terrifying. Beams of jade-colored light engulfed the area. The will of the great path of Zhenwu unfolded, and an indomitable martial arts aura permeated the worldly furnace matrix. Terrifying clashing sounds were heard incessantly, so loud that even the deaf could hear. Long Chen estimated that right now, he shouldn't be a match for these two experts. At this moment, Huang Yu was like a true martial god. His martial aura had reached perfection, and he could shatter space with a wave of his hand. His entire body was surrounded by jade-white light, and he could avoid being burned by those 10,000 types of flames. But that was only to a certain extent. Mo Xiaolang's companion in the Heaven and Earth Furnace wasn't that easy to defend against. Wang. Every time they clashed, a huge sound wave would travel towards the outside. Some of the martial artists had no choice but to retreat and stand further away to watch the battle. Bang! It was unknown who unleashed the attack, but the entire plaza finally trembled. Roar! Between the heavens and earth, countless rays of light converged, forming a blurry white giant beast within the Heaven and Earth Furnace Formation. That giant beast had the might to control the heavens and earth. It was high up in the sky, and with a loud bang, it slammed its claw towards Mo Xiaolang. Bang, bang, bang. Mo Xiaolang's speed was extremely fast, and he changed his position under the claws of the giant beast. At this moment, the blurry black shadow expanded, and a terrifying life form was born within the Heaven and Earth Furnace Formation. Everyone felt a deep fear in their hearts, and even Long Chen was shocked. Could this be the strength of Mo Xiaolang's main body? That black shadow moved with lightning speed and bit the neck of the white jade Qilin, pressing it to the ground. That black, icy flames gushed out from its mouth, and the white jade Qilin let out a series of miserable cries as its aura grew weaker and weaker. Bang! The Heaven and Earth Furnace Formation dispersed. Mo Xiaolang returned to his human form and floated 3 meters in the air. His long black hair fluttered in the wind, while Huang Yu was half kneeling on the ground. His face was pale, and the white jade Qilin armor on his body had already disappeared. Who won and who lost was clear with a single glance. Huang Yu slowly stood up and swayed a little. Only then did his pair of white jade eyes look at Mo Xiaolang. There was a look of admiration in his eyes as he said, as expected of the demon race's emperor's disciple. Your combat prowess isn't something I can match up to. Admirable, admirable. Mo Xiaolang seriously said, Sir, you're pretty good as well. I only won by a little bit. Huang Yu knew in his heart that Mo Xiaolang was at a disadvantage in terms of demon essence. However, he was too strong in other aspects, and he could completely cover up that weakness of his. 3 great innate abilities, it was simply too hard for a human to resist. Naturally, what Mo Xiaolang said was the truth. This was the strongest opponent he had faced so far. Mo Xiaolang had even used his trump card in the end. Fortunately, he managed to defeat Mo Xiaolang. After their battle, the others only dared to surround them. They were trembling in fear as they looked at them with complicated expressions. Huang Yu from the True Martial Emperor Palace was defeated by a little bit. This meant that Mo Xiaolang was the strongest expert here, and this caused the expressions of the True Martial Emperor Palace's members to turn ugly. Let's go. Huang Yu was very open-minded. He was the first to leave the plaza and enter the mysterious ruins of the Taiwei Mountain. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang met up. Seeing Long Chen, Mo Xiaolang smiled bitterly and said, "It seems like the geniuses of the True Martial Emperor Palace can't be underestimated. Just now, I was almost injured. If I didn't go all out, I wouldn't have been able to defeat him. I reckon that Ling Xiao from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace is also at the same level. There's no need to mention the Violet Gold Great Ape King and the Kuan Peng race from the Desolate Emperor Palace. Huang Yu, Mo Xiaolang, Ling Xiao, and the 2 from the Demon race were the 5 strongest experts among the 20 teams. Long Chen was still a little weaker than them. It's already not bad. Let's recover first. Long Chen suggested. This battle had caused Mo Xiaolang to consume a lot of energy. Long Chen was very nervous in his heart because that undefeatable ghost was definitely in the vicinity. Chapter 1354. After staying in the plaza for about 3 days, the other teams could not stay any longer. They started to wander around the ruins of the Taiwei Mountain. The True Martial Emperor Palace team did not return. Not long after, the Ancient Yuan Spirit Realm, Ancient Thunder Pool, and Solar God Realm gradually left. Finally, there was only one team left. In that team, a fat man trembled as he walked in front of Long Chen and the others. He gathered his courage and said, I'm Yang Yang. I'm here to remind you of something. What is it? Long Chen asked. This big fatty was very tall and big. If it wasn't for his fierce-looking face, he would probably look quite cute. His body looked like fat, but it was actually all muscles. He probably cultivated a special martial art to look like this. Yang Yang said, although there is a peace treaty, I know that the people from the ancient Yuan spirit realm and the desolate ancient thunder reservoir have secretly gathered together. They came here together. The solar divine realm team seems to have joined forces with the other 2 teams. I reckon that when the time comes, they will not care about the peace treaty. When the time comes, they will join forces. Thank you. I understand. Long Chen nodded with a smile. Actually, he knew what this guy was going to say next. I want to ask if the Evil Dragon Palace's team is willing to work with us. Oh, no, just let us follow you and help you out. If we think it through, we can give you the gold medallion, Yang Yang said anxiously. If the weak came here and encountered such a big thing, it was very likely that they would die. Long Chen would not be kind to strangers. Everyone had their own fate and should pay the price for their own choices. Moreover, it was very inconvenient for him to move with these 5 people. Hence, he flatly refused, I'm sorry. We are used to being alone. We don't like people following behind us. Yang Yang had a helpless expression and said, can't we just take it as having a few underlings? We really regret joining this killing game, you can leave. Long Chen's voice turned slightly colder. All right. Yang Yang could only move his body away and look at the others helplessly. Then, they left the square together. If they stayed in the square, they might as well find a hidden place to hide. No matter what, they couldn't use their spiritual consciousness in the ruins of Taiwei Mountain. Each of them was almost blind. The buildings here were extremely hard and terrifyingly firm. If they could find a shelter, they would be very safe. Now, only Long Chen's team was left in the square. Let's walk around as well, Long Chen suggested. After all, none of the teams were in the plaza. Just as he was about to leave, Long Chen suddenly thought of something. He turned around and looked at the pool in the middle of the square. There was a strange thing in the pool. Long Chen hadn't noticed it before, but now that he saw it, he headed towards the center of the pool. The three of them stood side by side in front of the white object. This was a pure white skeleton. It was very complete. It stood in the middle of the pool with its hands crossed in front of its chest, as if it was hugging something. It raised its head and a pair of empty eyes looked towards a certain direction in the sky. This skeleton should not be a corpse, but a sculpture made of a strange material. Long Chen walked forward and gently pinched it a few times. He found that the material of this skeleton was also very terrifying. Anything that didn't change in Mo Xiaolang's heaven and earth furnace diagram was definitely not ordinary. What a strange thing. Li Xuanji also felt it and said softly. Mo Xiaolang knocked left and right and said, "It's nothing. Everything here is so hard. If there was any secret, it would have been discovered long ago." Long Chen felt that Xiao Lang's words made sense. It was just a white jade skeleton sculpture. After following the skeleton for a round, he suddenly realized that the skeleton was looking in a certain direction. Following its gaze, Long Chen looked up. In the direction that the skeleton was looking at, there were the thickest black clouds in the sky. The layers of clouds were stacked up, almost pressing down on the ground. "Let's go, big brother. Let's enter the ruins and take a look. Who knows, we might be able to find some treasures." After so many years, I heard that there are still treasures that were not taken away. Mo Xiaolang said from the side. Long Chen didn't think too much and left this strange white jade skeleton. In the direction that the white jade skeleton was looking at, the clouds were rumbling like a huge beast. The three of them wandered around the ruins. The houses here were very tall and were basically dilapidated. It was obvious that they had been forcefully destroyed. Many places even had deep fist marks. Just what level of martial artist is he yet to be able to do this? It should be an ancient martial artist. The martial artists of the Middle Ages were much stronger than the ones now. Mo Xiaolang said. After wandering for a long time, other than discovering that this place was very complicated, like a maze, there was nothing strange. Long Chen had the spirit eye technique, so he could easily grasp the position of others. Not far away, there was a small team that belonged to Yang Yang. After wandering for a long time, he didn't expect to meet them. They also discovered Long Chen. Immediately, their faces were full of smiles as they walked towards Long Chen. What a coincidence. We just separated. I didn't expect to meet you guys here again. Yang Yang's face was full of smiles as his pair of small eyes squinted. It was fate that brought them together. Long Chen wasn't a heartless person. He smiled and said, "Yes, what a coincidence. You guys are also here to see if there are any treasures." Yang Yang smiled and said, "That's natural. The ancient ruins is such a strange place. Even in those places that have been dug 3 feet deep, there might be treasures appearing. So, we came to try our luck." Long Chen understood. It seemed like they knew a lot about this Taiwei mountain. Long Chen continued to ask, "How much do you know about this Taiwei mountain?" Yang Yang was delighted. As long as the other party had questions, he could stay with them. His safety was also guaranteed for a short period of time. He didn't need to find a place to hide. He quickly said, "Of course, I came here once before. I even studied this Taiwei mountain." Speaking of this, Yang Yang was very excited. However, at this moment, his face froze for a moment. He pointed behind Long Chen and said, "Is he from your team?" Long Chen suddenly felt a chill down his spine. At this critical moment, he suddenly hugged Mo Xiaolang and Li Xuanji and pushed them against the wall. He stood in front of them and mobilized his nirvana force to surround the three of them. At the same time, he looked in the direction that Yang Yang was pointing at. At that moment, Long Chen was really scared out of his wits. He didn't know when, but one of the 10 great ghost kings was standing 10 meters behind them. His tattered armor swayed gently, and there were several iron chains on the ground. His head was completely hidden in the darkness of the armor, and a rancid smell filled the air. Ah! Yang Yang let out a scream of terror. He didn't see the person's appearance clearly. After Long Chen and the other two dodged, he finally saw the appearance of one of the 10 great ghost kings. What he saw gave him quite a fright. He had been in the 9-star Chaos City for a long time, so of course he knew about the legends of the 10 great ghost kings. They were ghosts that would kill anyone who met them. And this person who had appeared out of nowhere, didn't he look like one of the 10 great ghost kings? That ghost had appeared silently behind Long Chen, and they were all scared stiff. Not only Yang Yang, the others also let out a scream and scattered. However, they found that they were so scared that even their legs were trembling. They couldn't exert their speed. Several earth-shattering screams broke the silence of the ruins of the Taiwei Mountain. Several teams rushed towards this direction to see what was happening. This was the most sensitive moment. A little movement could determine a lot of things. It was this ghostly thing again. They were like maggots attached to bones. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't get rid of them. Long Chen had the power of nirvana, so it didn't matter. However, if Mo Xiaolang and Li Xuanji were touched by them, their death rate would be very high. Long Chen clearly remembered that he could hurt Mo Xiaolang with a casual swing of the chain. Under Long Chen's vigilant gaze, the ghostly creature let out a few strange sounds, as if it was chewing on something. It looked in Long Chen's direction with fear, then turned its head towards the others who were about to escape. Hiss! With a loud roar, their gray corpse-like bodies finally disappeared in front of Long Chen's eyes. Several earth-shattering screams rang out, and the 5 martial artists fell to the ground in front of Long Chen one after another. Each of their faces was pale, and a small gray hole had appeared between their eyebrows. It was obvious that chains had pierced through them and hooked their souls away. 5 people had turned into 5 corpses in a short period of time. That ghostly thing looked at Long Chen unwillingly before disappearing again. Long Chen was scared out of his wits. When he looked back, he found that Mo Xiaolang and Li Xuanji were also pale with fear. If it weren't for Long Chen's protection, they would probably have become one of them. Although that ghostly thing had left, it was still a trouble to them like a shadow. They're all dead. Li Xuanji's voice was trembling. Her fair and delicate face was a little pale at this moment. Not to mention her, even someone as powerful as Mo Xiaolang was filled with lingering fear at this moment. There's nothing I can do. I can't protect so many people. Long Chen could only sigh helplessly. He couldn't protect so many people in such a short time. Within the range of the Soul Eye technique, several teams rushed over. They weren't far away, and such a huge incident had stirred up everyone's sensitive hearts. Long Chen suddenly had a bad feeling. Trouble is probably coming. Indeed, as soon as Long Chen said that, Yuan Xiaozhou and the others from the ancient Yuan spirit domain, the desolate ancient thunder reservoir, the solar sacred realm, and 2 other teams approached from all directions. When they saw that Long Chen and the others were still standing, while the people in front of them were dead and lying on the ground, their expressions changed. Chapter 1355. This scene made people think that the Evil Dragon Palace's team had killed them. Only the Evil Dragon Palace's team had the strength to kill one of the teams in such a short period of time. The true Martial Emperor Palace's team heard the commotion and came over. However, they did not approach. Instead, they stood on a roof a kilometer away and observed the commotion. With their pride, they disdained to stay with others. Everyone looked at the 5 people lying on the ground. It was too horrible to look at. Then, they looked at the Evil Dragon Palace's team angrily. Many people started shouting. What's going on? They actually killed them. Didn't we make a peace treaty? Is the peace treaty bullshit? We've agreed before that whoever makes a move will be joined by the other teams to kill the one who makes a move. The situation is very clear now. What are you all waiting for? Even the people from the ancient Yuan spirit world and the desolate ancient thunder reservoir had gloomy expressions. The leader of the ancient Yuan spirit world's team, Yuan Xiaozhou, walked up. His kind expression turned serious as he asked, "Can you all give us an explanation? Why did you kill them? What enmity did they have with the three of you?" Saying that, he changed the topic and revealed his killing intent. "If the three of you turn a blind eye to the peace treaty, then we will have to fulfill our previous agreement and join hands to punish the three of you." There were 6 teams present. The true Martial Emperor Palace's team had also agreed to the peace treaty. If they also agreed to kill the evil Dragon Palace's team, then Long Chen's team would not be able to escape. The others also came forward and looked at Long Chen's team with killing intent, especially the weaker ones. They had always lived in fear, but the evil Dragon Palace's team had set a precedent by killing them first. Long Chen had no intention of getting entangled with them. He said, "Take a good look at their injuries. Don't falsely accuse others without knowing anything. Who said we killed them?" Everyone was skeptical. They immediately turned around and looked at the injuries of the 5 people. At this time, the wounds on their foreheads had expanded and gradually turned their heads into a gray liquid. Their corpses began to melt. Yuan Xiaozhou of the ancient Yuan spirit domain narrowed his eyes and said, "We haven't seen this kind of method before, so we don't know who did it. But what kind of joke is this? There are only 7 of us here. When we arrived, you all stayed here. Who else could it be? So did the others. Can't you guys have some brains? Isn't he still holding on to the gold token? If we wanted to kill him, would we still be here waiting for you fellows to catch us?" Long Chen looked at them in disgust. This was especially true for Yuan Xiaozhou. At first, he was kind, but now he was clearly taking the opportunity to target Long Chen's group. Everyone started to make a ruckus. Yuan Xiaozhou opened his arms and stopped everyone from talking. His handsome face was incomparably solemn as he said, "Everyone, quiet down. Listen to his explanation. You said that you guys aren't the culprit, but since you came here first, you must have seen who the culprit was. You want to say that there are other people in the ruins." Long Chen was arrogant in his heart and couldn't be bothered to say more. He said, "You will know very soon whether there are other people or not." Long Chen couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. Just as he was about to leave, the people from the ancient Yuan spirit domain and the desolate ancient thunder pool blocked his way and coldly said, "Today's matter is not explained clearly. No one is allowed to leave unless you dare to face our 6 teams alone. Long Chen, people can't be as arrogant as you. Tell me, who did it?" Both sides confronted each other, and the smell of gunpowder was very strong. Li Xuanji's pretty face was cold as she said, "One of the 10 great ghost kings." He was in human form, wearing tattered armor, and there were iron chains on his body. They died because the iron chains pierced through the space between their eyebrows. Hearing Li Xuanji's words, everyone suddenly felt a chill. Looking at the 5 corpses, it was very similar to what Li Xuanji had described. They also knew about the 10 great ghost kings, but it was almost a legend. Everyone wavered between believing and not believing. They were afraid and chose not to believe it. After all, it was a legend and might not necessarily exist. But now that the ghost race was rioting, it was very normal for the 10 great ghost kings to appear. At this time, Huang Yu from the true Martial Emperor Palace spoke. He said, "Everyone, be more careful. If the 10 great ghost kings really come to the ruins of the Taiwei Mountain, everyone will die. We will not accompany you anymore." Clearly, the true Martial Emperor Palace's team believed what Long Chen said. The others looked at each other, not knowing whether to believe it or not. If the 10 great ghost kings really come, we should hurry and hide. Yeah, we can't gamble our lives here. Looking at the 5 corpses on the ground, everyone felt their blood run cold. The people from the ancient Yuan spirit world and the ancient desolate thunder pool looked at each other and communicated with their eyes. The true Martial Emperor Palace's team had already left. They had to pay a price to deal with the evil Dragon Palace's team. Now was not a good time to fight. Hence, Yuan Xiaozhou said, in any case, we can't get out of here. I want to see if the 10 great ghost kings are really here. If we don't see them in 3 days, the teams that should be judged will still be judged. No matter what, in order to avoid chaos, we have to strictly follow the rules. Now that everyone has fallen here, we should help each other instead of thinking about those treasures. Everyone was convinced and agreed with Yuan Xiaozhou. Then what about your gold token? Suddenly, a martial artist from the Solar Divine World asked. Yuan Xiaozhou glanced at the corpse and said, whoever killed them will take the token. In any case, it's not the ancient Yuan Spirit World's team. After saying that, they looked deeply at Long Chen. The group of handsome young men and women turned around and left arrogantly. The 5 men from the ancient desolate thunder pool patted their chests and said, the people were not killed by the ancient desolate thunder pool. Everyone, please go ahead. After saying that, they also left. Long Chen sneered in his heart. He thought to himself, the fox's tail is finally showing. You won't take the gold token now. You will only take it after all the teams have been destroyed. The evil Dragon Palace's team followed Long Chen and left as well. The remaining 3 teams looked at each other. One of the martial artists from the Solar Divine World said, brothers, let's go. This has nothing to do with us. Since the Solar Divine World had left, the remaining 2 teams did not dare to take the gold token. They hurriedly left. When the 5 corpses turned into liquid, the gold token was left alone. An hour later, a martial artist from the Solar Divine World rushed over. He looked left and right. After confirming that there was no one around, he hurriedly took the token and fled. In the darkness, the people from the ancient Yuan Spirit World and the ancient Desolate Thunder Pool laughed. The true Martial Emperor Palace and the evil Dragon Palace's team both have peak experts. Although we are not weak, we will be greatly weakened if we fight them. Looks like we can only deal with them one by one. The true Martial Emperor Palace's team has already entered the depths of the ruins. Let's deal with the evil Dragon Palace's team first. As long as we can trap Mo Xiaolang and kill the other 2 first, there will be no problem. That's true. There are 6 tokens in total. Each team will take 3. We will cooperate to the end. Anyway, there are 3 treasures. 8 teams gathered here. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Right, the 10 great ghost kings that Long Chen and the others mentioned. You actually believe that? Due to the appearance of the 10 great ghost kings, Long Chen decided to find a place to settle down first. It seemed like the plaza was the best. That was because it was a spacious place that wouldn't give that ghostly thing an opportunity to attack. That ghostly thing was very strange. It had been following Long Chen all this time, but it had never ambushed Long Chen's team. Every time, it scared them even more. No one knew what it was thinking. After returning to the plaza, Long Chen's team was about to find a corner to hide in. Suddenly, he saw something in the white skeleton's hand in the center of the dried-up pool. That thing's aura was too obvious. It couldn't hide from Long Chen. Because it was the aura of a dragon, without saying a word, Long Chen led the other 2 to the skeleton. When they saw the thing in the skeleton's hand, Long Chen's team was stunned. They clearly remembered that the skeleton had never held anything in its hand. During the time they were gone, no other teams had come here. In that case, what was up with this dark purple dragon scale? That's right. The thing that the skeleton statue was hugging was a dark purple dragon scale. This dragon scale was shrouded in a turbulent demonic aura. The domineering aura that made one's soul tremble was released in all directions. Above the dragon scale, the purple mist condensed into the shape of a long purple dragon. It stared at the intruders before transforming back into the purple mist. This should be the scale of the purple blood demonic dragon. The purple blood demonic dragon is similar to the red-horned demonic dragon. It can be considered a more similar type of dragons. However, its murderous aura is stronger than the red-horned demonic dragons, and its combat power is comparable to the 9-winged sky dragons. Kitten's chubby head popped out of the great void realm in shock. He stared blankly at the scale of the purple blood demonic dragon and shouted, "Who placed this here? Isn't this specially prepared for you?" Long Chen's body trembled as he quickly used his soul eye technique to scan his surroundings. Unfortunately, there didn't seem to be anyone suspicious within a 5-kilometer radius. There were 3 possibilities. The first possibility was that the Ghost King of the 10 Great Ghost Kings had been following Long Chen's team and had placed this scale there. This was unlikely. That Ghost King definitely hated Long Chen. Furthermore, he didn't seem to have any intelligence. Why would he do such a thing? The second possibility was that there was another expert that Long Chen's soul eye technique couldn't detect. Chapter 1356. All in all, the third possibility was the most likely. But who was that person? Why did he do it? Why did he know that Long Chen needed this thing? Or did he just randomly place it here, or it just appeared naturally? Long Chen's mind was a mess, but he didn't care anymore. He already had the strength to use the 8th level of the 9-dragon scripture. This purple blood demonic dragon scale would play a crucial role in improving his combat power. So, with a wave of his hand, he kept the scale that once belonged to the purple blood demonic dragon. Up until now, the 9-dragon scripture had 8 scales from different divine dragons. The first 6 levels were 1 level, and the last 3 levels were 1 level. There were billions and billions of divine dragons in the primordial era, but only a few were left now. After taking the purple blood demon dragon's dragon scale, the 3 of them left the plaza and hid in a relatively sealed but intact room next to the plaza. Long Chen believed that even the 10 great ghost kings would not be able to destroy this room, so it was temporarily safe. Long Chen took out the purple blood demonic dragon scale. The smell of purple blood lingered in the small space. Long Chen raised his head and asked, "What do you guys think?" Mo Xiaolang scratched his head and said helplessly, "I'm as confused as you." Li Xuanji fell into a state of deep thought. After a long time, she shook her head in distress and said, "I have a feeling that someone must be familiar with your situation and then left this thing here, waiting for you to come back. But who is this person? In any case, I don't think it's the Ghost King that chased us." Her thoughts were basically the same as Long Chen's. "Big brother, don't think so much. Use this to cultivate the 9-dragon scripture. I don't think that thing appears so frequently, and I forgot to be on guard just now. A purple blood demonic dragon scale can increase your strength by a lot. You cultivate, and I'll be on guard at the door to guard you." "It'll be fine," Mo Xiaolang said. He wasn't a weakling either. The reason why he was injured the first time was purely because he didn't expect his opponent to be so strong. He didn't believe that his opponent could still do anything when he was on full alert. Besides, even if he couldn't, Long Chen could still wake up from his cultivation state. In any case, the outside world was still in turmoil, and the ghost tribe was running amok. Since they had nothing to do, they might as well increase their strength. Long Chen nodded readily. After telling them to be careful, he began to study the 8th stage of the 9-dragon scripture. It could be said that the higher the level of the 9-dragon scripture, the more powerful it would be. Previously, the power of the 7th level of the 9-dragon scripture was already equivalent to Long Chen's extreme universe finger. Now that he had cultivated it to the 8th level, the power of the 9-dragon scripture would definitely surpass the killing move of the extreme universe finger, unless the extreme universe finger evolved to an even higher level. Leveling up the extreme cosmic finger was rather difficult. Thus, for the time being, cultivating the 8th level of the 9-dragon scripture was the fastest method. With the previous few experiences, although it was difficult to integrate another layer of energy into it, hard work paid off. Long Chen had long understood the knack and was extremely familiar with it. It was only a matter of time before he succeeded in cultivating it. The thing that puzzled him the most was who had given him such an opportunity. Only God knew. Mo Xiaolang didn't dare to be negligent. He was always on guard. Li Xuanji also assisted him on the side. Both of them were waiting for Long Chen to succeed. About a day later, people had explored the entire ruins of the Taiwei mountain. When they returned to the square, they gathered in twos and threes. Among them, the members of the ancient Yuan Spirit World and the ancient Thunder Reservoir teams had also returned. They gathered together and glanced over at Mo Xiaolang from time to time. The 5 handsome young men and women of the ancient Yuan Spirit World were like fairies. Their appearances were enviable. Yuan Xiaozhou was the best among them. During this period, some people went out to take a look. The ghost clan was still rampaging outside. There was no way out. Thus, everyone waited patiently. Some even decided to stay here. The riot of the ghost clan had already affected the game of the 12 supreme alliances. It was fine if the game didn't continue. On the 3rd day, Long Chen was almost familiar with the 8th level of the 9 dragon scripture. The scale of the purple blood demonic dragon was about to be integrated into his chest. The 8 scales formed a ring. Only the scale of the demon dragon was left to complete the ring. Just as he was about to finish, there was a commotion outside. The 2 people from the solar divine realm staggered back to the square with their bodies covered in blood. Seeing their miserable appearance, everyone immediately panicked and became extremely vigilant. There had been a total of 5 people from the solar divine realm, but now there were only 2 left. Furthermore, they were missing an arm or a leg. What exactly had happened? For a moment, everyone was in an uproar. Could it be that what Long Chen had said about the Ghost King was actually true? Everyone felt their hair stand on end. Many people hurriedly asked, what happened? The 2 warriors from the solar divine world looked around with hatred. Finally, they fixed their eyes on Mo Xiaolang and Li Xuanji, who were standing at the door of the small house in the distance. They roared angrily. Their clothes were already dyed red with blood, but they didn't seem to notice it. They rushed over and shouted, "Murderous thieves, I want to avenge my brothers from the solar divine world. Come out and fight." What? Everyone was frightened. Could it be that it wasn't the Ghost King who made them act like this, but the team from the evil Dragon Palace? How was that possible? While everyone was confused, the 2 warriors from the solar divine world had already rushed in front of Li Xuanji and the others. They looked at them ferociously and were about to make a move. Several experts from the ancient Yuan spirit domain and the desolate ancient thunder reservoir rushed over. Among them, Yuan Xiaozhou used his spirit technique to restrain one of them, making him unable to move. Then, he asked, "What happened? If you have something to say, speak slowly. If they did something wrong, we definitely won't just stand by and watch." When the warrior was stopped, his anger turned into tears. As he cried and struggled, he shouted, "It's them. They wanted to ally with us, but they launched a sneak attack. 3 of our brothers died, and even the 2 of us were in danger. If we weren't lucky enough to survive and recover after 3 days, our team from the solar divine world would have been annihilated by them." The other warrior glared at Long Chen and the others and scolded sternly, "You are really cruel. You used this method to annihilate the previous team, didn't you? First, you used the excuse of allying with them to gain their trust, then suddenly killed them. You definitely succeeded without anyone knowing. You killed them all, but you didn't expect the 2 of us to still be alive and miraculously survive. Evil Dragon Palace team, I want you to pay the price." As they insisted, the others also had angry expressions. Everyone gradually surrounded them and looked at Li Xuanji and Mo Xiaolang aggressively. Everyone could accept it if it happened the first time, but if it happened a second time, they could no longer tolerate it. Otherwise, what would they do if it happened to them again? Long Chen had reached the final juncture. He knew that what happened outside was just a false accusation. He could see it clearly and sneered in his heart. However, he still continued to complete the last part of the 8th stage of the 9 dragon scripture. Mo Xiaolang faced them alone. He was strong, so his aura was naturally strong. At this moment, he looked at everyone coldly and said, "We came here 3 days ago. From the beginning to the end, we didn't talk to your team from the Solar Divine Realm. What do you mean by allying with you? Are you sure that the people you met were really us and that you weren't deceived by some strange technique?" The expressions of the people from the ancient Yuan spirit world changed. Yuan Xiaozhou said coldly, "Mo Xiaolang, are you saying that our team from the ancient Yuan spirit world is framing you? You're too ridiculous. I saw that you were an expert and respected you before. I didn't expect you to be a coward who didn't dare to admit your wrongdoings." "You're right." In the desolate ancient thunder pool, the burly man at the great perfection of the martial path also said angrily, "A man should admit to what he did. Mo Xiaolang, don't make me look down on you. These people from the ancient Yuan spirit world have been with us all this time. How dare you say that they're framing you? Do you think that our brothers from the Solar Divine Realm are fools? Do you think that we can't see clearly whether it was the spirit technique or you guys?" For a moment, the people from the 5 teams present all pointed their fingers at Mo Xiaolang. Mo Xiaolang clenched his fists. He knew what was going on, but he was no match for the ancient Yuan spirit world team in a battle of words. If it weren't for Long Chen's instructions, he wouldn't have bothered to waste time with these guys. He would have directly attacked them. Li Xuanji was also very angry. The feeling of being wronged was not a good one. She knew that Yuan Xiaozhou was probably targeting them because he was afraid of them. However, he was very ambitious. Therefore, they could only take advantage of the situation to attack Long Chen and the others. Li Xuanji took a step forward. Her pretty face was filled with coldness. She was also not a person who could be easily bullied. She said straightforwardly, "Solar Divine Realm, you fought with us from the Supreme Een Demon world for so long in vain. You have no brains at all. Let me tell you, we definitely won't do anything sneaky. Don't be used by others. You might think that you've taken revenge, but the real enemy is pretending to help you." What? The 2 people from the Solar Divine Realm did not believe her at all. In a situation where hatred had clouded their minds, they believed their own eyes even more. The first person to attack was Li Xuanji. This could not be wrong. In addition, the Solar Divine Realm and the Supreme Een Demon world were enemies. One of the warriors cursed, "You poisonous woman, how dare you say such things? If I didn't believe you, we wouldn't have died." Chapter 1357. Shut up. Li Xuanji was so angry that she fainted. Stupidity wasn't scary, but stupidity to this level was beyond redemption. "You want me to shut up? Go to hell." The 2 cultivators were in a frenzied state. They attacked Li Xuanji again, but this time, Yuan Xiaozhou and the others smiled coldly and didn't stop them. Whoosh. Li Xuanji's face was frosty, like an ice beauty. Long Chen was still cultivating inside. Seeing that the other party attacked without knowing right from wrong, she became anxious. The spirit-shattering needle flew out of her hand and pierced through the space between one of the cultivator's eyebrows. Pooh! The originally heavily injured cultivator fell to the ground with a dull expression and lost all signs of life. The other cultivator screamed and hurriedly threw himself on the body of the dead cultivator, crying bitterly as his eyes became incomparably red. "You actually killed me, you actually killed me, damn you, damn you!" He roared madly, staring at Li Xuanji. Additionally, Yuan Xiaozhou and the others felt that the time was right. He stepped forward and helped the only cultivator from the Sun God realm up, comforting him for a while. Then, he looked at Li Xuanji with cold eyes and said, "Now you have nothing to say. You attacked so viciously. Obviously, you were the ones who destroyed the Sun God realm. Then, according to the rules, we have no choice but to act against you, especially you." He pointed at Li Xuanji, his originally pleasant voice now incomparably sinister. "You killed people in front of us, you simply don't put others in your eyes. Compared to the women of the ancient Yuan spirit world, such a vicious and sinister woman is simply an unbearable tumor. What right do you have to live in this world? However, Li Xuanji did not take these harsh words to heart. Today, she was truly angry. Facing the other party's question, she coldly said, I also want to ask you. We're all men, but why are the two men beside me so open and upright? Why are all of you men from the ancient Yuan spirit world full of things that are neither men nor women? They specialize in scheming in the dark. What right do you have to live in this world? This was her nature. After coming out of the god's sealing bronze coffin, she had tried to scare Long Chen, wanting to kill him. It was just that the upheaval in her family in the supreme Yin devil world had forced her to restrain herself. That sharp personality was forever hidden in her heart. She was only gentle to Long Chen. Yuan Xiaozhou was infuriated by her words. Just as he was about to scold her shamelessly, a figure walked out of the hut and stood in front of Li Xuanji and Mo Xiaolang. At that moment, they felt as if they had found their backbone. Long Chen actually felt very sorry for her. Sometimes, when her temper flared up, it was indeed very sharp, but it was also very cute. I never thought that you would have such an image of me in your heart. Of course, this kind of monster that is neither man nor woman is qualified to be compared to me, Long Chen, and my brother. Long Chen laughed. His pair of blood-red eyes looked at Yuan Xiaozhou and the others. That formless aura made all the martial artists below the martial Tao great perfection retreat one by one. At that moment, everyone seemed to understand why the captain of the evil dragon palace was not Mo Xiaolang. The aura in Long Chen's eyes created a powerful suppression on everyone's divine martial spirits. This was not the will of the world, but his own will. However, it was much more terrifying than the will of the world. Even they, 9th-tier divine martial realm martial artists, had no choice but to lower their heads in front of this will. Long Chen's cold laughter was like a huge bell, ringing in their ears over and over again. It's time to end this farce. We are all from the various forces of the 12 Supreme Alliance. This is just a game, there's no need to resort to underhanded tricks. We just arrived and you're already talking about a peace treaty. Since you want to fight, let's fight fair and square. If you continue to play such petty tricks, it will only make me belittle and despise you. A true expert should be fearless, but you're lacking in that aspect. Long Chen stretched out his finger and pointed at Yuan Xiaozhou in an incomparably domineering manner. He said, "Smelly woman, do you have anything else to say? If not, then lead this group of idiots who have been fooled by you to fight. No matter how useless I, Long Chen, am, I will not lose to a thing that is neither man nor woman like you." Ha, this description is very apartment. Behind him, Li Xuanji finally smiled. She was a peerless beauty. Her smile was like the arrival of spring, making people feel as if they were bathed in the spring breeze. After hearing Long Chen's words, the grievance in her heart disappeared. She understood that Long Chen was suppressing her with words in order to let her vent her anger. Otherwise, if this kind of thing was not explained clearly, even if she beat the other party fiercely, it would not look like she was standing on the side of justice. Fighting would not go well. Long Chen's words made the remaining Sun God Domain warrior seem to understand a little. He moved a few steps away and looked at Long Chen, then at Yuan Xiaozhou, whose face was ashen and had completely lost her beauty. "Is there still water in your brain?" Long Chen asked with a smile. He pointed at himself and said, "I'll tell you one last time. When I kill someone, I never accidentally leave them alive. If I really did it, you wouldn't be standing here now." This sentence was exactly the same as Long Chen's character. The remaining people, except for the people from the ancient Yuan spirit world and the desolate ancient lightning pool, actually had an idea in their hearts. Obviously, from the looks on Yuan Xiaozhou and the others' faces, they roughly knew what the real situation was. The Sun God Domain warrior finally calmed down and said coldly, "Yuan Xiaozhou, don't let me go out alive, or I will spread this matter to the 12 Supreme Alliance." Long Chen's few words successfully disrupted their attack. The handsome men and women of the ancient Yuan spirit world all had ashen faces, their faces extremely ugly. The 5 men from the desolate ancient lightning pool also had ugly expressions. Long Chen turned around and said solemnly to Li Xuanji, "We made you angry. Next, watch me and Xiao Lang." Okay. She was actually very happy, because she knew that Long Chen was afraid that she would be injured in the chaotic battle. If that happened, it would be irreparable. This feeling of being cared for was really good. Long Chen also let her enter the Great Void Realm, and then stood side by side with Mo Xiaolang. Their opponent was the combined forces of the ancient Yuan spirit world and the desolate ancient lightning pool team, a total of 10 people. And Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang only had 2 people. Come on. Long Chen beckoned Yuan Xiaozhou with his finger, his eyes full of provocation. Yuan Xiaozhou trembled all over. This was because he, who was incomparably elegant, had a head full of shit thrown at him today. The other 4 handsome men and beautiful women also felt like their heads were full of shit. Yuan Xiaozhou really wanted to obliterate Long Chen and the others like this, but the matter had already been exposed. His intuition told him that it was very inappropriate to make a move now. With Mo Xiaolang's strength, it would be troublesome if the 2 teams were injured. What he wanted was to achieve a complete victory in the most perfect situation, when the morale was high. The remaining 2 teams obviously wouldn't help him today. Although they were weak, they were still a force to be reckoned with. For example, they could restrain Long Chen, and then everyone could besiege Mo Xiaolang. But today was not the day. Today, he had made a mistake. Yuan Xiaozhou was a meticulous person. After his anger, he calmed down. He knew that his rashness would inevitably bring irreparable losses. Although the members of the ancient Yuan Spirit World team and the ancient Desolate Thunder Pool team were already rubbing their hands together, he waved his hand and said, "Today's matter is not something that can be settled just because of your sophistry. In any case, we have a clear conscience. Also, let me warn someone, don't be deceived by the words of others. We wanted to help you take revenge, but you were blinded by the words of others." With a sneer, he looked at Long Chen again and said, "Don't be too proud. I know you're good with words, but you'd better behave yourself." After saying this, he actually called for the others to leave. Long Chen could be considered to have seen how thick-skinned this person was. He was almost about to reveal his true colors, yet he was still able to smooth things over with just a few words. This caused that martial practitioner from the solar divine realm to be dumbfounded. Who exactly was the murderer? Seeing that this grandson was actually leaving, Long Chen was speechless. Only Yuan Xiaozhou could endure being humiliated to such an extent. It seemed that his temperament was not ordinary. Long Chen was clear that if he faced these 2 teams, it would be very challenging. He might even lose. After all, they were very strong. He was also weighing whether to fight today. If he fought, the consequences would be unpredictable. But if he didn't fight, there would be a stone in his heart that he couldn't let go of. No matter what, he wouldn't feel good. Just as the ancient Yuan Spirit World team was about to leave, Long Chen suddenly became vigilant. He leaned close to Mo Xiaolang. In that instant, Long Chen knew that the Ghost King must have come again. However, this time, Long Chen was able to use his soul pupil technique to sense a weak soul aura. This soul aura belonged to the human race, not the Ghost King. Not the Ghost King, there were actually other experts who entered the ruins of Taiwei Mountain. Just who was it? Long Chen hurriedly used his eyes to search for his location. Suddenly, 2 people screamed. A purple figure swept past the remaining 2 teams. 2 of them hurriedly covered their hands. Looking carefully, one could see that their left palms were gone. Pa. 2 palms fell in front of Long Chen's eyes. The gold token had been taken away. For this guy to be able to do this, not to mention other things, just his speed alone was enough to make Long Chen worship him. This was definitely a powerhouse, even more terrifying than Mo Xiaolang. Just who was it? Whoosh. His figure stopped on top of a tall but dilapidated house on the opposite side of the square. Everyone looked over blankly, only to see a tall man wearing a purple full-body armor and sharp war boots standing in the middle of the thick fog. Because of the purple fog, no one could see his appearance clearly, but from his tall and straight figure, he was definitely a young man. This purple color made Long Chen think of the purple blood demon dragon scales. He was 100% sure that this powerhouse who suddenly appeared was the one who brought the purple blood demon dragon scales. What shocked Long Chen the most was that he actually felt the aura of a dragon from this young man. That was the aura of the purple blood demon dragon. At this moment, the young man waved the 2 gold tokens in his hand and laughed loudly. His voice was clear and resonant, with an uninhibited free and easy aura. You guys go ahead and fight. Father will give these 2 gold tokens to whichever team wins. If you guys don't fight, then I'll break these 2 treasures. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. Who was this mysterious person? Kitten's fat head came out of the realm of higher void. He rubbed his eyes with his paws and said in disbelief, You scared me to death. Isn't this the dragon warrior? 1 p.m. Thank you for your support. I've been writing day and night for the past few days. I'm really tired. However, I'll keep my word. National Day is coming. Madman has more time. As long as I can persevere, I'll write 5 chapters every day. Chapter 1358. Long Chen already had a premonition in his heart. When Kitten said it, his heart trembled. After all, he was able to get to where he was now largely because of his identity as a dragon warrior. This was his most unique secret. All along, he had heard a lot of legends about dragon warriors, including Wang Chen, who was a dragon warrior. But he had never seen another person like him in real life. And the person in front of him was clearly not Wang Chen. The purple mist dissipated, revealing the appearance of this tall martial artist. This was a fair-skinned, tall and slender youth. He was extraordinarily handsome, with a hearty face. Between his eyebrows, there was a sharp and ruffian aura that made people not dare to look at him directly. He had a head full of long purple hair and sharp eyes that made people feel awe and fear. Long Chen had seen many handsome men along the way, but there seemed to be only one young man who had such an unruly aura as this man in front of him, a tough yet evil youth. Purple armor, tough boots, and a domineering gaze that was unstoppable. What caught Long Chen's attention the most was his identity as a dragon warrior. He had just obtained the scales of the purple blood demon dragon, and from the aura of this youth, he was obviously the inheritor of the purple blood demon dragon. Purple blood demon dragon. This was an ancient divine dragon that was a level higher than the rubyhorn demon dragon. It was almost at the same level as the void refinement demon dragon. Compared to the void refinement demon dragon, the purple blood demon dragon was born with the primordial purple blood demon dragon. This was an ancient blood that came with the heavens and earth, and the purple blood demon dragon was the only creature that had this blood. With the primordial purple blood demon dragon, its physical body was stronger than most divine dragons. This dragon warrior in front of him gave Long Chen a physical shock. Long Chen thought that he had almost completely integrated with the dragon blood. Long Chen could not help but connect many things together. The purple blood demonic dragon, the dragon martialist, the demonic dragon hall, the people of the demonic dragon hall had always been talking about this purple chainmail. This youth was clearly from the demonic dragon hall. But wasn't the demon dragon hall on the other side of 9-star Chaos City? How did he get here? These were all very mysterious. At this moment, seeing that Long Chen and the other members of the ancient Yuan spirit domain did not respond, the young man laughed evilly, waved the 2 golden tokens in his hand, and said in a very pitiful tone, "It seems that you don't care about these golden tokens at all. It just so happens that I don't care about them at all, so I have to break them. What a pity." At this point, he placed his purple gloved hands on the ends of the 2 golden badges. His lips curled into a faint smile as he looked at the two groups of people facing each other. Don't. Within the ancient Yuan spirit realm, a blue-haired, abnormally beautiful girl that was as exquisite as a sapphire said hurriedly. What? The purple blood dragon warrior laughed heartily, looking at the girl's face, chest, and beautiful curves with a passionate gaze. TSK, based on my experience with countless women, I can give your face 90 points. TSK, based on my experience of seeing countless women, your face can be rated at 90 points. Your breasts are a bit inferior, probably 80 points. As for your figure, your body is as soft as a water snake, it should be very good when you twist it. I can give you 95 points. As for your appearance, I can tell that you are a girl with a pure appearance but a flirtatious heart, which suits my taste. Alright, I have decided. If you sleep with me for one night, I will give you a gold badge. If you sleep with me for 2 nights, I will give you 2. What do you think? He spoke very seriously, as if he was really negotiating with the other party. The sapphire-like girl was so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. Without saying a word, she waved her hand and dozens of water snakes appeared out of thin air. These seemingly simple water snakes actually pierced through the space and rushed towards the strange martial artist. At a glance, it was obvious that this was a ruthless attack. So this is a spirit technique. It is indeed amazing. Long Chen watched coldly from the side. He actually attacked. That martial artist suddenly laughed out loud. His body instantly disappeared at an incomparably terrifying speed and reappeared in an instant. But what shocked Long Chen was that the sapphire-like beautiful girl was already in his arms. He stretched out his Lushan claws and reached into her clothes. He fiercely rubbed that fragrant and wonderful soft flesh and laughed out loud. The others were dumbfounded. The sapphire girl let out a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering scream. Just as she was about to attack, the other party had already retracted her hand and slapped her across the face, sending her flying. Her beautiful face became blood-red, as if she had been disfigured. Bitch, you are no longer a virgin. Why are you still pretending to be pure? He scolded as he sniffed the lingering fragrance in his hand. The strength that he had displayed in that instant was beyond everyone's understanding. Long Chen knew very well that to be able to easily bring that girl out of the ancient Yuan spirit world and then easily suppress her meant that he was probably in the tribulation realm. However, he didn't have the aura of the Nirvana tribulation realm on him. It was possible that the so-called Wang Chen was only at this level of strength. He was definitely one of the top geniuses in the entire 3 regions and 9 realms. Long Chen understood this principle, but Yuan Xiaozhou and the others couldn't. Although someone on their side had been violated, Yuan Xiaozhou felt like coughing up blood. That girl was his woman. However, this mysterious young man who had suddenly appeared was so powerful that he had no confidence in being able to fight him head-on. He helped the girl into the group and said a few words in her ear, finally stabilizing her emotions. Then, Yuan Xiaozhou looked at the warrior and said, "What do you want to do?" The mysterious cultivator shook the gold token in his hand and said, "I've already made my words very clear. I'm looking forward to seeing you fight to the death. Whoever wins will be the owner of the gold token in my hand. Hurry up, don't waste my time." Yuan Xiaozhou frowned slightly and said, "Why should I believe you and fight to the death with them? Also, who are you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Long Chen took a step forward and said fearlessly, "I believe in him, so I agree to fight. I just don't know if the people of the ancient Yuan spirit world and the desolate ancient thunder reservoir have the guts to do so." The mysterious warrior laughed loudly when he heard Long Chen's words. Long Chen knew that this person understood him and had even given him the purple blood demonic dragon scale. This meant that he was definitely not here to deal with him. In addition, it was time to end things with these 2 groups. 10 against 2. If you are still afraid, then I really look down on you. Mo Xiaolang, who had accompanied Long Chen and fought side by side with him, sneered. Yuan Xiaozhou was already riding a tiger, unable to back down. He was also arrogant. For the sake of the big picture, he had already been forced to this point. He could no longer endure it. His woman had been violated, so Yuan Xiaozhou could only vent his anger on Long Chen. If it weren't for Long Chen, he wouldn't have provoked such a terrifying man. The people of the desolate ancient thunder reservoir were all very irritable. At this moment, the leading warrior roared, "Yuan Xiaozhou, if you continue to endure it, even I will look down on you. Let's do it. No one from the desolate ancient thunder reservoir can deal with Mo Xiaolang. You should deal with Long Chen." The 5 people from the desolate ancient thunder reservoir were like 5 giant lightning beasts. They also understood that between the evil Dragon Palace's team and the mysterious warrior, the evil Dragon Palace's team was easier to deal with. As for Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang, it was clear that Mo Xiaolang was much stronger. They were also unyielding and actually said such words. "Don't worry. After we deal with this guy, we will go and help you." After a long time, Yuan Xiaozhou finally confirmed it. On the roof, the mysterious martial artist laughed out loud. He sat down and waited for the Long Chen warriors to start fighting while he watched the show. A battle that wouldn't have happened originally had been stirred up by him with just a few words. "Big brother," Mo Xiaolang asked. "Go." Long Chen was facing the 5 people from the ancient Yuan Spirit World's team. For Long Chen, the thing he was least afraid of was being surrounded. Although the ancient Yuan Spirit World's team was indeed very strong, he wasn't afraid of a single person. Advancing bravely was the true path of martial arts. The greater the suppression, the stronger Long Chen's will to defy. Invisibly, the 5 effeminate men from the ancient Yuan Spirit World were greatly suppressed. This time, let's see which of us brothers wins first. I lost last time, but I won't lose this time. Mo Xiaolang was also a decisive person. With that, he flicked his finger at the 5 people from the desolate ancient thunder reservoir and said, "If you're a man, come with me." The 5 burly men from the desolate ancient thunder reservoir all roared and followed Mo Xiaolang's footsteps. They leapt out wildly. If it was elsewhere, the earth would definitely shake. Whether it was the desolate ancient thunder reservoir or the ancient Yuan Spirit World's team, they were both much stronger than the Azura Sword Hell's team without the Azulite swords. Right now, Long Chen was facing an entire team of cultivators from the ancient Yuan Spirit World alone. Just this boldness was enough to shock the dragon warrior who was observing him. Long Chen knew that the fellow was looking at him. He had no hostility, and he had even come to help him. Perhaps he felt that meeting another dragon warrior was a very wonderful thing, or perhaps he was lonely. Regardless, the team from the ancient Yuan Spirit World was still filled with killing intent this time. They originally believed that they were stronger than the team from the desolate ancient thunder reservoir. Now that they faced an opponent like Long Chen, not only did they have to win, they had to win beautifully. There was nothing to fear. Blood-red scales gradually covered his body with dragon blood. Exquisite and sharp bone spikes appeared on his elbows, knees, and other places that could be attacked. Blood-red dragon scales increased his defense by an incomparably huge amount. At that moment, a bloody and murderous aura emanated from Long Chen's body. It was as if he was standing on a pile of hundreds of millions of corpses. That mental pressure that no one could look directly at made the people of the ancient Yuan spirit realm pale before the battle even began. Swish! The huge blood-red desolation transformed into a halberd. The tip of the halberd smashed into the ground, producing a clang that pierced everyone's eardrums. Long Chen's current appearance caused the mysterious martialist to reveal a knowing smile. Chapter 1359. In the ancient Yuan Spirit World team, besides Yuan Xiaozhou's ability, the others used the 4 spirit techniques of water, fire, wood, and earth respectively. In this desolate ruin, there was no natural environment, so their abilities were relatively weak. However, spirit techniques were not as simple as borrowing them. They were more adept at creating them. Without an environment, they created an environment. The remaining teams hurriedly hid to the side when they saw the fierce battle. However, they watched from afar. This was going to be a very exciting battle. At this moment, only Yuan Xiaozhou was still standing in front of Long Chen among the 5 members of the ancient Yuan spirit domain team. The others were scattered to the 4 corners of the ruins. The wind danced wildly. In the distance, the sound of thunder exploded. Mo Xiaolang was instantly enveloped in a crazy thunder array. The martialists from the ancient Thunder Pool team were attacking him frantically. However, Long Chen knew that the effect of their attacks was very limited. This was because Mo Xiaolang's body had already been tempered by the 9-colored thunder array for half a year. How could the martialists from the ancient Thunder Pool fight him? On Long Chen's side, the truly difficult battle was about to begin. The battle on the other side had already begun with a bang. Let's begin, brothers. Yuan Xiaozhou waved his hand, his handsome face looking at Long Chen with incomparable contempt. At this moment, although the ruins were very hard, Long Chen still felt like the earth was shaking. Boom! 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 The 4 martialists simultaneously used spirit techniques unique to the ancient Yuan spirit domain. Boundless raging sea, water spirit illusion. The girl who looked like a sapphire was the first to act. In an instant, a quarter of the fan-shaped area within a 5-kilometer radius of Long Chen was completely submerged by angry waves. The roaring seawater was deep blue and wasn't ordinary seawater at all. Each drop of liquid seemed to weigh 1,000 kilograms. At this moment, billions of seawater condensed into a ferocious tiger that rushed towards Long Chen. Divine fire from the heavens engulfed the earth. Another martialist with red hair used a spirit technique. In an instant, flames condensed in the sky, forming a huge spinning fireball with a diameter of 1,000 meters. It crashed down towards Long Chen. Myriad would rebirth, crazy domain. In the 3rd fan-shaped area, a towering tree grew out of the muddy ground. The tree was black in color and covered in sharp, jagged leaves. At this moment, countless vine-like branches rushed towards Long Chen. The sky is falling and the earth is cracking. The earth is shaking and the mountains are shaking. The last one was a handsome man with blonde hair. He executed a spiritual art and a huge wave of soil surged towards Long Chen. It was as though an earthquake was going to drown Long Chen completely. All 4 of them attacked at the same time. These 4 types of spirit arts were much stronger than the previous ones. That was how spirit arts were. As long as they were given enough time to use them, the power of their attacks would definitely be more than twice that of ordinary attacks. Just the water attribute attack alone, each drop of water weighed at least 500 kilograms. Countless drops of water condensed together, forming a giant tiger in Star City. How strong would the impact be? And Long Chen was practically at the center of all 4 attacks. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the ruins of the Taiwei mountain, which he found hard to shake, were really shaking. Even the mysterious martial artist on the roof could not help but nod when he saw this attack. The reason why the ancient Yuan spirit realm was known as the number 1 in the 9 realms was not just for show. On the other side, although there were 5 people from the ancient Thunder Pool, they were completely suppressed by Mo Xiaolang. At that moment, Long Chen felt as though the entire world was against him. He smiled coldly. With his current level, he could not withstand such a powerful attack. Spirit arts were actually the amplification of the 3rd tier of the divine martial realm, the celestial being realm. At that time, Long Chen had learned to activate the Emperor's spiritual qi in his attacks. He was still doing it now, but he could not find the people from the ancient Yuan spirit realm to maximize the talent of the celestial being realm. These attacks were mostly caused by the power of heaven and earth. He roared. An unwilling roar came from the depths of Long Chen's soul. He wanted to win. Not only did he want to win, but he wanted to win beautifully. A drop of dragon blood appeared in between his eyebrows. The dragon blood on Long Chen's forehead fell to the ground. In an instant, a 10-kilometer-wide blood-colored formation that almost enveloped Imo Xiaolang appeared under Long Chen's feet. This blood-colored formation was extremely complicated. It contained a large number of incomprehensible dragon symbols, as if countless divine dragons were swimming within it. A primordial aura was emitted from the formation in a shocking manner. Seeing the complexity of this formation, almost everyone would be shocked. That ancient aura was simply too shocking. Billions of drops of blood rose from the formation, covering the battle within a 10-kilometer radius. Ancient Blood Prison Formation. When the formation was formed, raging waves came, heavenly fire descended, and heaven and earth shook. Just as Long Chen was about to be engulfed, his body suddenly disappeared. From a strange angle, he instantly appeared behind the blue-haired girl. Boom! In the eyes of the crowd, the fourfold power was simply crushing Long Chen to death. They all felt that it was a pity. The spirit technique was really too strong. Under their siege, Long Chen simply had no chance to fight in close combat. The people of the ancient Yuan spirit domain team could not help but cheer in their hearts. But the next moment, they felt that something was wrong, because the blood-colored formation did not disappear. Instead, it rotated even more terrifyingly. Drops of blood appeared in almost every corner of them. "Do you see me?" Long Chen's voice sounded in the ears of the blue-haired girl. The girl's face instantly turned pale. The blue water suddenly retracted, completely protecting herself. At this moment, Long Chen's scarlet blood heaven desolation did not hold back in the slightest. His halberd fiercely struck her slender waist. Bang! Long Chen felt as though he had struck the sea. Anyway, most of the force had been dissipated. But the girl still cried out in pain. Her entire body flew into the sky, blood already flowing from the corner of her mouth. Under the terrifying force of Long Chen's frontal attack, her battle strength was instantly reduced by half. She was the first to be injured. When Long Chen reappeared, everyone discovered his existence. They panicked and attacked again. Long Chen was least afraid of being surrounded, because his ancient blood hell formation would make those who besieged him feel despair. Apart from Yuan Xiaozhou, the others were all at the peak of the divine martial realm. Long Chen had even killed Zhuo Xianming. Although the attacks of the four of them were powerful, how could they be a match for Long Chen? At that moment, Long Chen displayed a frightening willpower. His figure moved at a terrifying speed within the ancient blood hell formation. In the chaos, apart from Yuan Xiaozhou, everyone else in the ancient Yuan spirit domain team quickly fell to his halberd. They all had good defensive methods, so Long Chen was unable to kill them. However, the four figures who had fallen to the ground in a short period of time had already lost 80% of their fighting strength. It would be very difficult for them to even crawl back up. If Long Chen wanted to kill them now, it would only take a single thought. Slap, slap, slap. The four handsome men and beautiful women from the ancient Yuan spirit domain were kicked together by Long Chen. He slowly walked over and stepped on the face of one of them, searching for traces of Yuan Xiaozhou within the ancient blood hell formation. The cold and domineering figure carrying the scarlet blood heaven desolation made the jaws of the onlookers drop to the ground. Only now did they understand that Long Chen, who possessed the ancient blood hell formation, was powerful to such an extent. Long Chen didn't fight with them. The four of them happened to be separated, so he dealt with them one by one. The bodies of the ancient Yuan spirit domain team were generally very weak. Long Chen had dripped his blood and reborn beside them. Defeating them with lightning-fast methods wasn't difficult, but it was thrilling enough. After all, none of the people present were weak. A look of approval appeared in the eyes of the purple-blood dragon warrior. It should be known that on the other side, Imo Xiaolang still hadn't finished his battle. But Long Chen didn't relax. He knew that the four of them were just bystanders. The truly terrifying opponent was Yuan Xiaozhou. Long Chen still didn't know what spirit art he cultivated. There was no information on it, but it was rumored that every time he attacked, none of his opponents survived. When the others attacked, it wasn't that he was pretending not to attack, but that he was preparing a killing move. 5 opponents and 4 small fish had already been dealt with. The power of water, fire, wood, and earth had completely disappeared. The surroundings suddenly became quiet, with only the drop of blood from the ancient blood hell formation still floating in the air. For a time, it was extremely quiet. Looking back, Yuan Xiaozhou was standing 20 meters behind him. But at this moment, he had become a little strange. It was as if he was just a shell, not a real person. Long Chen turned his head. 20 meters to his left, Yuan Xiaozhou also had a lifeless look in his eyes. Puppet art. Long Chen became vigilant. There were already over a dozen puppets that looked like Yuan Xiaozhou. At this moment, those puppets shot over. Long Chen was shocked to discover that these simple-looking puppets actually possessed the terrifying weight of the raging sea, the explosive power of the descent of heavenly fire, and the explosive power of the earth and trees. Ordinary ancient Yuan spirit world warriors weren't proficient in close combat, but Yuan Xiaozhou actually had such a terrifying close combat machine. This was an eye-opener for Long Chen. The scarlet blood desolation transformed into a long sword. Long Chen suddenly charged out and immediately clashed with one of Yuan Xiaozhou's puppets. That puppet was actually proficient in the martial path and possessed immense strength. Long Chen exchanged 10 blows with it before finally slashing at its neck. Crack. No blood flowed out. The puppet's neck had actually caught Long Chen's longsword. Great primal chaos thunder fist. Golden lightning revolved around Long Chen's hand as he suddenly roared and punched with all his strength. Finally, the puppet's insides were shattered, and it collapsed. But at this moment, over a dozen puppets continuously attacked. Damn it. Long Chen used blood drop rebirth and instantly shifted his position, causing those puppets to pounce on empty air. At the same time, he used his soul eye technique. Immediately, the god martial soul within 2 to 3 miles became incomparably clear in Long Chen's eyes. Chapter 1360. On the other side, the 5 burly men from the primordial thunderbolt pool had already summoned the terrifying thunder beasts of their clan. The souls of the thunder beasts fused into their bodies. Each of them grew to a height of 10 meters. Their muscles were bulging and their lightning power was almost explosive. Bluish-purple lightning wrapped around their bodies. Their faces were similar to those of wild beasts. As for the true demon clan's Mo Shaolang, he was much more elegant. However, it was only a terrifying elegance. The destructive power of lightning was limited to him. Mo Shaolang had already transformed into a werewolf. His attack power was shocking. Unless one was at the martial path Great Perfection realm, they would not be able to block his attack. The only person at the martial path Great Perfection realm had fused with 3 thunder beasts. He was now 20 meters tall. If it wasn't for him protecting his clansmen, he would have been defeated by Mo Shaolang. Damn it. Those people from the ancient Yuan spirit world still can't deal with a little guy. The expert at the martial path Great Perfection realm cursed in his heart. He took some time to observe the situation over here, only to find that it was extremely quiet. Long Chen used the soul eye technique but couldn't find Yuan Xiaozhou's position. Instead, the puppets charged towards him. At this moment, Long Chen found Yuan Xiaozhou among the puppets. He looked exactly the same as the other puppets. If it wasn't for Long Chen's spirit-devouring demon eye, he wouldn't have been able to find him. What a scheming fellow. Long Chen sneered in his heart. Without saying a word, he rushed towards Yuan Xiaozhou's position and appeared behind him in an instant. Swoosh. The long sword pierced towards Yuan Xiaozhou's back. You can actually find me. Not bad, but... Long Chen's long sword pierced through, but he soon discovered that he wasn't stabbing a human, but a puppet. As for Yuan Xiaozhou, he had already moved to another puppet. The spirit arts of the ancient Yuan spirit world were truly miraculous. However, Long Chen's scarlet blood heaven desolation turned into a halberd, and he unleashed the 7th layer of the 9-dragon scripture. He turned into a red blur that charged through the 10 or so puppets. Cracking sounds rang out as all of the puppets were destroyed. Yuan Xiaozhou stood in front of his 4 subordinates and looked very strange. He looked like a person without a soul. He looked at the others in disgust and scolded, "What a bunch of trash. Useless, I can only rely on myself." Basically, in the 12 Supreme Alliances, the powerful forces would send a young martial artist who had reached the great perfection of the martial Tao to support the situation. Yuan Xiaozhou was one of them. Therefore, his fighting power and additional factors were very strong, stronger than his other team members. As feminine as he was actually frightening at this moment. He seemed to be fearless as he walked towards Long Chen step by step, his eyes cold. Scarlet blood sky desolation's appearance changed in Long Chen's hands. This Yuan Xiaozhou truly made him feel threatened. The flames of battle in his heart burned even more intensely. Buzz! Yuan Xiaozhou stopped in his tracks and attacked without saying a word. At this moment, an incomparably fierce power erupted from his body. The divine energy of the great perfection of the martial Tao was displayed. In terms of divine energy, he could instantly defeat Long Chen. "I'll let you have a taste of my strongest puppet art. That is, summon." His hands formed a seal and a golden power gathered from all parts of his body toward his fingers. For a moment, a dazzling light flashed until his fingers turned completely golden. Yuan Xiaozhou looked like a god in the golden sun-like light. "Come out, my baby." Suddenly, his golden fingers stabbed the ground. With a buzz, a golden array formation appeared out of thin air. A terrifying aura came from the array formation. Long Chen and the purple blood dragon warrior widened their eyes, especially Long Chen. He was even more shocked. How could there be a dragon's aura in this golden array formation? 5-clawed golden dragon. Following Yuan Xiaozhou's sharp summon, a loud dragon roar came from the golden array below him. In an instant, a golden divine dragon with an incomparably huge head stretched out of the golden array formation and roared. A terrifying sound wave attacked Long Chen, followed by a lifelike golden dragon body and golden dragon claws that could numb one's scalp. When Long Chen saw the full appearance of this thing, he was completely dumbfounded. This was a legendary 5-clawed golden dragon with a thick arm and sharp claws on its chest. Its majestic form and the dragon's breath that it constantly emitted made Long Chen feel like he had returned to antiquity times, to the era when dragons devoured the sky. It soared high in the sky and rolled up and down at an extraordinary speed. Of course, there was a strong gravitational force above the Taiwei mountain. This 5-clawed golden dragon could only fly about 30 meters above the ground before descending and coiling around Yuan Xiaozhou. Compared to a real divine dragon, this 5-clawed golden dragon was much smaller. It was only over 100 m long. That's right, this wasn't a real divine dragon, but a puppet beast. It was the most terrifying puppet beast Long Chen had ever seen. From the design of each dragon scale to the complex internal structure, it could be seen that this puppet beast had definitely gone through a huge amount of work. Why did it have the aura of a dragon? It was because every single dragon scale was actually formed from the scales of a real 5-clawed golden dragon. It could be seen as the most luxurious configuration. In addition, the dragon claws and even the dragon horns all came from a real 5-clawed golden dragon. The 5-clawed golden dragon was a level higher than the ordinary azure dragon or red dragon, and a level lower than the sky mystic jade fire dragon. However, in this era where the divine dragon was completely extinct, and even the ruins were almost extinct, to be able to find so many materials to create this 5-clawed golden dragon puppet, this could no longer be described as just being rich and extravagant. This is the pinnacle of my work after 300 years of painstaking effort. You can be considered as the 5th person to experience it. At this moment, Yuan Xiaozhou's body seemed to be shining brightly as he touched the golden dragon and spoke with incomparable pride. The purple blood dragon martialist revealed an envious expression when he saw the 5-clawed golden dragon. Clearly, he had long known that Yuan Xiaozhou had this thing. His purpose for coming here today was probably to force Yuan Xiaozhou to use it. The five-clawed golden dragon puppet had the charm of a real divine dragon. It coiled around Yuan Xiaozhou's body and stared at Long Chen with its golden eyes. The dragon might was vast and mighty. Let's fight. Long Chen stabbed the five-clawed golden dragon puppet with his scarlet blood finger. Yuan Xiaozhou was incomparably excited. This was his most precious item. Normally, he would not bear to use it. However, in order to win, he had no other choice. Roar. Under the control of his spirit art, the five-clawed golden dragon was like his own body. It was nimble and ever-changing, and its 100-meter-long body charged toward Long Chen. The five-clawed golden dragon was known for its tough body. The hardness of the real dragon's scales exceeded Long Chen's imagination. Although the scarlet blood finger was sharp, it was difficult to pierce through the dragon's scales. After all, Long Chen did not have the strength of a real red-horned demon dragon. This was the first time he had fought a divine dragon. Although it was fake, Long Chen's heart was boiling. He was someone who yearned for a divine dragon. Regardless of the outcome today, he would thank Yuan Xiaozhou for letting him see this immortal work. However, this did not mean that Long Chen did not care about his life anymore. Boom! The five-clawed golden dragon descended from the sky. It had a total of 3 arms in front of its chest. At this moment, the huge and sharp dragon claws smashed toward Long Chen at an incomparably fast speed. Long Chen hurriedly used the ancient blood hell diagram to change his position. The dragon claws slammed into the ground, and instantly, there was a sound of metal rubbing against each other. The incomparably sturdy ground was also smashed in. From this, one could see how terrifying his strength was. Divine Dragon swings its tail. Sensing Long Chen's position, the five-clawed golden dragon's thick tail swept wildly. The tail's strength was even more terrifying, and Long Chen dodged it even more quickly. With a loud clang, one of the houses actually tilted a little. Only the power of the five-clawed golden dragon could destroy it here. Its strength is too terrifying. I can't fight this five-clawed golden dragon head-on. Oh right, Yuan Xiaozhou. This thing was controlled by Yuan Xiaozhou. As long as he killed Yuan Xiaozhou, there would naturally be no one controlling the five-clawed golden dragon. Long Chen used his soul eye to constantly search for Yuan Xiaozhou's position. The ancient blood hell diagram rotated and moved Long Chen to his side. I knew you would deal with me. Dream on. Long Chen retreated, and the five-clawed golden dragon charged over. Yuan Xiaozhou sat on its back, and then it started attacking Long Chen. Along the way, ear-piercing sounds of destruction constantly rang out. Facing this five-clawed golden dragon, Long Chen really didn't know where to start. He believed that his physical body was powerful, so he used the 7th level of the 9-dragon scripture to resist the dragon's claws for a while. However, the impact caused his blood and energy to churn, and he was almost swallowed by the five-clawed golden dragon. The ancient blood spirit dragon's apex pride made Long Chen climb up without hesitation. His blood was burning even more fiercely. He originally wanted to retreat, but when his pride was provoked, and under the stimulation of the ancient blood spirit dragon's bloodline, Long Chen gradually lost his reason. The other party is strong, but I'm stronger. Long Chen directly used Scarlet Blood Desolation as a stick. Previously, he had been running, but now he was attacking. With the ancient blood hell formation, he could completely avoid direct attacks. His arm muscles bulged, and a blood-colored aura filled the air. Long Chen kept changing positions on the five-clawed golden dragon's abdomen. Scarlet Blood Desolation was crazily attacking his body. This process was extremely thrilling. If the five-clawed golden dragon casually turned around, it could pierce through his body. At the same time, Yuan Xiaozhou was also using other puppet arts. Dozens of puppets in Yuan Xiaozhou's appearance surrounded Long Chen, making it impossible for him to focus on the five-clawed golden dragon. The scales of victory were starting to tilt in Yuan Xiaozhou's favor. The spectators were also frightened. Although Long Chen's performance was heaven-defying, it really couldn't compare to Yuan Xiaozhou's five-clawed golden dragon. The more he was suppressed, the more unresigned Long Chen's ancient blood spirit dragon bloodline boiled. His entire body seemed to be burning, and his eyes had already turned blood red. Chapter 1361. The power of the ancient blood prison diagram wasn't as simple as it seemed. In addition to blood rebirth, the ability to devour blood had also been strengthened. It had directly become blood ignition. Blood would burn in the body, and the power of the bloodline would be released into the ancient blood prison diagram, becoming a part of Long Chen's power. Therefore, as long as he was in the ancient blood hell array diagram, Long Chen's combat power would be endless. Although Yuan Xiaozhou hadn't sensed it, his body was weakening at a steady rate. Long Chen was simply invincible. Of course, the current five-clawed golden dragon's speed, physical strength, offensive power, and other aspects had reached a terrifying level. Long Chen could only fight it out. He firmly believed that Yuan Xiaozhou's divine energy consumption would be much greater than his to control such a huge puppet beast. All he needed to do was to forcefully attack and dodge. Dang! 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 Long Chen kept changing his position. The scarlet blood desolation in his hand struck the five-clawed golden dragon's head, abdomen, claws, and other places. Sparks flew every time, and the scarlet blood desolation even pierced through. However, this level of attack didn't have much of an impact on the five-clawed golden dragon. Of course, it could exhaust Yuan Xiaozhou's essence energy. As the battle continued, Yuan Xiaozhou, who was riding the five-clawed golden dragon, gradually realized that his body was weakening. Not only was his divine energy decreasing, but he was also burning his essence blood. If this continued, his strength might even regress. When he realized this, Yuan Xiaozhou couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end. "Don't force me to kill you." Yuan Xiaozhou was furious. The five-clawed golden dragon instantly became extremely violent. Every part of its body was used simultaneously, striving to defeat Long Chen as quickly as possible. Yuan Xiaozhou was indeed very strong with the five-clawed golden dragon, but Long Chen, who possessed the ancient blood hell array diagram, was simply his nemesis. Blood rebirth meant that the five-clawed golden dragon simply couldn't hit Long Chen. At that moment, the five-clawed golden dragon was attacking violently, causing the surrounding ground and buildings to emit sharp vibrations. The entire ancient blood hell array diagram seemed to be filled with the figure of the five-clawed golden dragon. Boom, 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 boom. Long Chen's current state was undoubtedly very worrying. Even the three people in the Great Void Realm were extremely nervous. Only Kitten acted as if nothing had happened and was calmly tidying his beard. He roared. The five-clawed golden dragon let out a deafening roar as it descended from the sky. It was like a golden planet crashing towards Long Chen. There were a total of 3 claws in front of its chest, forming an iron triangle. The shocking dragon might made one's scalp go numb. However, to Long Chen, this dragon's might was negligible because he was a true dragon. "You still don't know the meaning of death?" Long Chen smiled. The ancient blood hell diagram rotated and he suddenly appeared above the five-clawed golden dragon. When the five-clawed golden dragon crashed downwards, Long Chen's scarlet blood desolation suddenly pierced out. At this moment, Long Chen had mobilized all the divine origin energy in his body, as well as nirvana force and other powers, gathering them into the scarlet blood desolation. 9 Dragon Scripture, 8th layer. This was the 9 Dragon Scripture, which was the closest to the pinnacle. As soon as Long Chen used it, many dragon shadows appeared behind him. 8 divine dragons of 8 different attributes formed a hornless ring. The huge dragon shadows coiled around the scarlet blood desolation, and the blood-red scarlet blood desolation shone with 8 different colors. The 8 divine dragons wrapped around the scarlet blood desolation and erupted with the most terrifying dragon might. At that moment, it felt as if thousands of dragons were roaring in the sky. The purple blood dragon warrior looked up and nodded his head in approval as he watched Long Chen's move. Yuan Xiaozhou controlled the five-clawed golden dragon and turned his head in shock. At this moment, Long Chen executed the power of the 8th layer of the 9-dragon scripture and descended from the sky. An 8-colored brilliance transformed into a divine dragon of 8 different attributes that roared and charged forward. You finally dare to fight me head-on? Yuan Xiaozhou laughed loudly as he controlled the 5-clawed golden dragon and soared into the sky. The golden divine dragon and the 8-colored divine dragon clashed in the sky. Terrifying waves swept out in all directions. Space shattered as a huge tearing force filled the air. Break! Long Chen's entire body was filled with boundless divine power. He hacked down with his halberd and heavily struck the mouth of the 5-clawed golden dragon. With a loud boom, Long Chen was sent flying into the sky. The scarlet blood desolation nearly fell from his hand. It had to be said that the 5-clawed golden dragon was too hard. However, this time, the power of Long Chen's 8th layer of the 9-dragon scripture had actually caused the 5-clawed golden dragon's mouth to become crooked. The 5-clawed golden dragon looked as if it had been struck by lightning. It fell from the sky and crashed heavily into the ground. There was a loud rumble, and a dragon-shaped depression appeared on the incomparably hard ground. Yuan Xiaozhou couldn't dodge in time and was crushed by the 5-clawed golden dragon. Under normal circumstances, he would have already turned into minced meat. However, Long Chen didn't dare to underestimate Yuan Xiaozhou. He definitely wouldn't die so easily. Sure enough, when Long Chen saw that Long Chen's 5-clawed golden dragon had been broken by Yuan Xiaozhou's move, he suddenly felt a sense of danger behind him. Swish! Yuan Xiaozhou rushed above him. Giant beast roar. The delicate-looking Yuan Xiaozhou opened his mouth and transformed into a giant beast. As he roared, a visible sound wave blasted towards Long Chen and directly shook Long Chen to the ground. Long Chen hurriedly adjusted his position and used the ancient blood prison diagram to change his position. Otherwise, his ears would have been shaken by Yuan Xiaozhou's move. Many onlookers were shaken by Yuan Xiaozhou's giant beast roar, causing their ears to bleed. After moving to the ground, Long Chen stepped on the 5-clawed golden dragon. At this moment, the 5-clawed golden dragon was embedded in the ground, its head nearly destroyed by Long Chen. You lost, Long Chen said bluntly. Yuan Xiaozhou laughed heartily and said, You're overthinking things. If I only had this much ability, how could I have my current position? After saying that, he moved his hands. With a boom, the 5-clawed golden dragon under Long Chen's feet actually turned into specks of golden light that converged in the sky and gradually formed a golden dragon-shaped armor on Yuan Xiaozhou's body. In the end, it even covered Yuan Xiaozhou's head, making him look like a golden dragon martialist. The scales of the 5-clawed golden dragon covered his entire body. Long Chen shuddered. Yuan Xiaozhou was already strong enough, but now that he had fused with the 5-clawed golden dragon, would he still be a match for him? However, when he thought about how Yuan Xiaozhou was a top genius of the 3 regions and 9 realms and was only a step away from the apex, it was within his expectations that he would be so difficult to deal with. On the other side, Mo Xiaolang had also dealt with the 4 small fries and was now focused on dealing with the 30-meter-tall lightning giant. There were many geniuses in this world. Yuan Xiaozhou quickly fused with his 5-clawed golden dragon puppet. At that moment, a towering draconic might descended from his body. His originally weak body now looked like a humanoid beast. Buzz! The golden Yuan Xiaozhou rushed down from the sky and charged at Long Chen. If you want to compete with me in this aspect, then come at me. Long Chen laughed wildly, not a trace of fear in his eyes. His blood-red figure was like a bomb that collided with his opponent. Bang, bang, bang. The blood-red figure and the golden figure collided on the plaza. Long Chen had a solid physical body. He didn't believe that he couldn't beat his opponent's power. Long Chen was very smart. He had made good use of the ancient blood prison formation diagram. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to crush his opponent's power in such a short time. In terms of physical body, Long Chen was weaker than his opponent. However, he had the advantage in terms of endurance and endurance. The more they fought, the more shocked Yuan Xiaozhou became. Long Chen seemed to possess an undefeatable will. No matter how Yuan Xiaozhou attacked, Long Chen was like an unfathomable ocean that made all his attacks sink to the bottom of the sea. Boom, 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 boom. What was even more terrifying was the mental pressure from Long Chen's blood-red eyes. It put immense pressure on Yuan Xiaozhou's mind. Yuan Xiaozhou felt very frustrated. He had used his strongest move, but he still couldn't do anything to Long Chen's ancient blood prison formation diagram. Let's play a game. Long Chen suddenly smiled. Go to hell. Yuan Xiaozhou felt that his opponent was teasing him. He increased the intensity of his attacks. Sharp dragon claws stabbed at Long Chen's body. Long Chen could have moved away at the beginning, but he didn't do so this time. Instead, he rushed at Yuan Xiaozhou. Yuan Xiaozhou's keen senses told him that there was definitely a trap. He hastily retracted his attack, but it was too late. The sharp golden dragon claws still pierced Long Chen's chest. The blood-red dragon scales shattered. He had succeeded. Yuan Xiaozhou was dumbfounded. While he was still in a daze, Long Chen moved his right hand and the silver chain wrapped around Yuan Xiaozhou's body tightly. What? Yuan Xiaozhou was furious. Long Chen had actually used a Dao artifact. The silver chain made him unable to move for a short period of time. Fortunately, it was only a Dao artifact with a single Dao pattern. With the power of his five-clawed golden dragon, it was only a matter of time for him to break the chain. However, Long Chen had been injured, so it wouldn't be easy for him to recover. However, he suddenly realized that Long Chen didn't seem to be panicking at all. With a swoosh, Long Chen appeared behind him. At this time, the injury on his chest seemed to have never appeared. It had completely recovered. Yuan Xiaozhou was simply dumbfounded. How could he have known that Long Chen's greatest trump card was time reversal? While he was in a daze, the scarlet blood eternal desolation in Long Chen's hand rained down on Yuan Xiaozhou's body. Long Chen's first move knocked him to the ground. Next, Yuan Xiaozhou was shocked. He roared and used all the power in his body to tear this Dao artifact apart. However, Long Chen's Dao artifact was made with nirvanic energy, so it was much stronger than others. Although his five-clawed golden dragon was strong, it would still take some time to destroy it. Chapter 1362. Every time the seventh level of the Nine Dragons scripture landed on Yuan Xiaozhou's body, it made everyone's scalps go numb. Yuan Xiaozhou was currently completely trapped by the God-binding demon lock. Even if he was extremely capable, he wouldn't be able to resist Long Chen's torrent of attacks. Furthermore, Long Chen had used time reversal to exchange for this opportunity. He simply didn't give his opponent any time to resist. The repeated attacks caused Yuan Xiaozhou to fall to the ground. Then, Long Chen rushed above Yuan Xiaozhou and slashed down with the scarlet blood firmament. Clang, 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 clang. The sharp battle technique collided with the five-clawed golden dragon armor time and time again, emitting shocking sounds of friction. Although Long Chen's power wasn't enough for the scarlet blood firmament to pierce through the scales of the five-clawed golden dragon armor, the terrifying power passed through the dragon armor and struck Yuan Xiaozhou's body. The five-clawed golden dragon armor actually caved in. In just a few short moments, Yuan Xiaozhou screamed again and again. This scene made everyone's scalps go numb. Yuan Xiaozhou struggled again and again, but every time he tried to crawl up, Long Chen's halberd would strike his shoulder, causing him to fall to the ground. I'll beat you until you beg for mercy. Long Chen didn't care about that. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. His heavy blows landed again and again. The 5-clawed golden dragon armor caved in more and more. Yuan Xiaozhou, who had been very arrogant before, didn't have any temper at all. He just kept screaming in pain. This was the most terrifying torture. This process lasted for half an hour. Everyone watched as Yuan Xiaozhou was beaten by Long Chen. Yuan Xiaozhou's mouth was bleeding and his eyes were hazy. He was probably about to faint. At this time, Long Chen suddenly erupted. He used all the power in his body and slashed the scarlet blood firmament at Yuan Xiaozhou's left hand. Crack! The left hand was severed. At the same time, the 5-clawed golden dragon armor was cut by Long Chen. It was missing a corner. After losing a corner, the 5-clawed golden dragon could no longer maintain its current form. Golden light transformed into a 100-meter-long golden dragon that coiled around Yuan Xiaozhou. Yuan Xiaozhou cried out in pain. The god-imprisoning demon's shackles tightened, but they still trapped him, rendering him unable to move. After being beaten up by Long Chen like this, his vitality had been greatly damaged, and he had basically lost the ability to fight. Even the structure of the 5-clawed golden dragon had been destroyed. Clearly, he would not be able to fight for a while. This time, Yuan Xiaozhou was thoroughly defeated. Long Chen walked over and picked up the 2 golden tokens from the ground. He waved them at the people from the Solar Divine Realm and told them who had killed their people and taken their golden tokens. Long Chen, just kill me. Yuan Xiaozhou's aura was extremely weak. He had lost so miserably that he did not want to see anyone alive. I'm not an idiot. It's fine as long as I defeat you. With so many people watching, I'm not afraid that the people from the ancient Yuan spirit realm will find trouble with me after we leave. Long Chen curled his lips. In fact, the real reason he did not want to kill Yuan Xiaozhou was that the 5-clawed golden dragon was definitely a masterpiece. In addition, those who had lost to him at the start would not have a chance to contend against him in the future, except for the lucky idiot Feng Jilin. Long Chen fused the 2 golden tokens into his hands. Now, he had a total of 5 golden tokens in his hands. The winner takes all. Scram, Long Chen said rudely as he glanced at Yuan Xiaozhou. Aren't you afraid that I will take revenge in the future? Yuan Xiaozhou struggled to stand up. His entire body was drenched in blood. Long Chen had already removed the god-imprisoning demon shackles. You think you can do it? Long Chen chuckled. That feeling of defeat caused Yuan Xiaozhou's body to tremble. At this moment, his proud heart had finally received a heavy blow. He lowered his head and looked at his arm that had been chopped off. Yuan Xiaozhou revealed a bitter smile. This was the most miserable defeat he had ever suffered since he was young. The problem was that he still did not know how he had lost. Yuan Xiaozhou left dejectedly with the remaining 4 team members. On the other side, Mo Xiaolang had just finished off his opponent. He held 2 golden tokens in his hands and threw them to Long Chen. The 5 men from the primeval Thunderbolt Reservoir had all been beaten black by Mo Xiaolang. Although they would not die, they would not be able to fight normally for a short period of time. This was a huge blow to their vitality. After fusing with 2 more gold tokens, Long Chen would have a total of 7 tokens. Those people looked at the brothers in a daze, their bodies shaking. 2 against 10, they had actually won. This was something that no one had expected, yet it had happened right in front of their eyes. Perhaps for the ancient Yuan Spirit Realm team and the primeval Thunderbolt Reservoir team, this kind of crushing defeat was worse than death. After all, this kind of blow was not something that everyone could bear. They, who had been mentally defeated, no longer had the confidence to stay there. A group of people supported each other and left Long Chen's field of vision. The other teams watching from the sidelines also looked at them in fear. They had completely surrendered in their hearts. This was harder than killing them, but Long Chen had done it. Everyone present knew that after this battle, Long Chen would obtain 6 golden tokens. Including his own, he would have at least 7. This was practically a lock on victory. Whoever defeated Long Chen would be the champion. Champion meant that they would obtain 3 of the best treasures. However, even so, no one dared to attack Long Chen. At this time, Mo Xiaolang had already walked forward and stood side by side with Long Chen. He had been paying attention to the situation on Long Chen's side. From the moment Long Chen had used the god-binding demon chains to trap Yuan Xiaozhou, he knew that there was no longer any suspense about victory. "Big brother." Mo Xiaolang called out softly. Then, the two of them looked at the purple blood dragon martialist. Their opponent's origins and intentions were unknown, so they had to be careful. At this moment, the martialist was looking at Long Chen with interest. His eyes flickered with an indescribable light. When he saw that Long Chen were already waiting for him, he smiled brightly and said, "Don't worry. I, Long Xing, will naturally keep my word. This thing is yours." As he said that, 2 golden tokens flew towards Long Chen. Long Chen reached out and caught them. This way, he actually had a total of 9 golden tokens. This was already a lock on victory. It was simply impossible for any other team to obtain 11 tokens. After receiving the golden tokens, Long Chen's eyes flickered as he looked at the martialist. He understood that the martialist might have paid attention to him because he was a martialist. However, he couldn't let his guard down. In addition, he had another doubt in his heart. At this time, he went straight to the point and asked, "You were the one who placed the purple blood demonic dragon scales here, right? You know me very well." The youth called Long Xing probably already knew that he would ask this question. He smiled evilly and said, "Why should I tell you? Think about it yourself. Goodbye." After saying that, his figure disappeared at a terrifying speed. His speed was even faster than Mo Xiaolang's. However, it was unknown how his true combat strength compared to Mo Xiaolang's. Mo Xiaolang wasn't a weakling. He hadn't used his true beast form to fight until now, except for that brief moment when he faced the Jade Qilin and Topaz. After Long Xing left, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were even more confused. Fortunately, this powerful martialist didn't make an enemy out of them. Otherwise, they would be in even more trouble than the true martial Emperor Palace. At this moment, out of the 8 teams in the Taiwei Mountain ruins, 6 had already been defeated by the Evil Dragon Palace's team. The people from the ancient Yuan spirit world and the ancient desolate Thunder Pool had already fled miserably. The remaining team from the true martial Emperor Palace had finally arrived. In reality, they had been watching from afar. The Taiwei Mountain ruins were only so big. It was impossible for them not to notice such a big thing. Of course, they were also afraid of Long Xing. Hence, they waited until he left before the true martial Emperor Palace's team, led by Topaz, came forward. The true martial Emperor Palace's team also consisted of 4 men and 1 woman. The strongest person was undoubtedly Topaz. The others were Tsang Xuanji, Dong Baichuan, Xia Yi, and Li Chuyue. They were all famous people at the peak of the Martial God Palace. Long Chen had never been to the Martial God Palace before, so he didn't know. Long Chen was very clear that in this game of eternal hell, relationships and friendships were all a joke. Moreover, the peace treaty was already dead. Long Chen's team had a large number of golden tokens. As long as they defeated them, they could become the champion. The true martial Emperor Palace's team couldn't resist such a temptation. Although Topaz had lost to Mo Xiaolang, the team battle hadn't started yet. When it was time to fight, they still had to fight. The victory of this game wasn't only related to their personal gains and losses. The most important thing was the reputation of the 12 Supreme Alliances. If true martial Emperor Palace could obtain first place, their reputation would increase greatly and they would be able to show off in front of the other factions. At that time, the elders would also receive many rewards. This was glory. No matter who the opponent was, glory would drive them to fight. At this moment, the true martial Emperor Palace's team stood in front of Long Chen's team. Topaz didn't say anything. Everyone looked around. Li Chuyue was the most familiar with Long Chen. He stepped forward and said, "Long Chen, you are from the true martial Emperor Palace, so you should know that winning the championship is the glory of the true martial emperor palace. This is everyone's mission. After all, everything we have comes from the palace. Get to the point, Long Chen interrupted him. Li Chuyue's eyes were filled with anger. He was also shocked by Long Chen's improvement. Back in the Polaris battlefield, Long Chen didn't even have this kind of strength. If you are willing to give us the golden token, we don't want to fight with you, Li Chuyue said proudly. Then I should chop off my own hand, right? Long Chen laughed. There were 20 chapters left. Tomorrow was the National Day. I wish everyone a happy National Day. Tomorrow, there would be 5 chapters. The extra chapter would be at 10 p.m. That way, Madman would have more time to write. Chapter 1363. There's nothing I can do about it. It's the Supreme Alliance's fault. Li Chuyue chuckled, arrogance evident in her eyes. This was a common problem for disciples of super forces. Li Chuyue had been arrogant since he was young. Behind him, a thin, ordinary-looking man in a green robe said, "Sorry, Chuyue doesn't know how to speak. Anyway, for the glory of the true martial palace, although there is no hatred between us, some battles are unavoidable. The 4 of us each have powerful treasures. When the 4 of us work together, we can display an attack comparable to the martial path perfection realm, which is stronger than Yuan Xiaozhou's power. So if you don't want to fight, you can give us some face." The man in the green robe was much more direct. Long Chen digested his words. If the 4 of them joined forces, they would be even stronger than Yuan Xiaozhou. No wonder the ancient Yuan spirit world and the primeval thunder pool were so afraid of them. As one of the 3 emperor palaces, the true martial emperor palace wouldn't be any weaker than the other teams. There was no doubt about that. If they fought, it would be an even more tragic battle. But it was also a hurdle they had to pass. At this time, Huang Yu suddenly said, "You have reached your limit today. 10 days should be enough to recuperate. We will come in 10 days. Let's go." Huang Yu wasn't stupid. He knew that it would be a joke to ask Long Chen to admit defeat, so he didn't ask. He was a gentleman. He knew that it would be unfair to Long Chen and the others if they fought now, so he chose to wait 10 days. Li Chuyue was speechless. Li Chuyue was speechless. Seeing that the others were about to leave, he turned around and sneered at Long Chen, "I didn't take care of you at the North Star battlefield because I was afraid of exposing my strength. With our true martial emperor palace's capabilities, do you know what weapons we have? We have 4 Dao artifacts with 1 Dao pattern, and it is a set of combined Dao artifacts. Tsang Xuanji's blue dragon hell suppressing sword, Dong Baichuan's white tiger hell shattering blade, Xia Ye's vermilion bird fire plume, and my Xuanwu water armor. The 4 of us formed the true martial 4 killing array and once killed a martial artist in the martial Dao perfection realm. Remember, it is a kill. Today, I saw your battle, and it is indeed not bad." After that, Li Chuyue walked away with her head held high. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang looked at each other. "Big brother, it is really as amazing as they say. But it's okay, I am better than Huang Yu. I will deal with him later," said Mo Xiaolang. Long Chen was pondering. He suddenly shook his head and said, "No, you have already fought him. It should be my turn next." "What?" Mo Xiaolang was surprised. No matter what, Huang Yu's level was still very high. Mo Xiaolang had spent a lot of effort to finally take him down. "Let's recover first." Long Chen didn't have any psychological burden. From the moment he came to the Taiwei mountain ruins, he knew that the battle with the true martial emperor palace's team was inevitable. In a place like the Taiwei mountain, the strong and the weak had to be distinguished. The primordial spiritual blood dragon's bloodline contained a large number of factors for fighting and killing. Long Chen had inherited this, especially the formation of the defying will, which made him fearless in the face of any suppression and provocation. The more he fought, the more he felt the possibility of advancing. For example, today's battle with Yuan Xiaozhou also gave him a lot of insights. Executing the 8th level of the 9 Dragons Meridian had consumed a lot of his energy. The closer he got to perfection, the greater the burden on the 9 Dragons Meridian. Long Chen had a feeling that the complete 9 Dragons Meridian was the real deal. At that time, there would definitely be a huge transformation. In addition, with the ancient blood prison diagram, he was almost in an invincible position. After spending about 2 or 3 days, Long Chen had recovered. Mo Xiaolang didn't have much to recover. In 7 days, the true Martial Emperor Palace's team would arrive for the final battle. The other warriors also knew about this and were looking forward to that day. Who was the true king of the Taiwei mountain ruins? At this critical juncture, within the range of Long Chen's soul eye technique, Long Xing's aura appeared again. This time, his aura was very weak, as though he was injured. He rushed towards Long Chen at a speed that seemed to indicate that he was escaping for his life. Long Chen didn't say anything and pulled Mo Xiaolang to meet him. The two met in the narrow street. At this moment, Long Xing was in an incomparably sorry state. He was bathed in blood, and his face was deathly pale. It seemed like he was seriously injured. There were several wounds on his body that were inflicted by himself. Those wounds were very similar to the attacks that Mo Xiaolang had suffered in the past. Ghost King. Long Chen knew that the Ghost King had appeared again. Moreover, it had fought fiercely with Long Xing. It was even chasing behind Long Xing. The closer he got, the more Long Chen could feel the Ghost King's aura. It was absolutely hair-raising. Swish. Long Chen rushed to the back of Long Xing in a short period of time. Sure enough, the Ghost King was following him. It had a green face and fangs, and it was quite terrifying. Long Chen didn't say anything. He condensed Nirvana force in his fist and punched out. A huge wave of Nirvana force rushed towards the Ghost King. The Ghost King let out a sharp scream and retreated abruptly. In an instant, it disappeared without a trace. That scream was so deafening that it almost made Long Chen go deaf. He stopped to catch his breath. Fortunately, the Ghost King was scared away by his Nirvana force. Long Xing probably knew that his Nirvana force could chase away the Ghost King. That was why he was heading towards Long Chen. After the Ghost King left, Long Chen looked back. He had already fallen unconscious on the ground. However, Mo Xiaolang had already helped him up. Come in. Long Chen found a house that he could hide in and dragged Long Xing inside. This purple-haired youth woke up very quickly. He sat cross-legged and started to recover from his injuries. He consumed several precious medicines and even a type of immortal essence. His body was slowly recovering. Many thanks for saving my life. Opening his eyes, he solemnly said to Long Chen. You gave me the dragon scale of the purple blood demon dragon, and I saved your life. We're even, right? Long Chen said with a light smile. It was very clear who was a friend and who was an enemy. At the very least, this Long Xing wasn't his enemy for the time being. Speaking of which, their names were very interesting. The two words Xing sounded like they were fated to meet. Haha. Long Xing was a straightforward person. After recovering, he laughed loudly and said, This time, I acted too pretentiously and almost lost my life. Honestly speaking, I still have to thank you. I've been chasing this King Chu Jiang for so long, but this is the first time I've fought him head-on. If it wasn't for you, I would have lost my life. King Chu Jiang? Long Chen asked. Long Xing said, Yes, one of the 10 great ghost kings, King Chu Jiang. He hasn't appeared for 10,000 years, but he suddenly appeared. The ghosts outside are rioting. Something big must have happened, and the key point is definitely the Ghost King. Long Chen understood and said, You're chasing the Ghost King, and the Ghost King is following us. So, you know me very well, right? Long Xing curled his lips and said, to be honest, I saw you in North Star City, especially when I saw you snatching the silver dragon armor. So, I guessed that you must be very interested in this dragon scale. I just happened to have it on me, so I gave it to you. I didn't expect that this good fortune would save my life. This heavens will is really fucking messing with people. Why did you think of giving it to me? Long Chen still didn't understand. Long Xing looked at Mo Xiaolang and said, is this person trustworthy? Long Chen said, more trustworthy than you. In fact, Li Xuanji and the others already knew that Long Chen was a dragon warrior. Long Xing's personality was relatively open, and he was a little sloppy. Hearing Long Chen say this, he said straightforwardly, I do things according to my mood, there is no reason. If you really want to say it, it might be because I feel that your name is quite fated with me. Also, you are the second dragon warrior I have seen outside of the Demon Dragon Palace. Long Chen was speechless, and asked, there are many dragon warriors in the Demon Dragon Palace. Long Xing shook his head, and said, of course not, do you think dragon warriors are cabbages? There are many fake dragon warriors, and the only ones who have truly received the inheritance of blood essence are myself and the Demon Dragon Palace Master. We are both the purple blood demon dragon's inheritance. Don't ask about the rest, it's not convenient for me to tell you too much. As expected, you are someone from the Demon Dragon Palace. Long Chen was very puzzled as to how someone from the Demon Dragon Palace came in, but he had already said that he wouldn't be asked too much, so Long Chen shut his mouth. Every dragon warrior is the most fortunate person favored by the heavens. In the entire 3 regions and 9 worlds, including those hidden, I estimate that there are no more than 10 of them. I only know of you and a void refinement realm demon from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, Dragon King Chen. Long Chen pondered for a while. He had the horn of the scarlet horned devil dragon in his hand. Compared to the ghostly shadow blood kill dragon, the scarlet horned devil dragon was more similar to the immemorial blood spirit dragon. Long Chen said, I am a scarlet horned devil dragon. Long Xing nodded, and said, I have heard of this kind of divine dragon. The weapon in your hand should be the scarlet horned devil dragon's horn. Long Chen nodded. He didn't agree with Long Xing's words, so he retorted, lucky person favored by the heavens, just watch. At that moment, Long Xing revealed a pondering expression. After a long time, he slapped his thigh and said, it's really like what you said. Damn it, it seems like the heavens didn't care for me at all. This time, I was almost killed. Speaking until here, Long Xing asked, oh right, in a few days, are you really going to fight against those guys? It's unavoidable. That's really a huge challenge. Looks like I have to watch again. Haha. Long Xing smiled and said, I really don't know when the ghosts outside will stop. That King Chu Jiang is so strong, I don't dare to follow him anymore. I want to wait here for something big to happen. What about you guys? Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang glanced at each other and said, we want to go to the Netherworld. Why do you want to go to the Netherworld? That place is definitely the same as here. Moreover, there are more than 10 giant devils blocking the path. Long Xing said indifferently. Do you know of any other way? Clearly, Long Xing was more familiar with this place than them, so Long Chen asked. Long Xing said, I do know of a small path that leads to the Netherworld. Chapter 1364. Long Xing's words brought great joy to Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. If that was the case, then with Long Xing leading them, they wouldn't need to stay here anymore. They could directly look for the 9th nether demon ancestral flame. After all, the first task of the eternal hell could be said to have been completed. At this moment, they would definitely be ranked first among the 20 teams. They didn't know how long the ghost riot would last. It wasn't a good idea to wait here. Once they found the 9 nether demon ancestral flame, Long Chen could focus on finding the thing left by the void cosmic dragon. Can you help us? Long Chen did not stand on ceremony and directly asked Long Xing. Long Xing chuckled and said, "Well, that's not a problem. I don't want to stay here anyway. This Tai Wei mountain is very strange. But let me make it clear, this game of yours is the Supreme Alliance's business. I won't participate, even if you are killed by others." "Of course." Long Chen smiled. He was glad that he had acted decisively when Long Xing was in danger. Otherwise, he wouldn't have encountered such a good thing. "Leave now." Long Xing and Mo Xiaolang looked at Long Chen. In fact, they could leave now. Of course, the true Martial Emperor Palace team could chase, but they might not be able to catch up. "No." Long Chen shook his head. "I've already promised someone. If I leave now, it won't be good." Actually, it wasn't as simple as it sounded. Long Chen had pride in his heart. He couldn't accept someone else's challenge but run away at the last minute. Mo Xiaolang nodded. "I'm not worried about the true Martial Emperor Palace team. Compared to the Great Ape King and Kunpeng from the Desolate Emperor Palace, they are still a bit weaker. But big brother, are you sure you want to fight Huang Yu? If he were to deal with Huang Yu and Long Chen were to deal with the true martial four killing formation formed by the other four, it was highly likely that both of them would win." Long Chen nodded without the slightest hesitation and said, "You've already fought him, so there's no point in comparing. I, on the other hand, want to see exactly what level the peak geniuses of the various powers are at. When I fought Yuan Xiaozhou earlier, most of his combat strength came from the five-clawed golden dragon puppet. He had already reached this level, so he was impatient. After waiting for 10 years, he finally made a comeback. He wanted to see the gap between him and those young geniuses. But Mo Xiaolang knew Long Chen well. He could defeat Yuan Xiaozhou, but Huang Yu was a level higher than Long Chen. Believe in him. Long Xing stood up, patted the dust off his body and said heartlessly, "You're courting death. Even if you die, you can't blame anyone else," Long Xing said bluntly. "What did you say?" Mo Xiaolang was somewhat dissatisfied. "I'm fine." Long Chen stopped their conflict and said with a smile, "I know what I'm doing. Don't we still have 7 days? Xiaolang, accompany me in my cultivation for the next few days." Hearing Long Chen's words, Mo Xiaolang's eyes lit up. He knew that Long Chen must have made a breakthrough in a certain direction, which was why Mo Xiaolang needed his sparring partner. Every time he succeeded, his combat strength would increase greatly. In fact, with the ancient blood prison diagram, Long Chen was already very difficult to be defeated. He was almost immune to ordinary attacks, but he lacked one thing, and that was an ultimate attack. The 8th level of the 9 Dragon scripture was already powerful enough. Its power completely surpassed that of a 9th grade magic skill, reaching the limit of the attack that a god martial arts realm could display. But compared to Huang Yu and the other talented youths with the Qilin bloodline, he was still lacking in terms of attack. With his current strength, the 9 Dragon scripture could only be displayed to that level. Long Chen had no choice but to put all his attention back on the Extreme Universe Finger. Long Chen had a nagging feeling that he hadn't even been able to unleash 1% of the power of the Extreme Universe Finger. What was the Extreme Universe Finger? It was a mystic art that an unknown super-existence had extracted from the ancestral dragon's body. Long Chen's finger had even fused with the claws of the Void Aeon Dragon. This was the claws of the ancestral dragon. That was something that had been left behind through the eons. That thing once belonged to the pinnacle existence of the dragon sacrificial continent. For such a heaven-defying thing to unleash an attack that only had Long Chen's current attack power, it was too unreasonable. In fact, after successfully cultivating the Extreme Universe Finger to the 1st level, Long Chen had been pondering what the next level of time was. The cultivation of the Extreme Universe Finger had already risen from the cultivation of a secret technique to the level of the Heavenly Tao, from the Martial Tao to the Heavenly Tao, and finally to the Laws. Although the remaining 7 days weren't much, it was different when Long Chen completely immersed himself in it. While he and Mo Xiaolang were sparring, Long Xing didn't leave. Instead, he watched from the side with great interest. He held a straw in his mouth, which he had taken out of nowhere, and watched with great interest. Occasionally, his eyes flashed with a hint of experience. This kid's perception is extraordinary. He will definitely be a dragon among men in the future. If I bring him back to the demonic dragon hall and make him a member of my demonic dragon hall, how excited would that old man be? Ha! I can't be anxious. This matter has to be done slowly. A hasty person won't be able to eat hot tofu. If I'm too anxious, he might think that there's something wrong with my sexual orientation. Of course, Longchen didn't know what kind of dirty thoughts this fellow was thinking. The first level of the extreme universe finger could be said to be a time disorder, a small disorder. This kind of disorder was a kind of chaotic energy, just like the ripples in the sky. In the secret manual, the second level of the extreme universe finger was even more cryptic. Many of the sentences had to be carefully pondered before one could comprehend some meaning. The passing of time was like a man, unwilling to part with day and night. The passing of time would never return. When it came to the heavenly Tao, many things depended on one's own comprehension. Even the guidance of others was useless. After all, no one could be sure that their understanding was correct. Furthermore, the extreme universe finger's path of time was unique. In the entire 3 regions and 9 realms, probably no one had an introductory treasure manual for this path. After a period of pondering, Longchen had a rough understanding. Time had an arrow that flowed in a fixed direction. The first level of the extreme universe finger couldn't change the arrow of time, but it could affect the speed of the arrow of time, creating a disorder. Just a little bit of confusion was enough to create such a huge attack power. Longchen felt that he had only just started on the path of time disorder. He was still very far from the great success stage. However, he wasn't at the nirvana tribulation realm and couldn't comprehend the heavenly Tao. Hence, at this moment, he had no choice but to open up the content of the second level of the extreme universe finger. His current cultivation had only opened up a path. To truly complete it step by step, he would have to wait until he reached the nirvana tribulation realm. From the content of the second level, what Longchen needed to do next was to use his powerful willpower to find the arrow of time and then delay it until it stopped moving. That's right, the power of the second level of the extreme universe finger was to stop time. Using the power of time to stop time and using the extreme universe finger battle technique, the terrifying power it could unleash would definitely be stronger than the combination of time disorder and the extreme universe finger. As for time reversal, Longchen estimated that it was already the content of the third level. From influence, to forced refinement, to the final reversal of the arrow of time, these 3 levels actually contained countless things. The extreme universe finger provided Longchen with an opportunity to get started. It was easier said than done to stop time. In any case, Longchen had racked his brains for the past few days but couldn't achieve this step. On the other hand, Mo Xiaolang had already caused him to be battered and exhausted. However, for the sake of Longchen's strength, he still persisted. After 3 days, Longchen had some gains. However, there was still a long way to go before he reached the great success stage. The path of cultivation was incomparably mysterious. Many people would spend their entire lives to study a seemingly simple path, let alone the path of time. At this time, Longchen displayed the most heaven-defying effect of the ancestral dragon's blood. After inheriting 70% of the essence blood, it allowed his perception to reach the highest level in the 3 great emperor domains. Otherwise, it would have taken him countless years just to study the extreme universe finger. How could he reach his current level in just 10 years? Let me do it. After 3 days, Longxing suddenly said. Longchen and Mo Xiaolang were startled. Why did he want to join in the fun? Only a dragon martial artist understands a dragon martial artist the best. Longxing said. He didn't regard himself as an outsider and strode to Longchen's side, replacing Mo Xiaolang's position. All right. In Longchen's eyes, battle intent gradually ignited. This Longxing must have reached the martial Tao perfection realm. However, because of his talent as a dragon martial artist, his combat strength was comparable to most of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm martial artists. Compared to the Grade 8 demon immortal Mo Xiaolang, he should be on the same level as Wang Qin. At least, there shouldn't be much of a difference. More importantly, Kitten said that this guy in front of him had already finished absorbing the essence blood. He could be considered a young purple-blood demonic dragon. Compared to Long Qin, there was still an intrinsic difference. On the wide street, Long Xing stood opposite. His body exuded a strange demonic aura and a sloppy smile. He didn't seem to be focused at all. Only Long Qin knew that Long Xing was actually staring at him. I won't use my full strength. I'm just cooperating with your cultivation. In the past, my old man often guided me like this. Long Xing laughed. His old man must be his father. Long Xing's words were obviously to take advantage of Long Qin. However, Long Qin couldn't be bothered with him. Since he was like a meat shield, Long Qin would fulfill his wish. Without any other moves, Long Qin immersed himself in the world of the Extreme Universe finger. All his spirit and willpower were focused on the index finger of his left hand. PFFF. His left hand rapidly pierced. You're here. The corner of Long Xing's mouth curled up into a cold smile. He similarly pierced out with his finger. His purple finger looked no different from a dragon's claw. I don't have any spare chapters. I'm going all out today. I'll finish a chapter at 6 p.m., 8 p.m., 10 p.m. If I can persevere, I'll finish a chapter at 12 p.m. Maybe 5 p.m., maybe 6 p.m. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.